Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in as we got to have ourselves some of the best type of Sundays. Bye weeks are nice. Yeah, that's a little bit less stressful, but there is nothing better. And then you get that dub on Thursday night, and you get that little mini bye, and you just get to sit on Sunday watching Red Zone on one side. Maybe you got another game that you're just watching the other, a couple games. You may be a fanatic like me on that way. And it was a fun Sunday because our Seattle Seahawks, of course, did carry the win this past week against the Cardinals. Division rival at that, or quasi-rival, I guess I'll call it. But then we got to have a nice Sunday here where we just got to experience the NFL as it is. And it's just nice to be able to just watch the NFL and not be super stressed out at times, as we often are. We got to watch our Hawks. But our Hawks are off to a 3-1 start. In many cases, I think you would say, with a new offensive coordinator, with a new quarterback coming into the house this offseason, even with it being the second year of Mike Macdonald, this has been pretty darn close to about the best you could have hoped for from a Seattle Seahawks fan perspective when this thing would have aligned out in the offseason to where we find ourselves now. And before we get into some of the segments of this show today, I want to talk a little bit about Sam Darnold. Spoke about him last week. I'm going to highlight him here again. And today you're hearing a lot of discourse online with a little bit of this comparative thing. And Gino Smith, Sam Darnold, look at what Gino's doing now, and Sam, and how smart John is and doing that. And there's a lot of, I think, healthy discussion out there. But this is really not going to be with any sort of signifier, qualifier where it comes to, well, compared to where Gino's at or what Gino. Sam Darnold is playing fantastic football. I mentioned that at the end of the last game here on Thursday, he'd come through the weekend and he would still be the highest rated quarterback in PFF. Now, indeed, he's not. He's at number 3, but he's off by about 1 whole point on that matter. 1 point. So he is, for all intents and purposes, still your highest rated quarterback in the NFL here to begin things. And the fact that he's doing this without everything just being set up for him for that success, and that he's been able to just go out there, let's say, and it's just easy peasy, no problem. This has not been the case. I was illustrating this last week, and I think that this is an important one because a lot of the naysayers for him would have told you that the only way he is going to find success is going to have to be on the back of him going out and having everything working right in his favor, everything working essentially perfectly in his favor. And I would say that this has not been the case when you look at some of the stats I'm going to show you here right now in a second. And these are just a couple of minor stats at that, but I think that these do kind of tell a little bit of the tale when it comes to this offense and understanding. I don't have to sell any of you on this at this fact because I know now it's starting to get out there into the general narrative of how good Sam is playing here, that this isn't the narrative of Mike Macdonald's defense is shutting everything down and allowing for Sam Darnold to fly, or that he's got the perfect offensive line in front of him. People are recognizing it would seem like that he is playing well. So what the purpose of this is a little bit is to show you where he's at a little bit and how good he is playing. But also let's just knock out the legs of this chair if we can right from the onset in regards to everything is being set up right for him. Has there been some minor offensive improvement? Yeah. A lot of it is aided by the fact that he's getting the ball out of his hands and that the designs of this offense work so well to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly. But as we can see here, from a pressure rate, this is on your passing offense. Let's go to here. We are on offense, sorry. Okay, quarterback pressure rate. This is the two things I kind of look for, and there's some other advanced stats we can look for on this as well. But I think the two things what I look for with a quarterback when I'm trying to initially assess just statistically and how we're looking at them, not necessarily looking at some of the advanced stats or looking at the actual tape, which is always the best thing to look at, of course. But when we go beyond that here to the advanced stats, to me, the two things that really stand out to me will be how are you pass protecting and how are you running the ball? Can you remain balanced? And if you aren't balanced and you've got to throw the ball a lot, is your pass protection on point so that you can make that work as a quarterback, giving you something to lean on a little bit as far as the strength and knowing that that can hold up? Well, indeed, when we look at the quarterback pressure rate, we come to find that the New York Jets are giving up the worst of the rate in football. And we've got Seattle at about 31.5% here on the rate. I'll highlight them so you can see. I know sometimes on the small screens it gets hard. So they're 23rd. So it is improved. That's for sure. It's not, I would say, elite on that side of this. This is aided too, I think, a little bit by the sample size and by how few pass attempts you kind of have here through the first few weeks of the season in light of this and how this is going. Time to throw is, though, the part where I would try to maybe prove my case a little bit on the fact that a lot of this is aided not necessarily by the improvement of the offensive line, but aided by as much the play calling and getting the ball out of the hands of the quarterback. And what you'll see here is Seattle at 19th at 2.73 seconds. You've been about 2.83 onwards down to a little bit over 3 seconds in recent years. So that 0.10 seconds may not seem like a lot, but it is a very big amount as far as what you're able to help out your offensive line on. Trust me, they would tell you that it makes a big difference from their perspective of things. So getting the ball out of his hands, smart decision making. There still is a fairly high pressure rate when it comes to the offense in general. When you look at the quarterback's pressure rate here, you can see that, again, this is kind of in alignment to what we just saw on the 23rd. So this basically shows the other deal, but he's definitely still under a healthy amount for the few snaps you have there on that. But he is getting the job done with this. He is being efficient, not turning the ball over, which is what you ask. And certainly when you look at a guy like Gino, if you're trying to compare it back, I think this is also something that's probably not super fair onto the Gino side of this, where I think there's a lot of kind of dogpiling, a little bit of going on here to it, where Gino was always going to go to the Raiders, and this was going to be a tough environment for him. He was never going to have things set up for him to where he's going to be able to take off and go take flight there. It was going to be an uphill struggle for them, and it was going to probably get worse the longer it goes on because that Raider team needs a lot of work. It shouldn't really be an indictment of Pete or Gino on that situation, understanding that where that organization is at, and people aren't kind of taking that into account. It's kind of like the Raiders exist in this equal vacuum of the NFL space, and no, it's in rough shape over there. The other marker as far as pressure I look at is rushing. How are you rushing? Like, what is your yards per play rushing the ball? Are you being efficient with that? Because if you don't have efficiency in running the ball and then you don't have efficiency in pass protection, these would be a place that I'd say to on a quarterback you could go to before you come to a final determination on that quarterback and you say, oh, he's trash, throw him away. Then maybe you want to take into account he's got no running game and no pass protection to lean on. So we've got Sam middle of the road-ish in the pass protections to slightly on the upper side of it, aided a little bit by how fast he's getting the ball out of his hand. But what you can see here with the Ravens at the top, yards per rush, 6.2 yards per carry. How about the Commanders up at 5.9? Oh my goodness. But when we come down this a little bit and get to the low end of this, you'll see the Seattle Seahawks right there above my head. Right in there above my head here. Why isn't it showing the stupid thing to the side? There we go. There's the rank so you can see it. So they're at 28th there as far as 3.6 yards per carry. This isn't anything shocking to any of you guys, but this is this one thing that I want to put on top of this, which is that Sam's not able to lean on really any running game at all. Outside of that Pittsburgh game where you had a couple of those big moments, outside of a couple big runs here in the Cardinal game, it's been pretty much neutralized throughout. And certainly from a consistency basis. When you are getting good runs, it's like you're popping off a 15-yarder that's the one little bright spot in a sky of darkness. And so it's not there for you to lean on as an offense. You're ending up in a lot of third and longs because there's a real strong commitment to running the ball here. Even when it's not working, there's a lot of that energy from McDonald almost seemingly of Grubb went down this dark path last year. Kubiak, don't you dare go down that dark path. There's a bit of those feelings at play here from my standpoint of it. And so that's okay. I'm not knocking it. You do need to be committed to the run and look, the commitment's going to take time for this to pay off. And as you get into the depths of the season here and the offensive line better understands the real subtle details of the scheme, on top of the fact that when you have those physical teams that get into November and December, they do pretty well because that's when, bodies start to get worn down. That's where, you might lose a little bit of quickness. That's where the big and the bad can sometimes thrive at those times of year, especially in bad weather environments. And so the payoff of this might be a little bit more coming down the line. I'm not knocking that part of it. It's more to put the spotlight on how well Sam is playing through this and that you not only don't run the ball well, a lot of times you're running it so much with a lot of first, second down runs. A lot of that where he's then into a 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 situation because you're not getting a lot of consistency with a lot of negative yard runs, whatnot like that, making his job harder. And it's tougher to show these within the stats to you guys on, how well he performs into those points. But getting 3rd downs on those 3rd and 9s, finding a way to make the right throw, finding a way to avoid the bad decision in those moments because quarterbacks are going to try to often force in that bad throw that they don't want to have to force in when, you're into those sort of 3rd and long kind of moments. So somewhat middle-ish, a little slightly better than middle of the road pass protection, still poor run blocking. He's got a good defense working for him. He's got an offensive play caller who's very smart and understands what he's doing. This has been what's been allowing really Sam Darnold to kind of roll through to me and have the success he's having, despite the fact there's some other things that can get better. And the part I just want to really hammer here is just at the end of this, on this little part, is just if he's working with this right now, and there's reason to believe that those other parts should improve with time. Like if the offensive line gets more talented or not this year, we'll see. But I think certainly that there's going to be more of a shift, I would think, to John continuing to understand that he needs to add more to this line with time. And the better that the line gets, the best version of Sam Darnold you could get. Remember with Sam, his pressure numbers last year, his sack numbers last year with the Vikings was very close to Geno Smith. So he hasn't necessarily been given that real pristine environment people might sell you on that Sam was given last year. He had things working in his favor. But you have a lot of different things that work in a quarterback's favor. Do you have the skill position players? Do you have the offensive line? Do you have a consistent running game? Do you have a smart coach and play calling? Do you have a defense that doesn't require you to have to score every time? And the majority of I've mentioned for a long period of time, and this new way of I looking at quarterbacks is the more you can give those kind of quarterbacks, and especially a very good, talented one at that, the more in his favor that can work in his favor, the better that team can ultimately be, the best version of the quarterback you will see. And right now already we're seeing with Sam Darnold is almost the highest rated quarterback in the sport, minus a running game that's one of the most let's call it the most inconsistent in the sport. Let's give it that, or ineffective, if you will. And then middle of the road pass blocking, that starts to come around a little bit more because we know that the defense should remain. We know the play calling should remain smart, at least for this upcoming season, if Kubiak doesn't get plucked. So a lot of reason to believe that this is not only going to stay where it's at, but it's only going to go better from here. To give you guys a little bit of a look at here, again, people might look at this and say, I want you to check out the projection, because this is Sam Darnold's projection here for the season if you pushed it through the rest of the year, where he's at a 70% completion percentage, 3,800 yards, 21 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. And so they might say, well, that is him taking a step backwards from last year. That's him, not doing as good. See, that's more proof to our pudding. He had about 130 more attempts. If he projects out to this, his Viking season last year will have about another 130, 140 more passing attempts to get the production he got last year, which will be very close to this. Maybe he's 9 touchdowns off or whatever they're on the touchdowns passing. But that's part of this as well, is that his production is doing so well as it is while you're kind of keeping the attempts down low. So when you look at this projection, understand this is more of an image of efficiency than it should be an image of some hyper amount of production. You can only do with what you've got as far as the passing attempts, and to get yourself damn near low 400s on the passing attempt for the season. If we're able to remain at this kind of place, I guarantee you're winning the division. I don't know if he's going to stay at that spot as far as that projectional state goes, but he is really playing well. He's projecting out nicely. He's doing everything we could ask. And yes, indeed, I do think it is fair, at least on this side of it, to start to give John a little bit of credit. We all hammer him hugely on this one, and this is another thing you're hearing starting to come up here from the reservoir of the fans a little bit, and rightfully so. Many of those who were scratching their head at the time when he was given the contract extension. We'll see if the Darnold performance can continue. But John's been on the right end of a lot of decisions, and I think sometimes people want him to be on the right end of every decision. No general manager is going to be on that side of it. And yeah, do you want our GM to get more right than wrong? Certainly. Do you want to give him way more right than wrong? I would say so. But let's not forget the way this is all projecting and the way that people can't forget with this. I hope Coach Carroll a ton of success with the Raiders. I love the fact that he's back in coaching the NFL. This year's no indicator whether or not he is or not going to be a success with Raiders. Same for Gino. But John was right on the Russell trade, remembering there was a little bit of Coach Carroll not necessarily wanting that trade. John, or at least the ownership group on this, has been right in the moving off of Carroll. And whether John had a hand in that or voice in that, he is the one who took over in full on the end of that. John was right on the side to run with Gino when he did after Russ, considering the options on the table. And that's the thing to remember with that is consider the options that were on the table, what he could and could not do. Don't bring up a proverbial quarterback that's not even a possibility. He goes with Gino. Steady ship, 3 years, realizes maybe not the guy to go with into the future. We're going a different direction here. I can get a younger guy at a cheaper cost who might even be better when it's all said and done. And then he's looking like he's on the right end of this, the right end of the Mike McDonald hire. Moving that and what that could mean for this franchise. I understand the offensive line sits at the forefront of many of our minds as far as frustration. And look, brothers, sisters, I'm sitting in shotgun right next to you in that frustration, being that it drives me crazy to no end sometimes that we just don't put more resources in and really try to hammer positional group in a major way. With that being said, it's on the improvement, and there's a whole lot of other decisions that he is getting right that you've got to, clap your hands on a little bit and say, hey, we've got a good general manager here. A lot of bad GMs in this league, a lot of middle-of-the-road GMs in this league, and I know that the proof has not always been in the pudding recently with us getting a lot of playoff bursts and playoff push and playoff success, but I think that is coming, and partly because he's getting so many of these decisions so right, not just partially right, not just quasi-right, but ultimately correct. And I really feel like as much as anything, that gives me the confidence here to this team heading into the place that we want them to head, whether it is this year or into the greater beyond. But good to hear that discussion now in the fan base that has, and look, rightfully so, on the criticism that's been lobbed his way, because that offensive line last year completely cooked our took us, and still through the offseason, you didn't see him hammer it. So I get the frustration with it, but even on the offensive line decision, he's looking mighty right on avoiding the free agents that he avoided out there in free agency that were going to be high priced and maybe not the quite right answers out there. So he said, nope, not gonna go down the line with that. All right, let's pop on into our segments here. If you're new, we got a couple different segments we roll on through here on this show on the weekly roundup, and Pumpkin is kind enough to join us for these segments. So let's kick it off here with our PFF grades of the week. All right. Here we go with the grades of the week. Little review of this. You got your man Jake Bobo getting 10 snaps out there on the offensive side of the ball. Not too shabby with him. Able to pull in 89.3 grade. Jackson Smith and Jigba, no surprise there. Only 4 catches, but absolutely was doing his job and considering. Sorry with the cat. She's just okay. Guess Pumpkin doesn't like the PFF grades, huh? Goodness gracious. All right. So Jackson Smith had a good day. The only 4 catches, a lot of that had to do with going back to just how much they were doubling and bracketing him in coverage throughout that first half. I thought the telecast did a good job of showing some of the 22 of that. Sam Darnold, I feel like he should have been higher graded than this, quite frankly, but they liked his day, I guess, at least. Abraham Lucas had a good solid day. This is good to see on Abraham. He's had some down days here this year on the PFF score of things. He's had a good day here or there too, but would love to see him find some of that steady footing here that you've been able to find with Charles Cross. That would be cool. Cross a little lower at 61.4, Zabel at 62.4. Walker, no surprise there were some definite runs from Walker that were a little strange in this game that had you scratching your head just a tiny bit. Barner was well graded in this game overall, and we're going to come back to Barner in a second as far as ultimately his grade ranking. As we go down to the low side of things, you can see Charles Cross down there with Anthony Bradford, who is probably he is the lowest rated now guard here on your offensive line. Jalen Sundell, still waiting for that thing to really inject life into the center position and take us up from where it's been recently. Sadly, the center position and the right guard position remain positions that are pretty much set at about where they've been in recent years as far as performative-wise, and these grades do reflect that. Saubert had a kind of a strange game on his side of it, and you can see on the far column there, that's where you're going to have your run blocking. You can just see on the run blocking grades with some of these guys, Charles Cross, 49.5, Zabel, 59.7, Bradford and 64 is about an average grade. So Bradford with an average run blocking grade, Jalen's less than average run blocking grade. And then when you get to Abraham Lucas, slightly above average run blocking grade there. So a bit of a mixed bag on that side of it when it's all said and done there. But it is kind of been what you've seen as a normality here on this PFF score here now for the past couple of weeks of the start of the season, where Sundell and Bradford are kind of near the bottom of the barrel. So I don't know if there's a move John can make on this one, but boy, if he can, that would be cool as far as to try to find some upgrade there somehow. On the defensive side of it, Ernest Jones, he's going to be our underrated hero of the week, and these PFF scores certainly reflect that, though I'm going to have some cut-ups to show you as to why that's the case. Just good all around, right? They gave him they even gave him an average grade as a pass rusher, but in every component of the football game, he was good by their measure. Fan bases is just about as hard on Witherspoon coming off this game at times from my chat and some of the interactions I've gotten on this as they were with Woolen a little bit. I think we're maybe finding this tiny bit overstated. I think the touchdown at the end that a lot of people might try to put on Witherspoon with the running back to McCardo catching it and going in the end zone, they'll try to put that at his feet. I don't know if that's as much at his feet as he was trying to rally up and go make a play. But Witherspoon up there at 78 with a good grade. Brandon Peely, nice to see him with only 8 snaps. But, man, any impact you can give from the nose tackle position would be just so nice of a materialization if it could occur. Uchenna Nwosu having his best game in a couple of years with a couple of sacks, but good all around in how he was rated, aside from his coverage grades. But he ain't out there being paid for coverage. Boye Mafe, 69. Tyrese Knight, 68. Good grade rated there by Tyrese Knight on that. I want to see Tyrese come back a little bit more in the flow if we can. They've had him kind of mixed in and out a little bit with Drake Thomas. I don't know if that's always the greatest thing or if Drake Thomas is really going out there and giving us something extra. I know Drake had a sack in this game. Derek Hall, 66.8. Julian Love, I thought, had a better game than his 66.7 grading. He was really all over the field. He almost caused a fumble, almost had an interception. I thought he was really strong in coverage at times when he's got to be in that off safety role and pick up a guy coming up in space. From the slot, let's say. Really tough call, really tough responsibility for a safety to ask them to do that, especially against really good slots, but he was doing it in that game throughout. Haven't heard any updates yet on DeMarcus Lawrence, hoping his leg's okay. He was only in there for about 10 snaps in that game. And then at the bottom, we've got Reek Woolen, Mike Morris, Drake Thomas, and Kobe Bryant. Kobe having the interception and still ending up at a 39.1 grade. It's not been, despite having 2 interceptions to start off the year so far with Kobe, his grade on point with stuff like this right now has not necessarily been amazing to that degree of it. And to give you guys a little bit of an idea on some of the PFF ranks here, you've got, hopefully you can see here, sorry, it's a little bit of a look through, so these are the PFF grades. These are the 2025 ranks right now. And so this is first year defensive ranks. You've got Leonard Williams, the 15th highest rated defensive tackle in the sport. Byron Murphy, the 34th highest rated defensive tackle in the sport. Boye Mafe, 39th. Derek Hall, 45th highest rated edges in the sport right now through these first 4 weeks of the season. I think that's a little bit of emblematic a bit now. Again, it's not the end all be all with these PFF grades. This is just to me a little bit of more of it's a confirmation back from what I've seen from tape of them. We're waiting for both of these two guys to get their first sack of the year. We're waiting for both of these two, one of these two guys to step forward and become kind of a difference maker for the position. If not a difference maker, at least a quasi one. Yeah. Many of you talk to me about, hey, can we get these guys to 12, 13 sacks a year? Can we get them to that place of now you're really feeling that pass rush over the course of a game rather than they're sort of flashing in the first quarter and then, oh yeah, you see them again early in the fourth quarter and well, that's about all you're going to really be getting. It's kind of what you get from these as far as the bottom line rank with these two guys, in my opinion. Witherspoon, as I was saying, many of the fan base kind of at times hitting him a little bit as hard as they might almost hit Woolen on this one, but he is right now your 15th highest ranked cornerback in the sport. Many people are pounding the drum for Darian Kendrick to be a starter, that he's earned enough right to take on that role on this defense and be inputted. He is your highest rated cornerback in the NFL, albeit on that sample size of snaps compared to his contemporaries. But this would be to seem to be a little bit of a point of evidence to the point of, hey, you move Witherspoon back out to the outside, you move Josh Jobe then to the outside, and then you have Darian Kendrick come in there. This is going to be the tough call to me from the coaching staff standpoint because they love Emenwari's upside and what he's going to bring to the table long term. But at the same point in time, this kid's rocking and rolling right now. Tough call in that one. Reek Woolen is your 60th highest rated corner. I don't think there's any surprise in the fan base seeing that particular one. Woolen, 40th highest rated safety. Kobe Bryant, 68th highest rated safety. So Kobe Bryant, a worsely graded safety right now than Reek Woolen is as a cornerback. Interesting point of data there. And then Ernest Jones is the 19th highest rated inside linebacker. I'll tell you this, there aren't 18 inside linebackers I'd take in this sport over Ernest. There might be a couple, but there ain't going to be no 18. On the other side of it, to the offensive side, some notable grades here. Sam Darnold, your 4th highest rated, again by about a point. 3rd highest rated, actually, I think it was. It's not I put 4th, but he's off by about a point on the grand scheme of things. Kenneth Walker, another guy knocked around by the fan base. PFF likes how he chooses his holes. You may not. 3rd highest rated running back in the sport. GSN at the 2nd. I believe that would make him, other than Kendrick, the highest rated Seattle Seahawks by PFF and their individual positional ranking. AJ Barner, 9th highest rated tight end in the sport. How about that for AJ? Abraham Lucas, 29th, but he's climbing. He's climbing, I'm telling you. Zabel, 31st, growing pains. There's going to be some good with the bad. This is what you get with the starter at the rookie position at times, left guard. Hopefully it gets better as the year goes along. But he's not been horrible, and I think he just gave up his first pressure of the year this last game, if I'm not mistaken. First First professional pressure. Anthony Bradford at 60th. I don't think that hits anybody as a shocker. Cooper Kupp 31st and Jalen Sundell at 27th, which has just historically been where our centers have ranked here for the last couple of years. Just no way around it, I guess. We're not allowed to have a top 15 center, I suppose. That's the way that one boils out, I guess. So, all right, let's move on here to the our next section here, and this one we're going to be looking at our underrated hero of the week. Yeah, let's dive into this one. All righty. So the guy I want to talk about today is going to be that man in the middle, the guy that is just the run game savior. Dare I say? Can I call him that? I feel like I should be able to call him that. And that is going to be Ernest Jones. So I get my screen right. I always have this thing right, and then it's not right. There we go. We got it all locked in. And a lot of these are just going to be just to show his instincts in the run game, a little bit of how complete a player he is, and just to kind of, again, just celebrate what this guy's brought. Because the thing you got to remember with Seattle's defense is that they run as many of the light boxes as you'll find in football. And here, this would technically be a little bit of a a little heavier than a light box, but it's still just a 7-man front. When they go heavy, it's 7. Most people it's 8 guys. Seahawks go 7, and that's just how they roll because they're not worried about it. They'll keep their 2 high safeties, and they don't care. And you can see even here, the Cardinals are out with 2 tight ends on the edge. This 12 personnel look, you're answering with 7 guys. And what I'm trying to say here is that the job is made very tough on the inside linebacker. It's not a simple place of going because why? Every time you're almost guaranteed to have an offensive lineman climbing on you. Some defenses, you keep your inside linebacker clean for days. He barely gets touched over the course of the game or rarely gets touched over the course of the game. And then he gets to run sideline to sideline, be fast, loose, and free, especially those defenses that are going to stack the box a little bit more. But with him, he's got to anticipate blockers. He's got to anticipate the fact that there's going to be a guy on him every single time. And that's what he does here. Shoots the gap, recognizes the play, be instinctual, get to the spot before the blocker. Watch 13, right past. It's as simple as that puller's got to get to that spot. Can you beat him in space? Look at that. That puller would seem to have a pretty good, easy climb, right? Doesn't have to help out on Leo. Initially here, I think the Cardinals want him to help on Leo if there's help needed. But he determines really quickly, Leo's fine. I can go get on Jones. Or actually, hands off, sorry. Hands him off. I'm trying to do the handoff there. You don't got enough time. I missaw that one. So a TFL there for him right out the gate. He was really good against the run game, also good against the pass. He's got the pick, of course, but here just the smart instincts. He's first taking away 1 route to the outside. So see Kyler, this is a 2-for-1. First takes away the bubble. Kyler reads his leverage, comes back underneath, then reacts to the underneath defender, makes the tackle before Tyrese can get there. He's done this with Kyler a lot. I'm going to show you a couple other cuts from last year's game just to kind of give you the example of this, where you will watch him take Kyler's first read away with Kyler's eyes. I don't think Kyler likes playing Ernest Jones. There's been a couple games last couple of years where Ernest just has him in just a little bit of a bind. And wait till I show you the interception where he pulled off the same move in this game that he pulled off last year on Kyler to get the interception. Again, here out in coverage, screen, you got a blocker on you, get the blocker off, you go make the tackle. So Ernest Jones right here, center of your screen. Pay attention to him here again. Froholt, guard center in this league, one of the better centers in the sport. Easily neutralizes that block. Watch him. He's got him heads up here. It's not like Froholt's scrambling to get up to him. He's under control, got his base underneath him, ready for Jones, and Jones just swats the hands away, goes and makes the tackle. He makes displacing blocks look a lot easier than it actually is. There's a lot of inside linebackers in this sport that are going to get held up on those kind of blocks. That's why I wanted to highlight it so much. Just a little bit of why I wanted to highlight a little bit more on that. A couple more here. Again here. Saw it last year in the game at home when he tracked down Kyler on a 4th and 1, I believe it was. Kept him from getting in the end zone. It's not easy chasing this guy around. That toddler's got some quick feet. And you first got to drop in coverage, spot drop in space, then rally up. And then Kyler's, of course, reached that stage of his career where, you're giving up a lot. You're kind of like, I don't want to take those hits anymore. But still, you got to be reactive into the right spot here. Don't get caught up in just coverage, leaving big old holes. Go up and be able to make the play when Kyler does rally on up. Here again, tracking Kyler Murray, play action pass, rolling the whole way. Leonard Williams also on it on this play. But again, you got to drop in space. First the play action. Okay, it's not play action. Drop to spot. Now I got to react back to Kyler and go get to him before he can have much of a gain. Look where Kyler starts out here to where you don't end up giving Kyler much on this scramble. What does he get? Maybe 5 yards, 4 yards. And with a guy like Ernest Jones back off that knee injury, how's the leg feeling? You feeling faster, feeling quicker than ever? He looks at it like it on a play like this where he's got to range all the way across to the other sideline. I did mention last year, I want to show this play to you because I want to first show you this play so that I can then show you the other one. You say, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? Okay, this is the interception last year with Kyler Murray. So what I want you to do is look at 13, okay? And watch how he flips his hips to one side, flips the hips the other way, grabs the interception. You guys catch that? Let's do this again. So flips his hips. Kyler reads that flipping of the hips, comes back the other way. Because Kyler's looking at this right here like, okay, you're going to that side of the field. You're to the right side of the field than where your concentration is. If I throw behind your back, you don't have the leverage to turn back for that. Look at it. He's got that ball thrown with his back turned, right? You guys see that? See how he kind of sets him up? You could say he baited him in a way, didn't he? Kind of baits him up, comes back, makes the pick. All right. Remember that. I want you to remember that now. So we get back over to the INT. What did you do this week? All right. Flips his hips, comes back over. It's not the same play because he's not jumping the route necessarily. But does Kyler feel like he can throw this over? And it's a good throw by Kyler. Should have been completed. Should have been Marvin Harrison. Hold on to this. But look at him. Same thing. Flipping the hips. Flip the hips back the other way. Kind of cool. Same sort of play that he ends up getting that pick on. And does Kyler read this play impartial to go to that right side because he feels Ernest's leverage over there like before? Maybe. But very reactive, shows the athleticism of Ernest that he can be kind of spinning one way, flip his hips, twist back the other way, and get there on time to go make this interception. And the hustle in addition to it, right? Your leaders hustle. Your leaders are running 100 miles an hour every snap. Just what he's doing here. Just what you want your middle linebackers to be doing too. And hauling butt like that, being ready to make these picks. The teams that hustle a lot of times go get these picks. A lot of guys will hold up, slow down. But I love that little flipping of the hips. Goes and makes himself a tackle. They didn't do a lot in this game to run the ball, did the Cardinals. It was very infrequently used, like 8 carries, 35 yards for Benson. It was pretty good yard per carry average, but just didn't have a chance to run. You're up in the game a lot. Didn't need to lean back on that part of it, but still did a really good job. One other part I want to show that was another play that he was in on that just shows kind of a cool sequence here too that shows a little bit of when you watch the games with this team, watch some of the inner games being played at times. And what I mean by this is you have these 6-man fronts. And so modern offenses in the running game, they've got their quarterbacks with so many checks. You sometimes have guys like 4 or 5 plays they can walk up there with. And the coaches have at the front of the quarterback's head that they want you to beat leverage. If you have number games over here to one side here, go to the numbers game over here. Reverse the play over. If we got a call to this side, flip it over that side. You walk up in Madden, you can almost cut your offensive line in half one way to the other. And you go, oh boy, I feel 5 guys over here. I feel 3 guys over here. I'm going to run this to where the numbers are lighter. And when you already have that light box, you're already significantly kind of exposed just by the natural allotment of that light box to allowing those offenses to find those cracks, crevices, and creases to take advantage. This was a play that stood out to me in what you could feel the Cardinals trying to do to take advantage of this, and then watching the counter by the Seattle Seahawks all occurring just before the play. and then the counter by the Seahawks, setting up the right conditions for that line, because they got to be on all their, when I say they got to be on their P's and Q's and all their details, this is the type of play that I'm referencing. Not just your leverage, not just beating your block, but being aware of the spacing, adjusting on your alignment when you get pre-snap a motion to the right place so you don't give them that advantageous alignment that the offense is kind of looking for that I just talked about. So here, you've got a 3 wide plus the tight end. You're sort of spreading Seattle out, trying to lighten that box as much as you absolutely possibly can. And you have done a good job. You've got that 6-man front now here for that offensive line. So that's 6 guys on 6 guys, plus you have the running back. Not to mention, you got this as a read option look, so Kyler Murray remains a threat from his end of things, which makes this a very difficult, it's just a difficult look to defend, especially when you have a really mobile quarterback like they do. So Kyler makes the first chess move here. What does he do? Simple move it over, okay? So simple mover, I can't show this whole play in its unfettered glory because I'd get clipped here on the tube, so I've got to kind of show it in cuts here for you guys. Sorry about that. But just keep in mind of this. Watch that. And you can watch Leonard Williams reacts to this. Or not Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy reacts to this. Byron's rocking right here in a 1-tech. You have now Leonard Williams in a 3-tech. So now what Byron's going to do is slide over to the 3-tech. And you'll get that in the second clip here that I get. So you've got you got Murphy slides over to the 3-tech here. And then with that, Ernest Jones aligns over his right butt. So he goes from being heads up behind him in the 1-tech to over his butt, because you've moved that running back over to this side of it. So you adjust to their adjustment. And then there's Ernest Jones right in the middle to make the play. So look at the spacing on this again. Light box, you moved Murphy up to widen him out. Nwosu is going to set the edge, be responsible if Kyler's going to take this ball. Then this comes back inside, right to Ernest Jones. But that Ernest Jones alignment moving from behind, now he was in the 1-tech behind Murphy, but he took a step to his right. Murphy took a step to his left. They could anticipate the climber of the center here, or the guard, sorry. So you look at this, the center's going to essentially Murphy. Right guard's climbing. I think Jones, being a film watcher, knows this, that he can kind of just then sit in this gap and anticipate this. But to me, this is a whole play of anticipation on the defense. When you also talk about Mike Macdonald being a smart defensive coordinator and having his defense ready to anticipate certain stuff like this through the course of a week, I think that's exactly what he has here. We get this look from them, they're going to do this. And then we're going to do that to make sure that we don't get caught in that way. Because you'll notice here with that alignment now, with that center having to get out to Murphy, Murphy goes from being a 1-tech where he would have been right here, to now he's out here. So this guy's got to block Murphy. So now he's got to get much more further out to get to Murphy while you've got your right guard pulling back. It's kind of a goofy play, quite frankly. But you got your right guard rolling back across this just creates that bigger hole then for Jones to be able to step through. See how far that center's got to go to get to that reach block? And Murphy freaking eliminates the block too. So hell of a play by Murphy. But right place, right time, smartly coached football team. And I think that Macdonald won this play on the tape watching throughout the course of the week. But Ernest Jones, every week, he's your guy, usually leading the team in tackles. Already now 2 interceptions on the year. He was my guy that I marked as being a breakout player this year. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I said, here's what he's going to do. He's going to go out and get you 150, 160 tackles this year. I think he's going to be in a position this year because your defense is going to be so strong and you're going to force so many offenses to pass the ball so often. He's going to end up with 4 or 5 interceptions. So he'll be like one of the league leaders as far as inside linebacker positions and tackles. And then he's also going to be having, cornerback-like allotment of picks for like a number 1 cornerback, essentially. This would be probably considered his breakout when it does happen. I think it's going to occur. I think he's going to end up with that 5, maybe even 6 picks on the year because he is so good in coverage. It's an underrated part of his game. And because the pressure-based nature of this defense sets it up, especially with all of those guys back on the back end where they're not blitzing, again, coming out of this game, but the 31st rate in the entire NFL, there's going to be some opportunities for these guys to get more of these picks. And I think Mike's going to continue to lean into this very infrequent use of blitzing because it's having so much success, especially so much success on forcing and causing turnovers. Very important part to that. All right, let's keep this moving now. And this is the unfortunate segment I have to reach on every week that we do this. It's not to necessarily hammer a guy for a bad decision. It's more, let's use this as a teaching tool. Let's keep this in mind. So we've got deep here into this game, into the second half. Game's winding down. You're trying to close things out. Every little bit of 3 points to a touchdown at this point extends the lead in a way that we would have seen in retrospect. Could have closed this thing out far before you had to get down to a final drive of the football game. But part of the reason that you did have to get to the final drive of the football game came from Kenneth Walker. And Walker has some inexplicable nature to his game at times. He's got some frustrating stuff to his game at times. The picking the hole, the spinning out of the holes. We saw Kennedy Polamalu on the sideline giving him an earful for basically losing 3 yards backwards on a play like that. Again, similarly, where you're down near kind of where you're trying to get a field goal. You're trying to get into kickable distance and not lose yards, and every gained yard matters, as we saw in that 4-yard Charbonnet run at the end of the day. When you're Mike talked about this in the press conference at the end of the game. When you're trying to then drive down there, it's not just this thing like the red line they give you on the TV screen where it's like, they can just get this kick down to the 40-yard line. That line right there, it's basically automatic. It doesn't work like that. There's levels of, there's level of conviction you have in your heart about that kick being made, 55 yards versus 51 yards versus 46 yards. So you're trying to get every little bit you kind of can there. Now, to this point, Walker has a moment in this game where somebody does him dirty. And I ain't going to doubt this. I'm not going to deny somebody does him dirty in some of the worst ways you can do a guy dirty on a football field. What do I mean by that? Comes out of the tackle here, tackles well through. Captain Fantastic decides to yank on his leg. Really, I just think he was turned on by Walker's run and he was trying to yank on something else and he just happened to yank on Walker's leg. That's just my personal feeling, okay? We all have our personal, I think that's what he was really doing. He thought he was grabbing something else and just happened to be a foot. So he yanks his leg. Players hate this. They think you're trying to injure me. Kind of could be. We all remember the Gator roll tackle on Chris Carson by that Dallas Cowboy defender many years back that was just brutal and it looked awful and players lamented all over the place of how bad it was. Walker gets up after this occurs, looks over at Kei'Trell Clark and decides to frivolously throw the football at his head. This then causes the official to grab a flag and flag our guy. You can't do this, Ken. This is a thing in the game here where you're in field goal range. This is a 15-yard penalty. This is going to put you back out of field goal range, taking points on the board. You never as a player can take points off the board off of something that you have absolute control on. This was an awful part of the game and one where I know the coach is going to lambaste Walker and probably took him out for a few reps in this game because you just can't as a pro let this happen, especially as a pro who's been in this league for well over a couple of years. Kenneth Walker? Come on, man. Not the greatest of looks for a guy. That's one where I felt the same way about Gino last year with it. You're a young pup, maybe you're a defensive lineman down there in the heat of the battle and some guys just, punched you or poked you in the eye. But, you can't do this type of stuff when you're out there right in front of the official. These guys all do these flags at times where the official's like literally sitting with their head on their shoulder. And he's like, you almost wonder if the player's like, hey, you watching me? Watch this. Can you? No, look over here. Look over here. Okay, watch this. It's like, what do you think is going to happen there? And then what's the up? You flick the ball past his head. What is that going to do? Burn. You totally threw and missed him with the football at a soft speed that wouldn't have hurt him or impelled him in the least of ways. These are the ones with me as football players. Come on. You can give me a lot of it's an emotional sport. Sometimes emotions get the best of you. I'm on board with you on that. A lot of that stuff I can ride with. But this type of stuff, this is the stuff you got to be smart of. And if you hadn't had the 15-yard penalty, you're probably in field goal range. And again, probably able to put this game away long before you had to. And Ken, you put them in that position because of your personal actions. Never be above the team. And in that moment, you're acting like you're a little bit above the team, which is just not a good look. What a good look. We had a few big hits in this game from your Seattle Seahawks, a couple of them, but the one I wanted to feature here is going to be Julian Love, just because in part he played such a good game.
The biggest hit of the week.
Our man Julian was on the spot, maybe not the greatest game from a standpoint of how he was rated here by PFF. On that side of it, I get that. You know, they've got a middle of the road, but I thought he was really good in this game. And for a lot of reasons, because you are putting him in that pickle of what is so difficult, like this play where he's got to play off, cover 2 shell, and then drive up on the route. So, you know, first he's got to drop to space and make sure he's keeping things cleaned over the top for the receiver or the tight end. Now the receiver cuts off into space, attacks the hole. You don't even have the corner trailing necessarily this tight end because he's operating from the slot. So you're giving the tight end a free release off the line of scrimmage. He's completely up to speed as fast as humanly possible. You have to stay clean over the top. It's a very tough throw, to almost impossible, you could say, throw to defend from a standpoint of the coverage that you have called to cause an incompletion, to have him come up and be able to dislodge this. But still comes up, lays a nice little lick there. He had another one in this game. I thought he was all over the place, almost had himself an interception. He still does remain and continues to play the position at a really high level. And this Seahawks defense, I'm telling you, they'll low-key smack you in the mouth. They low-key will. They'll play with a little bit of nastiness. I'm not saying it's LOB-ish, but it's nice and solid for a modern-day NFL defense as far as their willingness to lay the lumber. We like it when you lay the lumber in the Pacific Northwest, you know? It could be just the lumberjack in us, but there's just something about it when you're laying that lumber. Keep it moving, keep it grooving. Let's go. We got our play call of the week this week. Another one of those fun ones here. Every week there's that one play call, or there's sometimes a couple play calls that, you know, hit you a little bit different. And you're like, ooh, OC was in his bag on this one, or DC was in his bag on this one. They brought out one that was just a little, that one just hit a little bit different.
This one hit different.
And this was an easy one for me. I think I saw it in the game on this one. And the second that I saw it in the game, I went, that's definitely my play call of the week right there. So let's set the stage here. Seahawks get a completion. I think they're at I want to say, not first down, maybe a second down. And they go up and hurry up. And they run a lot more tempo in this game, I think, than I've seen them do here throughout most of the year so far. Kind of go into tempo really quickly. And they're like, let's get back up to the line of scrimmage. And they catch the Cardinals in a place. The Cardinals are still trying to adjust some things. And so what you'll notice here when you take a look at this, and this is kind of a little bit of the theme here today on some of what I was talking about, how that light box on the defensive side, you know, you're trying to kind of cut that thing in half. And which side do you have the weakness to? Can you create numbers to one side and attack weakness to the other, lesser numbers to the other side of the field? Well, check this. Look at the guys to the bottom side of the field versus the top side of the field. And Seattle has done this strange thing here where you see trips to the high side of the field, to the far hash, way up here, but then you got one more extra guy up there. So you've caught the Cardinals off guard here with this one extra guy up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And down here, you got all these Cardinals set up with an empty look. So it's just a 4-man front, but you have these 3 Cardinals right over here that are in kind of no man's land. Who are they covering? Who are they guarding? So you got 4 here for the 3, since this guy's coming off the edge. 4 for the 3. And you run it in hurry up as a way to sort of catch them quick before they can adjust it. So you had to have seen this on tape. You had to have seen that the Cardinals were slow to catch this on tape. And this is essentially draw it in the sand, you go down to the dumpster and turn left kind of thing. I don't know if they've got the 4-man look like this in the playbook standardized. Maybe they do. But this just feels like one through the week that you said, hey, the Cardinals do this. If they go to this, let's go to this look, and we're going to do it off of that. So you get 3 guys blocking in front for Walker, and he turns this into a nice run by extending it by about 6 or 7 yards from probably where it should have gone. But this could have been a house call. This could have been a straight house call. If Barner's the guy the closest of the trips to the high side, so Barner's going to be this guy right here. And he's got the advantage of laying this block because he gets a head start and he's got to get this guy right here, Wilson, the linebacker. It's a tough block for a tight end, inside linebacker you're trying to get to. But if he could just get to that block, because you see he's got a head start on him and he just lets him kind of catch up. He's trying to keep hip to hip with his guys. But if he got just a little bit out ahead and landed that block and didn't allow Wilson to get in there and kind of really disrupt Walker, Saubert's got his block laid on Buddha. And you could just see if he gets past number 2 there, because he'll be able to get quicker past Saubert there. He gets held up a little bit there, which is what delays him just a step for Buddha to come in on this. But Barner lays that block. That's a touchdown. You still get a hell of a gain out of it. Get out of the shadow of your own end zone. Great play call here from Kubiak. And again, totally set up by a little bit of what you're seeing probably in the Cardinals defense and how they're coming out in their alignments at times. Love having a coaching staff. I showed you that on the defensive side of the ball with the adjustments they made with what they saw. They knew what they were going to get from a run game look from that shotgun there. Same thing to the offense where you have a coaching staff who's really looking at their opponent and finding those vulnerabilities within their opponents. It's not that you're going to have every play a coaching staff's going to find vulnerabilities every single time. It's that over the course of the game, you're littering through for your players those moments and times where you're going to make the game easier for them, where you're going to make it simplified for them. And if you can reduce down some of those moments, many of those moments, much more better chance you give yourself for success. And that's what good coaching is, isn't it, at the end of the day? It's not just being rah-rah. It's not just, hey, we get you guys turned up, but it's also from an X's and O's standpoint, I'm going to put you in a position for success. It's the ideal, but it's not often what all coaching staffs can take advantage of. And us here with recent coaching staffs, we've seen when it's not right, when you aren't giving them the advantages, when you're just putting it all on the players, you go out and get it done. That's a tough road to hoe. That's hard to find ultimately success on just the back of only that purely. You need to have both parts baked within. And this team, this defensive coaching staff, offensive coaching staff, I think they do have that kind of baked in right now as it does stand, which is very cool. Very, very cool to see. I hope everyone's having a great day today. If you can for me, please do and hit that like button, as it does help out this channel tremendously. And you know what? I do appreciate it. We've got ourselves a lot of action coming at you guys here over the next day, because this week's going to be kind of a specialized week for yours truly. So we're going for a little while today with you guys, see where your head's at a little bit as far as the general discussion goes. But tomorrow we've got 3 shows coming at you, because my butt is heading to LA. I'm going to be going to the I can't remember the game. The Niners and Rams game, an NFC West showdown matchup here this Thursday night as part of Roundtable Sports. I'm going to be going out there doing some remote work for them out there. And we're also going to be doing a meetup and meet and greet, maybe seeing a couple of you folks out there and bought tickets. I think it's just about sold out, or has been sold out, one of the two. So really looking forward to that, but we're going to get a lot of shows packed in here or there tomorrow. We got B&B. We're going to be doing Behind Enemy Lines, and then I've got the NFC West Roundtable show as well tomorrow. So a lot lined up. Hope you guys are ready for that, and then we'll be a little bit of a break till we get back to the weekend, as I'll be bouncing over there, doing my thing over there. Want to take a chance, if we can, here and thank the sponsor of the show. Sponsor of the show is Sleeper App. Sleeper App right now, you can get up to 100%, $100 your first deposit matched right at this moment if you use my code NEST. Sleeper is the best way to experience and connect over sports together. It's a one-stop shop for all your sports needs. You can celebrate and chat on games in real time with other users, get the fastest scores, blazing fast news alerts right at your fingertips. Play in fantasy leagues and win real money on pick contests, so you can enjoy sports the way they were meant to be, together. Download the #1 sports app today. That's right, my code. Use it, NEST. It'll match up 100% of your first deposit. How did we do this past week? Because we're waiting on the latest ones to come out, where your guy just missed. I had all the picks right, just missed the Walker TD there. Could have 6.61 times my money on that one. So get in, use Sleeper today. By the way, maybe in Washington, it's not able to be used. Well, it is opening up to people in Washington right now, so you prepare yourself here. The state of Washington in October is going to allow you to be able to use this app at that time. So take advantage of my code, get $100 from me to you, show some love back to the channel at the same point in time. That's what we call a win-win-win. Terms and conditions do apply. See Sleeper's website app for terms of service. Thank you to Sleeper for showing the love to me on that. Megan in the house. What's up, Megan? Thank you for 44 months as a Hawks Nest member. She's head gang. Trip was epic. Home now. Go Hawks. It looked like it was an awesome time, Megan, as she got to go check out that Back to Future musical performance down there. Looked very cool. Glad to hear you had a good time with it, and glad you got back all safely and all that good stuff. Again, too, folks, hit that like button if you get a chance today. Thank you, Megan, for 44 months. Way into 4 or 5 years here. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $10 donation. Michael, very kind of you. On the 4th and 4 for the Cards, it looked like Wilson engaged Job and gave a shove while the ball was in the air. Is that not offensive pass interference? Nobody seems to talk about it. Go Hawks. Let me see. I'd have to see. Let me see if I can search by. I'm trying to think of the play you're mentioning. Let me think if I can think of the play. Wilson engaged Job and gave a shove while the ball was in the air. See if I can find it here. Because the play's not jumping out to me at the moment. I'm guessing it's probably an end gamer. Let me see here. This is not the play. This is the play. All right, there it is. Yeah. So Michael, I get which one you're talking about there. Yeah, by the letter of the law, that's supposed to be offensive pass interference. I do know they will call offensive pass interference much more infrequently than they're going to call defensive pass interference for sure. And that the offensive pass interference, if you tend to see it called probably at about 80% of the time it's called, it's going to be happening when the offensive player is essentially extending out to push the defender away. So on that defender, on that play, what you do is you have him running up and he's running right in through basically Job, like just trying to run him almost over to create separation off of that. You know, rather you create separation with your route running, you're going to do it off of contact. Should it be called a penalty there on him? Yeah, by the letter of the law, it absolutely, Michael, should be called on that as far as the offensive player. He's initiating contact. The defensive player has a right to the ground he's standing on. He doesn't have to get out of the offensive player's way as he's running right at him. It's on the offensive player to get around the defender then, if that's what he's trying to do. But that's part of why I say it should be a no-brainer call too, because of the fact that you know why Michael's doing it. It's not in the heat of the moment, they just kind of run into each other as he's going back and forth weaving. He launches off the line of scrimmage, drives right at Job, runs right into Job, and then peels off that contact on an out route to create the separation. But I would also offer Michael that might be a little bit of an indicator of more of what we saw from the officials in that second half. I'm not throwing out allegations. I'm just saying that, look, things steered from a referee standpoint in that second half in one direction in a pretty stark fashion. And to the point that you would see calls like that in that second half where you're going, that's not even a tough call. But what did that, as I always say with these kind of calls in those moments where I say that there's something a little bit functified going on just a little bit, I always do say go back to not just the call itself and look at that as the detail, go to the finer detail of what happened on the play. What did the lack of call or the call do to change the course of that particular play? And if you have a 4th down and 4 and you got the offensive pass interference, now the Cardinals are done, they're spent, and their day's kind of cooked. Which, much like the JSN holding call in the end zone that negated a touchdown, much the same thing. That's. I'm not saying I outright know anything one way or the other. I'm just saying sometimes it looks a little dirty on that when you get a collection of those plays through through a game where it's like not only the call, but the instance of the moment of the call and then how that impacted the game in a very major way. Oh, not only do you get 7 points, it wipes 7 off and it gives this team back that. Like, ooh, okay. But that's a PI to me too, Michael, and thank you for the donation. If I was an official on the field, I'd have called it. Catalyst, thank you for the $5 donation, Catalyst. I love Mike's cornerback blitzes. Great for getting a free rusher against outside zone or play action rollouts. Blowing up that flea flicker was hilarious. Yeah, you talk about, again, being keyed up on something you must have seen on film. Michael is a 31st, just to give McDonald credit on this, Catalyst, to your point, and again, just to marvel at it a little bit, you are the 31st in the league at blitzing. 31st. The thing that will neutralize and destroy a flea flicker more than anything else is a blitz. I mean, it's not deep coverage. Well, what if you had 3 safeties rolled deep? Nope. Usually flea flicker, you'll have an underneath option you can throw to. The worst thing is a blitz because it is the definition of a long developing play. And you have to have a running back take the handoff, run a couple steps up, flip it back to the quarterback. The quarterback's got to get his hands back on the freaking threads of the ball and then look and find his read down the field. So you think about it there where, did Mike just get lucky and happen to blitz at the time they were flea flicking? Being the 31st ranked blitzer in the league, where he just never barely sends anybody, and he happened to send 2. He happened to send dual cornerback blitzes at the same time. So not just a blitz, but as dialed up about as blitz as you're going to get. Kind of feels again to me like, I don't know if they were locked in on a flea flicker key that they saw with that from a formational setup. Maybe he just got lucky with it. It seems to me if it's luck, that's hella good luck there. We don't blitz, but we took apart this one play that can only get taken apart on the back of a blitz that you only really run once every 5 games. So maybe they were just that in sync with the play calling to where they were that ahead of what the Cardinals were doing. But hell of a play call, and I agree with you. Hilarious, very funny way to have Mike take it down like that, especially on the back. The fact he just doesn't. That's just not his game. He's not built that way to do that. But thank you, Catalyst. I like the cornerback blitzes too, and in a guy like Witherspoon especially, I think you got a really, really good blitzer off the edge. And his ability to do it. I think Julian Love's pretty good at it as well when you send him as a safety blitz. But it works. Kind of a nice thing too of the corner blitz is that so many teams get used to you running that front four, and you get the chipper, the running back to the edge, or you get the tight end that then will help out on an edge here so that they can better set up what they want to do. And now you know you're going to get that free runner with the corner. When the corner comes, they're not going to have the 5th man to pick him up. They're not going to have the running back to pick him up. He's going to get in there nice and gentle. As long as the quarterback doesn't see him coming, he should have a pretty good path, especially if it's a 5 or a 7-step drop. Michael, thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the double dip donation there, Michael, for the $2 dono. He says that last drive the Cards had on the tie game. Totally got it. Yeah, totally got it. I was going to find it for sure. I was going to leave you hanging on that one. So it is an offensive pass interference there. You can't. The defender has a right to the ground. The defender, if he runs in front of your path, that's one thing. But Job's just standing there in off coverage, and he climbs up on top of Job. And this is a technique that offensive skill position players are well aware of. That's a technique they use. They know they know one that can get called as an offensive pass interference. But why is why is Wilson doing that there? Because Wilson's desperate. He knows he can't generate any separation. This is part of why Cardinals offense is struggling right now. So you get a guy who knows he can't generate any separation. That's the guy that's going to go out there and probably be doing some offensive pass interference to try to get some separation because he's damn desperate. It absolutely was that. Irrelevant, thank you for the $2 donation. Reek trade rumors is the motivation or a divorce. Oof. I'm a bit torn on this one. Irrelevant. Thank you for the donation. I can tell you sometimes what I got kind of percolating in my gut. I got a tuning fork down there. And it goes. That's the noise it makes when it's really onto something. And it feels like it might be onto something here with the Reek situation. My guesses on this is as follows. There is already a plan in place with Reek. There is already a potential trade laid out for Reek. And that John's talked to a team and that they've agreed on general compensation and that John's not getting ultimately a lot of good compensation. So what he's doing right now is rattling the bushes a little bit to see if there is any team out there that's willing to maybe come over the top of what he's got on the table right now as it is. I don't know this for sure. I don't have any inside info. I don't have anybody that's told me anything. But the timing of the rumors on this type of stuff, Seattle's a very tight-lipped organization. So when things come out from a rumor standpoint that have a little bit of the heat to the rumor aspect of it, so when a week before DK Metcalf ultimately requests a trade, and you have the combine and you have people talking about the fact that DK Metcalf is rumored to be offered in trades, these are the things to me that have some confirmation of something is already bubbling in the background a little bit. And you know, with Witherspoon and Eminwari coming back, that that Woolen very much could be left as sort of the odd man left out in that crew. Not even as much because he's just playing purely bad, but just because you like how much better everyone's playing around that cornerback room around him. So ultimately, it's a guess on this one, irrelevant. I think that the team's got to feel at this point when you're 3+ years into an experience with a player. I don't know if you're at that stage of things at a point of trying to really do things that are going to motivate that player. Maybe you've done that early on as he's a youngster trying to learn to be a pro. Maybe you've done that in year 2 as you see that he's a little slower to come along maybe in that way than others might be, and that you're going to be patient with that process. And then you go through year 3, and then, I think as you kind of get into year 4, you go, okay, you start to go, okay, this is one where, maybe you're not just motivated. So a lot of this is guesswork on my part, irrelevant. And maybe it could be a bit of motivation. Maybe it's just all bunk and coming out of nothing and nowhere. The timing of it is interesting to me. And, there's been an experimental process here a little bit with Recon doing this, and that you go, look, there's a lot you bring good, and your coverage ability is really good, and we're going to just trust in the fact that this stuff of the issues that pop up and that it stays in alignment over the course of a game, and that you can kind of round this into shape, especially a contract year. And I think the contract year was a bit much of what they were hoping was going to be that motivation as much as anything else. And to see maybe it hasn't served to become that exactly for them is probably put them in a position of being more open to doing this. But this is all my guess on it, is I think it's probably something that's already in the run at this point. We'll see. It's a great question, though. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I hate the 49ers, but they kind of got ref screwed. I mean, maybe on that one. I don't know if I would be as certain to go down that alignment with it on the ref side of it. I did forget to do my one little segment here. We got to do one more segment on this before we bounce over to you guys here in the deal. As Feed Me reminds me of that. I got to do the NFC West breakdown, but yeah, good time to actually do that. Let me just do this really quick. Let's do the NFC West breakdown. Let me keep you guys. Always got to keep an eye on the enemy. Keep you guys updated on what's going on with the enemy. All that good stuff. Let's track and see what's going on with the NFC West. All right, quick breakdown here for you guys on this one. NFC West here this week has another overall pretty good week. Obviously, we won, which was good. Cardinals dropped down to 2-2, bottom of the division, but you remain the best division in football with 3 teams at 3-1 now. The Niners up first, lost their first football game of the year. Boy, the Brock Purdy bandwagon is getting lighter by the day out in San Francisco. Is it injuries? Is he regressing? A lot of turnovers, a lot of turnover-worthy plays in recent games that he has played. Had a variety of them in this game as well. Had times where some of the skill position players bailed him out, but then it's one of those things where it gets hard, where some of the skill position players also had some bad drops in that game. Injuries continue to mount. You had Ricky Pearsall go down. He's got something going on with his knee. God knows what it is. Niner team tends to be a little bit weird with their injuries, and then guys can have major stuff, and they're sort of hiding it a little bit. You have Juwan Jennings goes down to an injury in this game, ends up coming back, but boy, he took a shot on a catch on a 2-point conversion, just got absolutely obliterated. It was a game where the Niners really should have probably beat that Jaguar team. And that Jaguar team, we're going to talk about them later on in the year when we've got to play them. They're a very talented football team, but they are very, very frustrating and not, to me, very well coached. And I guess the one thing I would say, Feed Me, is just when the refs screwing them or not, the Jaguars had how many penalties in that game? Like 13, 14 penalty calls against them or something like that. They just had the mother load. And the Niners had a lot of opportunities in that one with the Jaguars and how conservative they got offensively, how bad in the second half they got. Trevor Lawrence he's got some weird things he does decision-making wise that doesn't always make sense playing and play. It's a team that just seems kind of dumb in their approach at times. They've got really talented players. They can do some very impressive things here and there, but there's some moments too where you look at them and you go, boy. And you counter that versus the Niners that are pretty smartly coached and put together, and it should have probably been a win for them. But the Jaguars were able to get it eked out, mainly on the back of just building up such a big lead that the Niners had to overcome, and they just didn't have the skill position players to get it done at that point. Purdy's not at 100%, I don't think. And boy, if the Niners are going to go backwards to like a 3-3 record over the next couple games, wouldn't be surprising to me in the least. They got the Rams on Thursday night this week. Rams looking legitimate as hell as we pivot over to them. They played the Indianapolis Colts in a game where the Indianapolis Colts had them down. Adonai Mitchell, I'm going to say his name until he learns how to cross the end zone right with the ball. Mitchell makes a catch, 80-yard play down the field, does that thing that players do where he celebrates before he goes into the end zone. They can't help themselves. They just there's something in their body that makes them want to like take the ball out and extend it out and start doing this as they're crossing the goal line, turning it into a sword that they're jousting with somebody from imaginary fashion, whatever it is. But the Rams really were able to be buoyed by that, go get the win in that game. Strange too from the Colts in that one where they just refused to double up at times Puka Nacua. And I mean, the Rams are a handful, and this is part of what makes them so difficult to deal with is if you're going to double Puka, then Devontae Adams is getting one-on-ones and he should eat on the back of that. Who do you want to cover? How do you want to do that? But boy, they just let Puka go off for like 15 targets in that game from the Rams' perspective of things. And Daniel Jones ended up making some of the bad throws down the stretch, becoming kind of more Daniel Jones-like. Rams made it happen. That defensive front's vicious. That they get after the quarterback in a major way. You got to run the ball on them. You cannot become one-dimensional as a pass-happy group there against that crew. Impressive win by the Rams. They remain, I think, the strongest so far of this division to kick things off. But they may start to put the 49ers in a bit of that backwards tailspin here on Thursday Night Football as Niners just, to me, feel like they have just too many injuries, and this just isn't their year. I know they're 3-1, and they got through the first 4 games, but it just doesn't feel real good out there in Niner land. So might have been a bad call there at the end of the game. Whoops, my bad. Whoopsie. It's not the PFF Grades of the week. That might have been a tough call for them at the end down the stretch on that Feed Me, but I did feel like the Jaguars had so many calls that went the other direction with it, where it's just kind of hard to come down then and say, well, refs kind of gave that other team that. I'm looking right now what it was. So you had 12 penalties for 90 yards to the Jaguars in that game and 5 for 54. So almost 100 penalty yards thrown the Niner ways. Now, those were good calls on some of them, the pre-snap stuff and all that. Michael Bicknell, thank you for another $10 donation. Michael, very kind of you, brother. I really appreciate that. Do you notice early on questionable calls, the broadcast tends to not show the replays as much? I think it's purposeful. The NFL trying to protect itself from bad officiating. Yeah, it's not the way that it used to go with this type of stuff, Michael. If you go back 80s and 90s, that they would replay these kind of calls and those moments and show it to you. I think that there's a lot of that happens on questionable calls that sometimes even have to be, reviewed, and you don't get as many of the looks at it. The NFL is in such a hurry to get to commercials too with this, Michael, that they have the built-in excuse. Be like, well, we can't show it to you because we got to get to the advertising thing, That's why we can't show you that replay, that bad call that you definitely don't need to see again. And it does drive me a little bit mad that they do it. It's the place where the NFL, to me, doesn't necessarily have a lot it's got to fix or clean up about the game itself. It's very entertaining. It's exciting. I think they have navigated a little bit of the need to remove some of the physicality in order to try to protect some of these guys' brains a little bit But the part where it does stand out to me, Michael, that can be improved over the years and that hopefully they can take some steps to try to mitigate this, especially with, the gambling stuff taking so much of a forefront of everything, is that they start to embrace a little bit more of the checks and balances, removing some of the arbitrary nature of some of the calls here. One crew calls it this way, another crew calls it that way. Maybe giving teams at times that one pull a game where you can pull out the horrible call that goes against you that you can get reversed because it's so bad, that you give a team an option to do that. But we saw with the offensive pass interference the pass interference in general call that you could challenge a couple of years ago, that they still, like to your point on that, were trying to protect the officials rather than make the right calls in those moments. They would let a bad call stand on the field because they didn't want to make the officials look bad. And so they ended up throwing that out, the ability to challenge pass interference. Oh, well, we got to speed games up. It's because, we don't want to slow games down. That's the reason, too many just don't want challenge. It's like, give me a break. It had nothing to do with that. So I'd like to see some more checks and balances. I really would. I really did feel like, Michael, that second half was oddly slanted in the way it was officiated, especially. Where you're going, wait, what? And it would help. It would definitely help to have at least the ability to challenge some stuff. But I almost feel like if you could challenge stuff, you would need to have like a separate entity from the officiating crew, right? I don't want anybody associated with officiating. I don't want the head of officiating. I want some guy named Bob up in a box who's got no dog in the fight, try to find somebody who's an outside in looking, is this that, I don't even need a guy that's like super into the rules. You're like, is that PI? No. He could have a beer. He could be half drunk. Maybe that'd be better if it was a guy like that, actually, Look at this. Is this? All right. It's not. Overturned. A lot of the stuff too, when it's bad calls, Michael, with the whole challenging, and it didn't make the time take too long. Like, you could have people catching it over a head on stuff. Like, that was a bad call. Catch it, get it on the field, tell them to overturn the call, move it along. It doesn't have to be a 15-minute process of 15 angles being looked at from 16 different directions. Like, just let's make the call and go on. Many times you can see these plays within 2 replays of going, okay, it's that. And if it's not that, then it's not overturnable. It's one of those little, it's let the call stand on the field at that point. Space, and Michael, thank you again for the double dip $10 donation. Appreciate you for that. Space, thank you for the $10 donation. What do you think we can get for Woolen? Very good question. Not a lot. And ultimately, if Woolen doesn't get moved, I don't think it's because Woolen couldn't return back a 5th, 6th round pick in return, something in that neighborhood of things, but that may be the height of what you could get back for him. The part that Woolen is going to make hard for Woolen and bringing him on is, first off, it's not necessarily pure cheap. It's going to cost you as an NFL team to have Woolen on your roster for the rest of the year, approximately about $4 million. So it's not expensive, but it's not super cheap. And there's teams out there that have less than $2 million of cap space right now. So there's the first part there that you have to overcome obstacle-wise in returning back value for him, being that you have to ask that team to take a little bit of salary on if they're going to move him. The second part of this is that he's due to be a free agent after this year. I don't think that there's any team in the NFL that's going to be really looking to franchise tag Woolen at the end of this year. So that being the case, what can you hope to really get back in return? And probably like a 6th round pick is really what the highest probably would be. And that's where we come back to, why is John shaking the branches right now of NFL general managers to see if he can kick somebody free who might be desperate for cornerback help, who might be willing to give, like, let's say, a 4th rounder rather than a 6th rounder. So I think that's what John's trying to do here, because there's not a lot of good value there, where teams basically taking them off our hands, taking off the salary. They're almost kind of doing us the favor of removing $4 million off your books that you can put in a different other direction of things. And that's what John would probably tell you would be the other side of this, because there'd be a lot of people that say, well, now where's our quarterback room? Well, now we're really thin. Now all our corners are super small. It's a good point. Not a bad point there. But then I would say that I'm not necessarily certain at that point then that John's just going to stand pat and do nothing else when it concerns the corner position after that point, or at least not take that money, apply it to something else that could have some more measurable impact on this team in other ways. So, not a lot there, Space. The unfortunate side of this with Woolen is that moving him right now has him at the absolute positively lowest value that he's had as a pro. And that's you're not going to get anything back. It's also a little bit of why I was advocating for maybe being opening to moving him this offseason when he would still have some value out there in NFL circles, and then you could then still get something for him. So might end up being to where John, this is the tough part of this too, John, where John's got the offer on the table. He's got a team willing to give him a 6, and he's like, well, I just would just as soon as have the $4 million insurance for the rest of the year here for our cornerback room. You know, we feel good about, you know, at least he knows the scheme, he knows the system, and that we can call upon that depth if something happens, God forbid. And that may be the way this shakes out too. But if you had a 4th rounder, I think on the table, my final point on this page, if you had a 4th rounder on the table, I think that you probably would see Will moved at this point. That John would probably jump on that pretty quickly. Good questions. Very good questions. And it's great to see you in the house tonight, Space. Washington Quest. Thank you for 47 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really thank you for that. Oh, man, a long time. That's a long time. Sam Darnold is the greatest man to ever live. Indeed. Indeed. We got ourselves one here, folks. I'm trying to tap the brakes on this and not go too overboard, but we might have got ourselves essentially the quintessential best version of what we could have hoped for a Seahawks quarterback position here for the near future, being that if you moved on from Gino Smith, the potential options and which direction you can go and which quarterback you can find to then find the replacement for Gino Smith if it was not Sam Darnold, you know, knowing what we've seen from Jalen Milroe, that he's going to take a couple of years, knowing that you're not going to be in a position for this upcoming draft where you're probably going to be able to take a quarterback high that's going to be really talented and ready to go. Say nothing of being talented and drafted high, ready to go. That there's probably not going to be a quarterback posted out onto the open market this offseason who you're really going to have a chance at to go make a trade for to improve the position. I'm trying to find a really good quarterback right now for a team that isn't able to be drafting that top end of the draft, isn't able to pick in a draft with a lot of quarterbacks to be picked high at the draft. You're in a storm and you're out in the middle of the ocean and the seas are swirling and frothing and your ship is turning to and fro and you're looking for a port. And then we see with many teams, this leads them to, as we say, any port in a storm. And they'll sign up for any quarterback they can go find. And they said, just get a guy. You just got to get a guy. What John Schneider has done with Sam Darnold is indeed done something very intelligent. And then he's done the hard math on this. Where's this guy at really in his career? Where's he at from a progression standpoint? What do I hear from other people in the league about this guy and his progression? What have I learned about a guy like Geno Smith and the outlook of the NFL and how they look at a quarterback versus where that quarterback might really be if he's had a long time to be able to progress in the sport and learn and master his position, and that reputation might carry over and linger a little bit longer than it should. And then maybe there's a market opportunity for me as a general manager if I can just show some imagination towards this position and not just be so hard-headed like all of my peers, and that they all want to go down this one road and that this is the only road you can kind of do and this is all the only way to make it happen. And what they found here in Sam Darnold, it just feels like is the guy that is number one to me. The first thing that I just jumps out as I watch him play is the ultimate non-diva. I mean, I'll say this with Geno Smith. I think Geno Smith played really good football for us. My man was getting diva vibes at the end. The whole article that came out a couple weeks ago of they never really embraced my blah, blah, blah. It was very diva-y. I'm finally in a place that I'm very Russell Wilson-y sounding. I need to just go to the team that's finally going to be about me, you know, about all me with me. And Sam seems to be more of like, team. What do I got to be a great quarterback? What are the things I need to do to be a good leader in this locker room? And it's not flashy stuff, just some people call it boring. I've said I want boring. I want that more nerdy guy at the position. I don't need the guy that needs to be the flash and dash. I don't need the guy that needs to tell me my respect. I'll give my respect. Who's giving my respect? Who's writing about me where? Where are you writing about me what? I want a guy that doesn't care about any of that. Just in there busting his butt, wants to be the greatest football player and greatest teammate he can be. And this guy's that. And it's a breath of fresh air. I'll tell you that. It is a breath of fresh air, and I don't know if he's sustainable on this, and maybe he'll fall on his face in the back half of the schedule with Sam. I don't think so. It's part of why I had faith with him coming into this year. I didn't know we were going to get this, but I did have faith that he was going to perform well coming into this year because I got to see as you went through the tape last year with Minnesota, and it was there for everybody on tape. I mean, everybody wanted to just throw this on O'Connell or Justin Jefferson or a good Vikings defense or or make every other excuse other than Sam actually put in the hard work and made this opportunity happen as much as anything else. But when you went back and watched the tape, you could see what he was doing and that it was impressive. And not impressive for Sam Darnold, impressive for the quarterback position. That he was playing like a guy that, had some upper level skills that he could bring to the table. And he's showing you that so far here, Washington Fist Quest. And I do think it's going to be sustainable and that we're getting this best version of this guy. And we're getting the part that might fully unlock here that we've never seen with Sam Darnold in the NFL. Because while he has gotten better here, now maybe we have him at the moment here where for the first time, he's in a spot that truly embraces him. He's ready to maximize his opportunity because he's prepared for it and that there's no more further aspects of his game that needs to be fixed or corrected or fundamental that he's got to get on point. And then he gets that level of confidence that he has with knowing he's on this team for now and in the future. And he's got a great team around him and he's got the cast that can get it done. And that what that confidence can do. Confidence breeds success and get you just playing, to me, better and better and better as far as a brand of football, especially if you have kind of a bit of that humble nature to you a little bit where you can kind of cross, where you don't get too inflated when you get to go into that side of it, where it's like the head starts going shh like that, as you can sometimes feel. But Sam's doing great. He's a baller. Kevin O'Connell, how you doing, man? Yep, November 4th is the deadline. That's right. Hey, Bomber Sundell hasn't been bad. He just needs more playing strength. Yeah, he hasn't been bad. He's not been bad. It's just not been good necessarily. I certainly don't think Olu's a better answer. And if you guys do have questions for Hawks Nest, just put, hey, Hawks Nest. We'll be going for a little bit today, but probably won't be doing like the 5 hour show tonight because we got the 3 shows on deck tomorrow. Are we wearing our throwbacks this Sunday for the Bucs? We are. Yes, sir. I definitely have my caffeine. Yes, sir. You know it. Got to keep myself injected here. Carmen Schofield, go Hawks. Ernest Jones is a revelation. That's right, Callison. Soon, I want to see Poop play. I wonder about him in coverage. We might eventually hear this year. Rampansy, easy to see with all of Reek's penalties why Rap Sheet is leaking Seattle wants to deal him. Mike probably fed up with nearly lost 2 games because of him. I don't know how long you can let it last. And as I was saying on that donation that was asking about it a little bit about motivation and whatnot, I think once you get into year 4, it's kind of sort of set, The cement has dried. The initials that you've carved into it are what they're going to look like. And with Wolin, I just don't know if we're going to see another level up to his game at this point. He's being set up and allowed to do things in this defense that should have him at his best. And he's getting beat up in press man situations. He's getting beat in press and run with this guy situations. Think about DK or Roland, you're like, well, if he gets beat, it's people who are hitting him with the double moves, or they're gonna hit him on in-cutting routes, over routes, stuff where he's got to flip his hips after running full speed, and a smaller guy at 5'11" who's shifty can beat him out of that. But he's just getting beat by guys up the field running fade balls, back shoulder throws on him because they know that he's not going to get his head around. And that's got to be tough for McDonald to see that, because he goes, man, how can I think you're going to correct this? This should be your strength. This should be where you're at your best. Yeah, K9 doesn't usually do stuff like that, Irrelevant. You're right. Where was that? I heard some rumors about the Seahawks messing with their game times because they don't want to overlap the M's. That'd be interesting. I'd be good with that since I'm going to be streaming the Mariner games. So I'd be okay with that. If that's the way they roll with it. I didn't know the NFL was going to give them the freedom to do that, though. That'd be the interesting part about it. Team Bomber, that the McDonald in his play call was definitely the double corner blitz on a flea flicker. Sounds like Tyreek Hill's out, huh? Ooh, I don't want to watch the Hill leg injury. It sounds like bad. Yeesh. Okay, I'm going to avoid that one. I've seen enough haunting videos this year so far. Glad they didn't have a good angle on the James Conner one. That one looked gnarly. The player's reaction to it was the worst. You didn't even see his leg. You just saw the players just do that thing where the NFL players are tough guys, you know? So when they're just like, oh, the guy goes to his knee and he's just, oh, oh, oh. Okay. What happened? What happened? Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Have you seen Brian's stunning new stash? I have not. Stash is the new hotness right now, though. And not every man can pull it off. I'm just gonna say we got a couple people on this football team really shouldn't be rocking the stashes they're trying to make happen. A little too wispy, too few hairs on their lips. They're doing all they can. Those hairs are holding up that mustache. The ones that they do have, it's doing a lot of that heavy lifting. But maybe we all got to go mustache, huh? Got to embrace it. Big on the team. We got to make it big. I've tried to do a mustache and everybody starts saying I've got the 90s Orn thing going, 70s Orn thing going. So I'm trying to look like I'm getting ready for a shoot. You know what I mean? SZ Koken, thank you for the $2 donation. SZ says, love the film breakdowns. Keep it coming and more. We'll do for sure, Koken. And we're going to get a lot of those up as much as I can over onto the clip side this year a bit, but absolutely. And every week we'll be getting the weekly roundup. We're doing a little early this week on Monday because of the fact that I'm going to be out this week on Wednesday and Thursday. But Wednesdays will be normally our roundup days of the week. We take a look at that. But thank you, Koken. Thank you, well, for being a member. I hope you got everything kind of figured out with the tier thing that was all a little wonky there when we were talking last. Irrelevant, thank you for another $2 donation. Leonard Moore, North Dakota or Notre Dame. Cornerback, future Hawk, calling it now. I could go with that. Corner's smart on your part to take a look at as far as being something that's a position. If we're looking in day one, day two, one of the things you're going to put at the highest point as far as priority, if you can have a guy that lands in your lap that's got the right talent that you like, would be maybe a really talented outside corner. I was kind of wondering this year with your Will Johnsons in this draft or Benjamin Morrison, a kid I think that's out on Tampa Bay's team that will be playing next week, if the Seahawks might be a little bit in on that, but they weren't. And in the first 2 years here in McDonald, he has been pretty quiet about looking at cornerbacks in the draft. DJ James, Nehemiah Pritchett last year. But, Emin Wari was a safety, so I know they're playing him kind of as a slot, but probably long-term a safety. So they haven't targeted a lot of guys high so far, relevant. But I would think with Woolen moving on, you certainly would probably, Job's going to be a free agent after this year. I think you do get Kendrick for another year, but I certainly think that would open up that door for you to probably go find another guy, and draft would be the greatest way to do it. These guys certainly cost a lot out on the open market. Boy, are they expensive. I haven't had a chance to look at them, though. I'll try to, haven't quite gotten into my draft stuff, look-see stuff, but I'm about due to start needing to unpack some of the tape and looking at these guys and diving in and seeing what's what with them. But thank you, Irrelevant. I appreciate the donation. Jordan in the house. What's up, Jordan? Thanks for the $5. Sean Payton is trying to make Bo Nix Drew Brees, and Nix keeps turning the ball over. I do not get it. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to see the regression there on this one, isn't it? Because, so much of with him on this, with Knicks, here's a guy coming out of the draft that you're thinking, okay, older prospect. He's played a lot of college football. He's been able to refine a lot of things that prospects wouldn't typically have refined. He's going to go to Sean Payton, who could be the ultimate benefactor of a young QB who's been able to advance his game along the line in a way that oftentimes the youngsters can't. But the thing to remember with Sean is, when you got Drew Brees after he'd been in the league through his rookie contract, and that you really got that advanced guy. And does maybe Sean Payton need a guy that is more of the mold, kind of like of a Sam Darnold that we brought in here, that maybe he's not the best as a developer of quarterbacks from the position in that way, that maybe he needs more of a guy that's already kind of been taken through the ups and downs and kind of gets it and understands it and can do some processing there that he doesn't have to then do for him, so he can get to the advanced stuff down the line there a little bit. The other thing I would wonder a little bit with this Bronco offense, Courtland Sutton is, he's fine. He's fine. I feels to me like more of a number 2 that's playing the part of a number 1. And you bring back Evan Ingram and get him out of retirement, and Marvin Mims is an okay slot, and Troy Franklin was never really going to be much of anything in this league. You're hoping to take advantage of the whole connection you have between Franklin and Nix. I don't know. There's part of me too, I guess, with it where I look at him and go, they haven't got him exactly a laundry list of playmakers to work with either. Feels a little bit thin there, especially if you do want to throw the rock a good amount. But kind of surprised to see the regression from the year 1. Felt very good about the fact that I thought with those two paired up in the draft, that'd be a good connection between the two. I certainly would never have predicted that it would have gotten slightly worse into year 2. But maybe too, the book's out on Nix, and the teams are kind of figuring out how to force Nix into doing what he doesn't want to do. I've been feeling a little bit of that with Jaden Daniels, Jordan, where Jaden Daniels and watching the tape with him this year doesn't quite feel as fully dynamic with what he's doing, and quite as productive as what he did last year. And I keep coming back to like, maybe this is that, those analytics and those numbers and those things with these NFL teams, they're so good at it. And you give them 16, 17 games of film to look at, and they're going to find tendencies about you that you don't even know about. They're going to learn things about you that, like when he moves one step to his right, he always throws to the left. What? I do? And then you have to start like probably unhitching all of these habits that are building these tendencies within your game. I can only guess on this. It's not like Cincinnati's got a tough defense here. And it's not like, even Indianapolis, like they're all right. They're all right. 13 and 21, 150 yards for next year. I need the Bronco defense to go crazy in this game. I got 30 points to make up in fantasy. It's on the back of Broncos defense and Justin Fields. Pray for your boy. Pray for your boy. Tasha says that flea flicker seemed to be poorly designed. It didn't move the pocket in any way, and the defensive line wasn't fooled. No, it kind of felt like the team knew it was coming. And so you have film watchers on your team, man. You got a lot of film watchers. They can find those little details, and they will exploit it when they find it. And it can be just the smallest thing, Tasha, where it's the lineman's on his back foot, and there's the old cliche of defensive lineman looking at offensive lineman's hands, and if the hand's planting down like this, and you see that on my fingers like that, where there's real pressure there, well, that's going to be a run play. And then if it's like this, and they're light on their finger, and the pressure's not there, well, then it's going to be a pass play. They're going to fall back into pass protection. And there's those little details on tape that players can see, or that's not really on tape. You can kind of see that in person, but you can get guy angles his stance a little bit this way. You never know what the indicator is that they're picking up on. I do agree with Catalyst that they did run the double corner blitz against the Niners last year. It does tend to be something they attack off the tight splits at times when they do run it. Because when you're in tight splits, your corners are then going to be aligned closer to the line of scrimmage naturally in tight splits. So if you want to blitz them then at that point, that's less ground that they have to cover to bring the blitz. Probably Whereas I can't remember on the flea flicker if it was this way, but I think that they did run it off a tight split too. It's like you probably don't want to run the flea flicker off a tight split for that very threat of if it is a blitz, you're going to be sunk. I'm not looking at the Tyreek Hill. You guys are talking about the Tyreek Hill injury, and it sounds like Joe Theismann level of bad. Rams continue to be a pain in our necks. Yeah, they are. They're not going away. Hopefully your boy doesn't get shivved to the game. I'm going in wearing the Largent jersey, folks. I was thinking about this. I don't care. I'll go into the depths of dirty LA. That dirty, no good Devil's Playground Los Angeles. And I'm going to go into my Largent jersey. And it might come out a little bloody. But that's what I do as a Hawk fan. That's what we do as a Hawk fan. We step into hell's gates. We say, hey, it's a little cold in here. Why don't you turn the heat up? Huh? I got the shivers a little bit in here. Kevin O'Connell, thank you for reminding me of that. Please, please, please. Hit that like button if you get a chance. If you get a chance. I'd appreciate it. Helps out the channel majorly. Look at how happy it makes Pumpkin when you hit the... she licks her lips every time you hit the like button. I don't know why. She just does. So, see? Oh, look at all the likes. She just made her lick 2-3 times there. See? It totally goes that way. So hit the like button. She licks her lips. She makes a smiley face. It's hard for cats to do. I've taught her. I've trained her in this matter. But if you can, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me of that, Kevin. Ryan Ball, I agree. This team is only going to get better. We ain't even peaked. I ain't even peaked yet. I'm just getting warmed up. We're just starting to win here. Don't you settle. No. Catalyst says, yeah, we might as well keep him if we can only get a measly 6. I'm kind of in the same place with it. I mean, hopefully he doesn't make too much of a stink. He's in a contract year, so you do worry a little bit of this on the part of it being, is he going to be a bit, is he going to be bitchy and moany because he's not getting his chance to go earn his check at that point and say, just release me and let me go to a team that's going to give me the chance? Maybe. So this gets sometimes complicated on the way that this could play out. And it's not just purely always about, the exact value you just get back for the player. Ryan, it seems like Gino got a big head from his starting opportunity with us. He's not the same as his first 2 years as a starter. I kind of felt a little bit of that was the way it was a little bit with him. And I'm not trying to, throw shade at Gino. And again, Gino, in that situation, no quarterbacks are going to be finding success. Where how that Raider team is and how they've been built and what they need to be doing into the future to get right. But at the same point in time, there were some sort of strange vibes with Gino at the end there a little bit with him from a leadership standpoint, from how he's carrying him standpoint. I don't think that there's ever going to be a chance in a game this year that we're in a tight football game and Sam Darnold gets barely knocked out of bounds and he turns around at the defender and he heaves the ball at the defender's face mask. I don't think, call me like going out on a limb here, but I don't think that Sam will ever do that. And I do think that sometimes small moments there can be big things in small moments. There can be real big indicators about things that may be just beneath the surface there. And as a QB a little bit, it wasn't that it swung in a horrible place. Like this, again, let's not overstate the thing or that, that made him necessarily bad, but that maybe there was a little bit of some of that there on that side of that Ryan contributing a little bit of, again, I think a quarterback always has a little bit of that. I'm above the team. I'm a special little I'm the extra special one thing here, like, because you have so much on your plate and you are responsible for so much, and it is the most important position on the football field. But at the same point in time, you can take that a little bit overboard a little bit. That's part of where I think some of the animosity still does exist as you see it between guys like Sherman and Wilson a little bit, and the outlook, and the way that whole thing's gone back and forth. That when you let that thing kind of run too far astray, you let the thing go too little bit overboard, that it starts to become like not a good thing. And you can kind of feel it on the other side of it. And you go, boy, this is kind of working against you. Confidence is good. You want that, but you don't want to ever feel like you're sort of, I don't know. I can't quite even maybe fully encapsulate it. Ryan says there's also a video of Gino yelling, "That's why they pay me the big bucks at a kid's football game." Yeah, there's a little bit of that. And if you're a defensive end, if you're a wide receiver, if you're running back, you can kind of be that way. If you're quarterback, you got to be a bit more buttoned up. And there's reasons for this that may not always make sense on the surface of it. Well, why? Why can't you just be one? I get that on the surface it might look or sound a little bit silly, but it's historically speaking, through the history of football, having guys that are more of the buttoned up approach to things is just better for the overall team. You've got to have a guy that's kind of the extension of the coach, as they like to say. And that's one that where the emotionality and the losing a little bit of that even keeled nature to your things just doesn't work in your favor really well. Don't want to make it seem like I'm overstating it though, and don't want to seem like I'm shading out Gino on this, because Gino was tremendous for us. And a lot of people I think are kind of throwing some dirt on the grave right now, just a little bit. Yeah, Catalyst, I think Green Bay is the bigger loser from that tie. A loss and a tie are almost the same thing for them in that game with Dallas, where that should be a easy peasy win for how you're supposed to be built and where you think you're supposed to be going. I'm certain that the fan base, at probably about 80 to 90% clip, is disappointed coming off that game. Chatterbot, we always knew when Gino has to force it, he throws picks. He's just throwing way more than he used to, on pace for 30 picks, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's bad. It's just bad teams. Bad, it's an organization for years that's not had a good direction, that's gotten by with lesser coaches and lesser GMs. And, you can do damage to a franchise with that, to where a new coach can be really smart coming in there, and you can have a functional quarterback in Gino in there, and, you can have Tom Brady's influence in there, and it's not enough to switch it like a light switch overnight. That it's going to take time. Pete took time here, and it's going to take even more time. The Raiders are probably in worse shape than even what Pete was taking over here. And that's not on Gino. That's not on Pete. And it's easy to just sort of throw it, be like, dodge the bullet, dodge it. But it's like, Gino wouldn't be playing the way he's playing right now with the Raiders here in this offense either to that side. I don't know that he'd be playing at Sam Darnold's level. I don't think that, but in his execution of this offense, but certainly don't think he'd be playing, statistically speaking, to what you're seeing with the Raiders. John Santiago, if Horton caught that touchdown in the first or second quarter, his stock would be wide receiver 2 for sure, but he's young and developing fast. He is. And I think he's going to get there eventually, John. I think the team's going to be patient with this. In that I don't think there's going to be a real rush to get him into that number 2 wide receiver role, being that he's a rookie. He's your number 1 punt returner. He's going to get a good amount of touches as this number 3 guy on this roster as well, out there. So he's already got kind of that role that you like to carve out for the rookie, where you're not giving him too much. And I think that there are some things with this, with the option routes and reading coverages and quarterback and receiver being on the same page with that stuff, that a rookie's not going to be at the same exemplary level that you have with a Cooper Kupp and his ability to read stuff in that same way. Or certainly JSN similar. So you give him time to come along, but he's on his way. And that was a hell of a throw there by one of the two of the more remarkable throws in Darnold in this game are his incompletions. The throw to Torton, where he's not only tossing to Horton, but he's throwing away from the leverage of the safety on that deep throw, and then drops it in the bucket to only give really Horton the opportunity to make the catch on that ball. It would have been a hellacious catch, but still, He gave him a chance there, which was incredible. And then you have the play where he's coming back off play action, rolling to his left, and then he's got to throw it up to Arroyo into the left front side of the end zone, and he's throwing that with anticipation, leaving it out in front, again putting it in only the place where Arroyo can go and make that catch. Much like the Horton one, it's going to be a damn hard catch for that player to make, but only he has the opportunity to make that catch, and it's a tremendous throw in that it's a very tight window to put that into the spot where he put it into. Great reference there, yeah. HHGB, how's your Patrick Warburton? I think I actually do a good Patrick Warburton. Hold on. Make sure I... Okay, so I actually think I got this guy. I got him.
Hey, Seattle. Hey, how's it going? Seattle's going to win this game. It's going to happen. We're going to win real good. All right? We're going to win. We're going to be the Buccaneers. What is Buccaneer anyway? Oh, is that like is that a pirate? I don't know. We're going to win anyway. Put on your pirate ship. Fire your cannon.
I can usually do a little bit better Patrick Warburton. I can kind of do Patrick Warburton.
Hey, we're going to win this week.
Quasi. Riverside, my first haunting football moment when Lawrence Taylor was on Joe Theismann. I saw that when I was 8. And see, you're old enough to know on this too, Herbicide, where, we're in the age now where they're going to protect you, not make you see the replays. We won't show that again due to the graphic nature of that injury. Back then, in the 70s, when it was the Wild West, it's like, let's show that for a 37th time, Bob, just to make sure we've got the last person throwing up in the room here. We got one more left yet. There we go. There it goes. We got it. Everyone's definitely now been fully sickened by this replay. So the Theismann one you were going to see 18,000 times. Now they're a little bit more judicious with it. Brian says, I can't rock just a stash. Got too many chins under my beard. Derek Stingley was a bad one as well. Z Woods, hey Brando, might have missed it. Got busy, but did you see the Bama Georgia? What did I tell you about Ty Simpson? So good. Even got Proctor involved in the passing game, laughing out loud. I didn't have a chance to watch the replay yet on that. I'm going to have to go back and still check that one out, CD. Kind of getting some prep work because this week got so cut off for me here for where I got to go this week to LA. But I did see the bubble screen out to Proctor, and I just kept thinking, why not Byron Murphy? Why not Jaron Reed? Throw a bubble out to one of those guys and tell me who's getting in their way. Especially with Byron. He's got the running back background, CD. Toss a little bubble out there and let him go. Let him go. But no, I didn't have a chance to, sorry, man, didn't have a chance to really check out as much. Just got, I was kind of running around this weekend a little bit. TJ, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Jordan's is like, why is RJ Harvey getting goal line touches? JK should never be off the field in that situation. Well, your point, JK's averaging 6 yards a carry, 4.1 yard per carry for Harvey. But, the Harvey was a Sean Payton guy. That was like his special. CDI mixed feelings on Woolen. Big on him really proving it this year. Has him expectations. I'm in the same place. It might sound like I'm in the spot of just toss it, but I'm not. I can completely understand if the team decides instead holding him is the right way. There's better value here with him in depth for the rest of the year. And because we can't get the right assets back, or we just like our depth better with him on the roster. And the talent there is just so good with him. I mean, it's just worth mentioning. It's again, he is as talented as you're going to get at the position. If there was one guy that you were going to wait out a little bit of extra time for, if there was one guy you were going to give that little extra year for to see if the light bulb comes on, this would be that type of player. Can't not understand what their approach is on this one or why they've gone the route they have gone. But time is running out. The clock's ticking down. Sands of the hour are running out. And it's either, you're going to, the light bulb's coming on, or maybe it's just kind of broke, or maybe it's just really dimmed and it never will quite come on that bright. Hendrickson's hurt now. Down to one knee. Jeez. Demetrius Knight is nice, Catalyst. Second highest rated inside linebacker by me in last year's draft. Complete player for the position, too. Y'all prayers worked. SJ Kogan, thank you for the $2 donation, SZ. Pray for Cortland Sutton, people. I need more points. He's holding it down for you. I just, as long as the Broncos can live with the ball in the second half. But hey, 5 catches, 81 yards, and a tutty and a half. That's got to be getting close to getting the job done for you. I need 30 off it. It can't be worse than me, Kogan, needing 30 points off of the Broncos defense and Justin Fields. I need both of those two things to happen, or my fantasy week is cooked. Patrick Zong, did you talk about the Woolen trade report? Thoughts? Trade for Jackson Powers Johnson. Jackson Powers Johnson, interesting situation there. We talked a little bit about the Woolen trade. Just kind of on a summary of that, Patrick. I think that there's probably a deal in place already. That when you hear the rumors come out like this with Rappaport, and it's more of like very like public, that they've arrived at a point of making, I think, a decision on this situation one way or the other, whether it be a trade or whether it be a release. I think that the trade that they have on the table, which is what I think it probably is probably not one that's getting John a whole lot back in return for Woolen. So he's gone to sort of a Shefty situation to see if he can kind of cause a little bit of interest by sort of making it public this guy's out there and available. It's the same thing, Patrick, you see teams do who they announce player A is going to be released. It's not that player A has been released. It's that player A is due to be released. And what teams are hoping on then is teams come up and they say, hey, you're just going to release him. Why don't you trade him to us for this? And maybe you get a couple teams that come in and say, hey, if you're going to release him, why don't you trade him? Well, this team wants him too. So if you want him, then they're only offering this, and you got to beat that off. We'll beat that offer. We'll offer more than that. You're hoping to kind of jumpstart that interest in that fashion. So I would reckon to guess that this is the case. But it also might just be that they're not getting enough as an offer. And it's, if you don't get enough back, that they just sort of sit on it and roll with it. Jackson Powers is the part that makes this very interesting. As you can see from a Carroll standpoint, a defense that could probably use some help, a defense that could use help in a guy like him who's aware of Carroll's defense and what Carroll wants you to do and how Carroll wants it to be played back there. And that both that and the Raiders are in a position to potentially give Woolen also a long-term contract extension. And if not, be able to franchise him after this year to retain another year of ownership, kind of the, holding his rights for another season, if you were, then maybe you could then find the flip side of that being Jackson Powers Johnson, who for whatever reason has found his way a little bit into the doghouse of Coach Carroll right now. But some of this is too, as Coach Carroll's kind of moved him to guard away from his natural center position. If you could do a Woolen for Powers swap, I would do that all day long and twice on Sundays. I don't know if that kind of swap would be really available. You'd probably have to do a Woolen plus a draft pick, and then you'd get Powers there. Maybe not like a fourth or something, maybe, because in Powers, that's a former second round pick from not a year ago. So I don't know if you're going to get that cheap of just Woolen and a half year of his club control for 2.5 years of Jackson Powers Johnson. Probably going to have to give up a little bit more. Space, that's true, Brandon? Hey, Space. SZ says that sudden touchdown put me up by 9.5. My opponent only has Chase Brown. Oh, he's done then. Chase isn't even averaging 4 yards a carry. They're down by 21-3. They're going to be throwing in the whole second half, SZ. What's the trade rumor on Woolen, Seahawks fans? Schefter was reporting that he's kind of out there and available. It's kind of public out there right now, which would tend to be that the front office kind of leaked that to him a little bit. Besides starting to hear rumors on how they want to bench Gino. probably, if you're going to pull that string, you're probably going to pull it fairly late rather than early. But, if you're going to be on pace for 30 interceptions, whether it's all your fault or not, teams are going to, especially Coach Carroll, he's not going to want to rock with the quarterback throwing 30 interceptions for a year. He hates turnovers. So that's something that, even for a guy like Carroll that loves Gino, you want to have Carroll fall out of love with you as a quarterback, start turning the ball over a lot. Catalyst is also, where is Brock Bowers? He's called Block Bowers now, Catalyst. I don't know if you're aware, we had a name change. And with Coach Carroll onboarding there, and with the frequent in use of tight ends in Seattle, that there's a name change that was required at that point. As Jeffrey O'Kelly says, Carroll teams are known for not using their tight ends. See? It's known. It's known. CD Woods, I still think that Horton would be a touchdown, was defensive pass interference. Same level on contact that we're getting called for in the second half. Yeah, I'd agree you could call it either way there. I mean, it's right on the line. So, it could go no call to you call it and go, I could see it. He didn't turn back for the ball. He made contact before the ball arrived. Yeah, I can understand that. Calluses makes sense. Tight ends make their money over the middle. We know Pete's philosophy on that. Sanchez in the house. How you doing, Sanchez? It's good to see you, brother. Says this whole week was a weird one. It was kind of a strange one, yeah. I mean, the Niner-Jaguar game yesterday was strange to me, where the Jaguars got up in that game, but then the Niners just kind of looked like the better team, but they just kind of eked it out. The Colts game, where they seemed to kind of get on top, and they had that play, and then you drop the ball there. It was kind of strange. The Bills, for a while, looked like they were going to almost drop to the Saints at home for a heartbeat of a moment there. Chicago taking down the Raiders. Chicago tying, or Dallas tying Green Bay. Pittsburgh beating Minnesota. Boy, Minnesota. You want to talk about how good Darnold is, how good he isn't? Tell me Minnesota doesn't have some buyer's. What's the opposite of buyer's remorse? Seller's remorse. Tell me they don't have some seller's remorse. You didn't even get anything back for Sam Darnold. At least we got a third-round pick back for Gino. You didn't get nothing. You got a broken-ass McCarthy back for that. Wilbert, we need some studs on the back end. Nick needs to come back immediately because the Bucs are going to be tough. It's going to be fun previewing this matchup tomorrow with both Brendan and doing the behind-enemy lines outlook on this. It's a really tough Bucs team. They've got some injuries kind of mounting up. I think 3 guys today were getting MRIs, but they still remain a very tough team. They showed in that Eagle game, man, they can throw points up on you in a minute, just a second. Suddenly you got 14 points up on you. It was a weird week, though, Sanchez. Agreed. Sanchez with another $5. Thank you for that, brother. Russ to Cincinnati, laughing out loud. He keeps going to teams with bad O-line play. It seems like Sherman is determined to rub it in his face. Yeah, Sherman is definitely not holding back. Did he get moved? Well, he's expected to emerge as a trade candidate. I don't know if Cincinnati could be the place I see being the spot. But he is rumored to be on the trade block. Still, like, he ain't finding success on that Bronco team or that Bengal team. And then if you're a Bengals team, like, what's that going to do for you? Like, Russ ain't going to move the needle on this. I don't. That would be a weird one. That'd be a really weird one. And I saw it online when when Tony Gonzalez was ripping into Russell on that telecast, and you could just feel as Tony was going off from Richard. It felt like Richard was like a wrestler in the wrestling ring, climbing up to the top rope, And Gonzalez is over there working the opponent, and then he's just going to grab Russ and then face him over to Richard. And then Richard is going to do some backflip move into the elbow off the top of Russ's head. It just, you knew Sherman was going to do it the second that Gonzalez teed him up. And it's not super fair to Russ on that, because we know with Richard, he's got some, bones to pick with Russ, and some things that he still remains bitter of with Russ that go beyond his pure evaluation of Russ as a player. But there's also some leg to stand on from Sherman's perspective of what he knows about Russ as a player and the limitations that have been there with Russ over the years that have caught up to him with age here. It's complicated, like all things in football. But that would not be the best of spots. I guess if I had to think of a spot where Russ could go, that to me would make some sense to where then he could have some success. What about the Raiders? Wouldn't that be funny if he... Oh my God, Cat, chill. Wouldn't that be funny if he went to the Raiders and took Gino's job? Cold-blooded. Oh, it's the truth. It's the truth. Thank you, though, Sanchez. Appreciate the $5. Definitely Russ isn't doing well behind that offensive line of the Bengals. He's got to go somewhere. I was thinking, the Raiders wouldn't be the greatest spot for him necessarily either. Really is. He's kind of out of good spots. It's just, there isn't really a... He's kind of stuck here at this point. Jordan says Sherman needs to get over it. It's been a decade now. He kind of does. You got to get to a point, I feel like this with Jordan eventually, where you go, time heals all wounds. Like, we let go of some of the bitterness that is there. Or if you're not, then deal with the bitterness. What is exactly this bitterness that's caused, and don't hide it behind an evaluation, which may not be purely drawn by your evaluation, but drawn at least in part by this, torch of anger that you still are carrying. Explain to us why the torch of anger exists there. I've got some theories on this, but he's never been fully open on that as to why there's this much vitriol that exists there. And it wouldn't be on to you to have to explain it if you weren't as open in showing it. And that does kind of then why it requires you to kind of maybe address it a little bit. Like, why is there this guy that you won a Super Bowl with, this guy you went to back-to-back Super Bowls with? Why is there this much sort of in your heart towards him in this way that seems to be twisted in this direction of things? Exhausted with Sherman running his mouth tweeting like that. Yeah, I get it. Gallus, I just don't see Gino as a guy who should be in the pocket all the time with a porous run game. Running out of shotgun, man. It's one of my... I think it's one of my new things that has become kind of like my new, annoying things in football. Is not to run it every once in a while at a shotgun, but that you make it a sort of a mainstay, sort of, this is our initial running game, and how it'll operate will be first and foremost from shotgun or pistol. And I go, why? And quarterbacks don't like turning their back on the ball on defenses. They don't. And look, you can see it by, for instance, the pressure numbers that Sam Darnold deals with. He's under the most pressure when he's under the drop back model, when he's doing play action, according to the numbers. And no fun having that where you go to do a play action, you turn back around, you got pressure in your face. You can't see it coming, makes it harder for you to get away from it. So I think some of that too is a little bit of the quarterback. Certainly a guy like Gino, when he's in the room with chips, like, shotgun. Yeah, love it. Let's do it. I get to see everything defensively in front of me. It's glorious. But I think we're moving into that place now too, Catalyst, where the evolution of the sport and the constantly moving in from this direction to that direction. Right now, the evolution of the sport moving in a direction where two tight ends are going to be, most teams are a quarter of the time now in two tight end sets. Most of the teams now, at least a third of their snaps are going to be in heavier outlook formations. Heavier outlook formations don't lend themselves well to shotgun. They lend themselves well to under center stuff. Play action is as deadly right now as it's been in recent years. Those teams that are embracing it and are living into that. So You're trying to live in sort of shotgun. You're sort of kind of now living by the outdated model of the teens. The 2000 teens was the era of the spread and the proliferation of the spread. And it still has a place in certain areas. Every playbook in the NFL's got some spread concepts, but that it can't be how you're leaning in just wholly to, and that you don't have that counter, or you don't have it as sort of a bit of a balancing act in what you're using around the shotgun stuff. But that's also what you get with Chip Kelly there. Chip's a shotgun guy. He wants to be in shotgun. He's always wanted to be in shotgun. He's one of the original progenitors of the spread concepts that have proliferated the NFL in college. So that's also the hard part about that too, is it's just every part of this sort of leads you to staying in more shotgun there rather than being able to, like we have inherently in our scheme. You leave week one there, catalyst, and you go, boy, we're in shotgun way too much. Go back to our foundations. Go back to what we are inherently in the beginnings of our playbook, which is under center stuff, which is play action type stuff. And Kubiak's able to pivot off that very quickly and then stay back on that same road for the next collection of games that we've run through. But a guy like Chip's I've got 5 plays under center in my whole playbook. What do you want me to do, Pete? What do you want me to do? I'm not a miracle worker, Pete. King Tay says the tree situation's tough. I just want rookie Woolen back. I just want that too, man. That would have been the best. I mean, a lockdown guy that's ready to go out there every year, get you 5, 6, 7 interceptions. Maybe he doesn't have to be the best tackler in the world, but can just eliminate people in coverage. You could deal with that. But the last year and a half's just gone way backwards on the coverage standpoint of it. More yards given up, just more of these moments with the penalties starting to rise with it. It's getting harder and harder. Dogzilla, the throw Sam threaded into AJ was pretty amazing too. Yeah. Beautiful throw there. Threaded is the right word. Ryan says, I don't think good weapons can make up for bad play calling. Not often anyway. I would tend to agree with that. And that's part of that. People think of quarterbacks with the superhero aspect. Go rise above, do this. But it's like quarterbacks need the play calling, skill position players, offensive line, defense, the offensive scheme that works right, the good, great play caller, everything kind of all together to make it all work at its best. And the more that you have working in the plus favor of it, the better chances you give your quarterback. The less you have working, or the more you have working in the negative aspect of it, the more of a chance you set your quarterback up for, potentially a utter failure. And it's more of those things to me that drive the success of a quarterback more than it is the individual talent of a quarterback. I think the modern NFL, what we're seeing from quarterbacks across this sport, is more and more proving this to be the case. Michael says, even since he's changed back to Reek, it's been downhill. He needs to change back to old. Agreed, man. Agreed. CD, for one, if we get good assets, take it. If not, keep him and hope he can put himself out of the slump and lock it down at the right time. I think he captured the bottom line on the CD and probably what Schneider is turning over in his brain right now. I don't have exactly what I like from a pick standpoint back for this player. You're going to throw me a 6th? I don't know if I love that. Well, maybe we're just going to hold on to him and hang tight and see where this thing rolls through the rest of the year. I could see with them doing that role. Worst case scenario, you end up with the better cornerback depth, not the worst of worst case scenarios. Base says, well, good luck, Brandon. Patrick, I believe our defense is good because they're well coached, more than talented. Not saying that we don't have talent, but I believe Mike McDonald is that coach. I'd agree, Patrick. I see it the same way. He truly is a difference maker from the coaching position on the defensive side of the ball. And maybe a difference maker is just a head coach purely as well in addition to that. But before we get even to the head coaching side, he absolutely is that guy when it comes to his defensive mind and what he does and how he does it. So let's also remember with this on him. Came into the Michigan defense, fixed the Michigan defense. I mean, that was not a good defense he walked into. That was not them playing at that was a defense that was struggling to deal with how to handle these spread concept teams across the sport and what to do about it. And he came in there. Not only did he get them right instantaneously, he trained the coaching staff in addition to it. Got the coaches up to snuff on how to run the scheme right. Then goes up to Baltimore, fixes them, flips them around, and flips them around in fast fashion. then comes up here after making them a Triple Crown defense here into Seattle. Year one, instantaneously, points per game goes way down from what, 24th down to like 11th last year. Now you're at like, what, 3rd in year two? He's that guy. He's just that guy. And he's ours. CD Woods, if I was the Vikings, I'd be starting Wentz over JJ at this point. I think you got to kind of consider it at this point a little bit. JJ does seem like things are a little bit too much for him right now. And I've been working on a theory with this as well. Maybe I'll try it out with you guys on this. In that we may be seeing, I think, a little bit of a shift change when it comes to the quarterback position and finding quarterbacks that can be instantaneously successful. I think that the Jaden Daniels thing from last year kind of skewed things a little bit here because Jaden got to go to an air raid offense and things kind of show up that way really nicely. And I know that CJ Stroud had a good start before he's kind of fallen back. But that same thing that's looped the NFL back in this direction of heavy formations and back to under center stuff and play action stuff. Think about what that does for a quarterback as far as the challenges mentally and what you have to process pre to post snap, how quickly you have to process in the midst of the play. Like when you're doing play action, you turn your back around, you come back around, you're looking, and then you've got to now be able to process really quickly in what you're seeing fast. And that only really is going to come with time. The younger players are not going to be that way. And one could maybe make the argument that why you've been able to, in the last 10 years, have a lot of young quarterbacks come out here and give you instant success. Because remember, that really started out with two different guys. It was kind of with Andrew Luck, who was just a freak show for the position coming out of Stanford. And then you had Robert Griffin. And what you did with Robert Griffin, unlike a Luck who went and did pure pro concepts, was going from pure pro concepts at Stanford. So it was like to like, again, kind of an unusual situation. A little bit like Russell Wilson in that draft too, where Russell was doing pro concepts at Wisconsin. You don't get any of that in college football anymore. But what you had with Robert Griffin then was teams that were embracing now going to the spread concepts that the player ran in college to be able to get more out of him faster as a player, not making him do what you had to tend to do with quarterbacks in the 80s and the 90s, even highly drafted ones by and large. You wanted to usually let those guys sit and give them a little bit of time because the sport is so hard and there's so much on their shoulders to have to learn. So I'm wondering if now we transition away from spread concepts to more under center stuff, and we see more of this now relying on the quarterback having to do more traditional quarterback things that, like Tom Brady has talked about, has been removed from the sport in recent years, maybe coming back into the sport, being that all these quarterbacks get to come out now. They're all in spread stuff. They're all doing a lot of pop passes and bubble screens and tunnel screens, and one option reads here, then you're going to run. Like everything's been drawn down for years at a time to really simplify things. And now things are going back to more of a complicated state. And that within the requirement of that, you're going to have to give these quarterbacks more time to develop. So a guy like McCarthy, even having a couple of years starting out at Michigan, being a young guy coming out of college, even with the injuries he's had, that maybe you got to give him that 2 years. And then he needs a little bit more time. I still as well do think with JJ, though, as I think you've seen at times with him here, even out the rip, that, you know, what was the talent from JJ McCarthy that was jumping out to you that made him, that screamed top 10 first round quarterback? If you just took off the Michigan helmet, you know, if you just look at the player of evaluation of the guy and his build and what he brings to the table, arm strength, mobility, size, college productivity, what are the things that were really ever pointing to him as that top 10 guy? And I think that that's part of what's proving out here too. That you go and draft a marginally talented guy in the top 10. Don't be surprised when your heart gets broken a couple years down the line and he doesn't have a lot of meat on that particular bone to get you by. Don Matas is, I believe, the opposite of buyer's remorse is seller's corpse. Brian E says, well, KOC was all in on JJ McCarthy, so I'm frankly surprised he's gotten anything out of Wentz. Max Bailey, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Catalyst, thank you for the $2 donation. What should our game plan be against the Buccaneers? Great question. Well, I think you're gonna have to be able to run to the edges in this game better than you have recently. I think when you have guys like Hassan Reddick out there off the edge, you've got to have some counters on place for Darnold to be able to go to those audibles, to be able to attack them off the edge. I want to make a guy like Reddick, set the edge for me, set a hard edge. Show me you can do that at your age, that you care, that you want to still do that at your age. A guy like Vita Vea taking over the middle like he does, very hard to run inside on this team. He controls a lot of the action from the one tech and nose tackle position in a way that you would love to be able to find. There are a few people like Vita in the sport that really can take away the A and B gap runs at times like he is able to do so. They're going to be down Kalijah Cansey, though, so maybe less as far as pass rush from that defensive line than you would normally be having to face. But I would say you're going to try to run to the edges a little bit more in this game. Certainly I will attack their corners a little bit with our receivers, maybe being willing to throw a little bit more in this game than we have recently. I'd be open to that, especially being at home on this one, especially if the weather's in good shape. Defensively speaking, I think that you've got to take away Baker's improvisation. Baker can play on time and he can be improvisational. But he's really at his best when you're letting him bounce both of those two facets of his game. And what I would rather do is try to take one or the other away. Either I'm going to take away his on-time stuff, or I'm going to take away his ability to scramble around and move around in the pocket and extend plays a bunch. And if I had to guess on this, I'd probably go to the latter on that catalyst than the former. I'd go to the former than the latter, sorry. So I would try to, my onus would be on, can possess him in the pocket, make him beat me from within the pocket. I shouldn't have to blitz a lot by doing that with the way I've been able to generate pressure so far to kick things off. Squeeze down the windows, get him thinking, get him pressing, get him trying to throw a ball into a tight window that he thinks he's got the arm strength to fit into there, that he doesn't have to quite fit in there, and really lean in that way. And I would also, at the forefront of this a little bit, not be as scared by the running game of the Buccaneers right now. Bucky Irving just had an MRI today. I don't think he's going to be playing in this upcoming game. Rashad White doesn't scare me that much, really. So I don't feel like I've got to dedicate a ton of resources to the ground game. I dedicate to the pass. I dedicate to controlling him in the pocket, confusing him on the back end with the coverages, taking away his improvisation. And I think if you do those things, you'll be fine. So run outside, work a little bit more of the pass game than you have maybe through the first 4 weeks of the season. If this was a game where you came out the other side of it, even playing from ahead a lot of the time, but still had more passing attempts than any of the other games prior, I could understand it. Because I think you can find some holes into that coverage. I think you can attack some guys in that secondary a little bit. But that'd be my general game plan initially here and looking at him. Watching Baker last week, it just stood out to me that, just so much of what he's doing is kind of off script and trying to figure it out on the fly. And he can be, again, deadly in the other way. That's part of what has helped him as a quarterback, is he isn't just a one-trick pony who's just sort of like found that one note that he keeps playing over and over again. But I do think you can get him kind of now where he starts to press and scramble a little bit too much, and now he can make the wonky play like the interception he had at the end of the game there where it gets sort of tipped. He's just trying to make that one play in a real tight confines, and can I get this ball off? I think I can kind of get the ball off, but you can't quite get the ball off, and it gets picked off. I think you can kind of force him into that, and that's been exactly the kind of interceptions we've been able to force on quarterbacks this year, be it Brock on the 2 picks that he had, or the interception that you had with Kyler where there's a drop ball and you've got 2 guys and 2 hands there ready to pick that thing up if it's a drop, because there's so many guys back in space because you're not blitzing, because you're rocking it at that 31st rate as far as your blitz rate goes. Great question. Daddy Dennis, Bucky Irving got an MRI today, so I don't think he's going to be playing in this upcoming week. Maybe. Don't know what it is yet, but like Jack says, I think that's going to be tough for our guy. That's good because Bucky's a problem. Kevin, they wrote me off, but I didn't write back. I decided to throw dozens of interceptions at them. George says, I've kind of lost some respect for Sherm. It's not like this dude intentionally went to the Niners just to play us. It's been a decade, man. Grow up. Yeah. He carries a little bit of the bitterness thing on it, and you don't have any real reason to be bitter. You know the way the sport rolls, you know what caused it, you know what was going on in that situation. I kind of wonder with Sherman too, if he'd sort of paint the whole situation of like the team just threw me away when they knew I was partially broken, and they said, we didn't think you'd come back. So, no matter what you've done for us, who cares? We're going to be cold-blooded about this and just cut you cold. And that's all the way into that decision. It's just been I had the Achilles, and they didn't think I'd come back from my Achilles, that I could be the player I was. And they gave up on me. Rather than maybe a bit of the part of this process might have been a little bit of the rift that had developed between you and Russ, and the cliques that maybe had started to exist in the locker room that we kind of heard about. Come back to own maybe some of that just a little bit, and maybe you got valid ground to stand on, and maybe you can let us know. But again, some of this is you're not as open with this. You're just sort of read between the lines, MNFers, is what he's kind of telling us, Jordan, read between the lines. And it's like, well, no, why don't you tell us what's going on? Most teammates like this that have won Super Bowls together, even if there was some sort of animosity that existed in the moment between them, come down that 10, 20, 30 years down the line, and everybody's best friends. Everybody's in that place of like, I love you like a brother. We got to the ultimate of the ultimate. There's so few Super Bowl champions in this world, and we got to be that together, and we made it happen together. And instead, that you don't really get that feeling. Daddy Dennis says the Bucs don't have Irving, and maybe a route. I don't know. I think they're going to be still a tough team, Daddy. I think you could route this Tampa Bay team, certainly, but there's so many good players on that team. I think they're such a prideful bunch. They're coming into this 3-1, and they definitely are going to be down some guys. But no Bucky Irvin, no Kalijah Cansey, no Mike Evans. That alone those are tough hits right there. Don Mata says, Russ needs to retire. Love him. Think he's a Hall of Famer, but seriously, he doesn't have it anymore since a couple of years ago. I think the time has come. I know that Russ wants to make sure he's exhausted every possibility here before he lets this thing go, but it's just gone the direction it's gone. And it's hard to find, as you look at this, where he is going to reclamate this elsewhere. And it's tough for him. It's tough for the whole situation. And maybe there's a team that will trade for him that gives him a chance somewhere this year to do something. But in this offseason, it was like you were choosing between Cleveland and New York. What are the options at this point? I just think it's reached the place it's kind of reached. Wilbert says, Bucks got Ibuka. Hard to lock down. This is a good test for Spoon. It's going to be a good battle between those two. And that's what I would do all day if I could. I just have Spoon traveling to the Ibuka. He's in the slot, you're in the slot. He's on the outside, you're on the outside. But Emeka's been one of the more impressive Wookiee ride receivers right there with Horton, if not more so impressive. Probably more impressive than even Horton in what he's done so far. I would say. Shadowbot, my favorite play is under center play action. I love it. I think it's become mine too, Shadowbot. It just does feel like you get the linebackers pulled up, you create the space, you tend to give usually a lot of times the quarterback an easy read. I am a big fan of it. CD Woods has watched the PFF show. They mentioned that our 12 personnel with Arroyo and Barno is elite. I think it has a near 90 grade with them in those packages. Woo! Great stuff from PFF then. Love it. That's huge too, because right now we're in the midst as I predicted the start of the year. I told you folks, this upcoming NFL season, you're going to see the highest usage rate of 12 personnel in NFL, maybe recent NFL history, at least the last 25, 30 years. And indeed, right now we're seeing the league-wide circles at over 25%. So having one of the better 12 personnel group packages right now, and what that can do for you, pretty nice. Pretty good time to be elite at that, CD Woods. C. Quacker, if Russell could get on a loaded team, he could still be good enough to get it done. I could see that too, C. Quacker. But being the superstar who has to carry the majority of his shoulders, no, not him anymore. Yeah. I could certainly, that's where I come down to the conundrum here of he probably could play. It's just that right now I just don't know if there's the team opportunity that gives him that squad like you talk about. If not loaded, really, really well suited and set up. And maybe there's some time on this one. You know, if a Baker Mayfield went down in Tampa Bay in this upcoming week in Seattle, Russ going to Tampa Bay would be tremendously smart. So maybe from Russ's perspective, it does make some sense here just to kind of wait this through at least the trade deadline to see if there is that playoff team who maybe sustains that injury. And then he can run over there and do that then. Possibly, that's possible there. I could see that. And I do think that you'd see a better version of Russ than what we've seen here recently, as him and Arthur Smith was kind of a weird option fit there between the two of those guys. Bad pass protection over at Denver at the time, better pass protection, but Peyton was just not in on Russ at all. And yeah. Wilbert says Bucks got one of the best receiving cores in the whole league. They do, yeah. They are down at Evans in this one. And Godwin is just coming back from that injury. Iona, how you doing? It's good to see you. Oh, Hawks. He needs to change his name back. Yeah, he does. Herbicide, Baker's no joke. I have to give him and his career a little respect. 100%, man. He has done a great job to bring himself back. He's a good player. Denzel Joyce, going to Bucks game, front row behind Baker and the Bucks. I'll hold it down for the 12s in enemy territory. Get it, Denzel. Thank you. Go get it. Let them know. Let Baker and the boys know. No win for you today, suckers. Max, Reek is good, but too many untimely mistakes are going to turn the fans against him. I personally like Reek. His coverage has been awesome. I've seen a lot of bad cornerback play over the years. Yeah, agreed. C-Squawker, the defense has been good, but would it be horrible if I said that I expect it to be better? I don't think it's horrible, but I mean, I think that they're on the track, man. I mean, it's, number 3 in scoring defense here is pretty good. I certainly think there's some upside to your point, maybe, where there's still some more upside to this defense. I don't think that they've topped out or that they're peaking. Patrick, didn't you say you wanted Logan Brown instead of Cable Dew? Looks like we signed both Kansas tackles. No, I was more of a Cable Dew guy. That was Patrick. I think that was Jake Ellenbogen, the round table guy. He's a Kansas fan, so he was more of a Logan Brown guy. I like Cable Dew. I liked his feet, but that's cool to hear. We got the other one too. Soon. What if we had Devin Lloyd instead of Knight? Yeah, you'd have the best linebacker core in the league. Lloyd's a beast, dude. Watching him play against the Niners yesterday was, wow. He's really good. Kevin, we got to start utilizing the dink and dunk method of center field to help open the run game. That's why it keeps closing down on us. I think it's a little bit more embracing to leading with the passing, Kevin. I think the past couple of weeks, it stood out to me in rewatching the tape, especially that defenses are condensing a lot of stuff around the box on us. And they're bringing extra defenders down there, and they're threatening you to rip them over the top. They're really just generally threatening you to throw the ball. And it doesn't have to be rips over the top. It can be little throws into space. But I think that Kubiak, as much as there's this onus upon running the ball and that you've got to not forget that, don't fall into the grub problem of last year that you just throw, that you also got to go back and go, yeah, but when teams are going to play this extremely to our fronts and they're going to do this much to take away the run, then let's go attack them where they're giving us a weakness, where they're giving us an advantage to attack. And that's the part we come back to, that throwing the ball a little bit more than where we've been at, where there's recent games where we're damn near it feels like 70% of the time, 75% of the time, we're trying to run the ball. And that'd be fine if you were effective at it. That'd be fine if it's a 3-yard and a clouded dust play at it. But when you're in that sort of bottom 5 of your yard per carry average throughout the sport, you're not being effective at it. You're not being consistent at it. It's not helping you get into 3rd and shorts on the nature of this run. So I think you got to find a point where you realize, hey, this is 3 teams in a row that are playing us like this offensively. Let's anticipate that's how they're going to play us. If I'm Kubiak right now, for instance, I'm seeing a lot of the 12 personnel folks where teams will come out now with the 4 down linemen. So you get 4 down linemen, and then you get 2 edges on top of it. And so you're seeing the 6 stack. You're getting a 6 stack on the line of scrimmage, and then if it's pass coverage, then one of those 2 guys drops in pass coverage, and it ends up at ends up a sort of like a fire zone blitz post snap a lot of times. And that's how teams are starting to kind of deal with 12 personnel a little bit. But they're going to bring teams that are going to go down like that and bring you that much down to the line of scrimmage. Punish them for it. Don't run uphill. Don't run uphill. Case McCracken, agree with your theories, B. Well, thank you. They're kind of just this theories, just sort of, I'm thinking about this in the background of things at times and kind of what comes up in my brain. Might be off on it, and you never get proof positive of this stuff. Catalyst Nuoso did bring some life to the edge position. Really, really cool to see him looking more Nuoso-like. That one sack where he attacked to the outside, and it's the Euro step with the double hand swipe. That's pure Nuoso from his first year in Seattle. Like that's how with that ability to kind of bend off the hand swipe, and you're doing the Euro step. So you step one, get the tackle to step wrong. Now I come back to the outside step. I dip as my hands rip, and then I dip. And he can kind of do it all in sort of one 3-step fashion, Ken Nuoso. It's kind of his go-to, and very cool to see. Kevin says, Lawrence and Nuoso playing at full speed will be game-changing.
Enough said.
CD Woods, the only thing that wowed me was him making a huge pass while getting destroyed by Dallas during the playoffs. Hugely impressive pass. What were we saying? Which one was that? Oh, you're talking to, I think, Catalyst on that one. Max Bailey, always a good time in the Hawks Nest. You know him, my brother. You know it. Hopefully you can find a way to win this week, Iona. I'm hoping so too. It's going to be a tough game. Bucks are for real. I like that we get to play this at home. I love that this is not a 10 a.m. game out on the road in Tampa Bay where it was just 100 degrees in that Eagles-Tampa Bay game. Can you imagine them putting us out in the old school unis out there in that environment this upcoming week? So that part was cool. Catalyst, I forgot about Hassan Reddick. Try and run at him. Use tight ends to harass their linebackers over the middle and hit some deep shots. This would be a game where the Arroyo that you started to feature him a little bit last week and find him in some mismatches, and this would be the exact week to your point that I would do that again, Catalyst. Can I get him there lined up? Can you imagine getting an Arroyo lined up on a Levante David? Levante's been in this league, 16, 14, 15 years, something like that. Every bit as long as Bobby Wagner has. I want to attack that guy in coverage all day long if I can. Short drags with Arroyo. Get him matched up in space on Arroyo if you can at times with some pre-snap motion. I would love to isolate that. And yeah, wherever Hassan Reddick is, go after him. This is a guy whose reputation in the league for a couple of years now has been one guy that is, I'm going for my sacks. I'll begrudgingly play the run. Begrudgingly. And at his best, he was never a great run defender when he was highly motivated. Partially motivated, that's where you can find him as being a little bit of a weakness. And when you combine that with the fact that you have a 3-tech that will be a backup there too, because Kalijah Cansey's not going to be your starter. So you'll have moments here where you'll have a backup 3-tech to one side of the field and you'll have Hassan Reddick right next to him. That's a 1-2 punch that you can go after that I would definitely call a bit of a weakness. Reddick's hurt? Damn it. Is he one of the guys getting the MRI too? He might be back though? Okay. I know a lot of the Bucks got injured coming out of that game, so I was like, oof. Bucks are still dangerous. I'm not saying this is gonna be blowout. I think it's gonna be a tight game. I do. Even if you got up on them like the Eagles got up on the Bucks last week or quasi like that, they'll mount a comeback. You know, you're not just putting that team away. It's a very well-coached team and really talented, and they're going to be well-suited to come up here. And they're going to be hungry coming off that loss to the Eagles. It will be nice to have Nick Emenwari back for this game for sure. He helps this defense out. Now, I've heard some people in my chat like, well, are we sure we're going to play Nick? It's like, you guys got to understand how good he looked in training camp, how legitimate he was as a player, and that this guy could potentially give us a real impact player adding into the secondary. I know Kendrick has been balling, but this guy might be just a bit different about it. C.D. Wood says, Buck secondary is pretty good. Don't know how beat up it'll be, but they're pretty good. I think you got to beat them in the middle. I'm with that. It's a long flight. Tampa Bay's a long, long flight. Iona, thank you. It's good to see you too, Hawks Nest. It was a great win for us on Thursday. 100% it was. Big time win, getting a 3-1. Keep stacking them up, Iona. Keep stacking them up. As Z says, give Sutton the effing rock. I'm sick of stressing out on these games. The Hawks stress me out enough. Don't at me. Thank you for the $5 donation. Don't at me. Expectation with maybe Emanwari on the field. What do you see it looking like? I think that you're going to have Job and Witherspoon as your starters. I think that Emanwari is going to come back out on the field and probably be worked out there. I think at this point, another week and a half removed to this game, and with Woolen and what he had done, I think Woolen's days as a starter are probably done. So I think Job's your starter one side, Witherspoon's your starter the other side outside. And I think when it comes to Emanwari and Kendrick, I could see there being a little bit of a rotational thing going on there, partly because Emanwari is just coming back from the injury, partly because Kendrick is playing such great ball that you're like, dude, we like what you're doing and let's roll. You know, we'll just kind of get you on we got to find a way to get you on the field when you're doing this well. I mean, don't have me to put this in perspective. Right now, Darian Kendrick is the number 1 rated cornerback by Pro Football Focus. Number 1. So I know it's sample size a little bit, but that's probably going to be hard to keep that off the field long term. But Emanwari is also, I think the coaching staff loves this kid and really feels like he can be an impact player on this defense. So I think that you're going to get him a lot of snaps this upcoming week, but probably going to find some ways to work in Kendrick a little bit too. I'm sure Kendrick will be probably your 4th corner out there when you go to dime. He'll probably be the guy out there. What is his guess? Jordan says Wilson on the Vikings could work. Well, if there is one coach who could maybe make it a little bit easier there, I will say, Jordan, we come back to the team. We want to throw Wilson if we can to a team that has the decent pass protection. Seems like the Vikings have maybe had some issues here early on so far with some of the pass protection stuff / some injuries on that offensive line. But that might make some sense for them. I could see him being better than Wentz. Dogzilla, who will raise the 12th man flag on Sunday? Would love to see Zorn, first quarterback. I think Zorn and Largent raised it week 1, Dogzilla. I think they were week 1. Probably, I would say a Mariner, but they're going to be preparing for a game. I don't know. Good question on that one. Very good question. HHG, thank you for reminding me. Please, folks, if you can for me, hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Helps the channel grow, helps me show, all that good stuff. See, Squawker, our pass protection has been a little bit better than our run blocking, though. Yeah, it's been a smidge better. Just a little bit. Daryl Chapman, I think Sam Darnold has the potential to be our franchise quarterback for the next 7 to 10 years. It may not be this year, but I think next season we can be serious Super Bowl contenders. Well said, Daryl. And I would say nothing but I echo your sentiments on this. My raising and my upside of Sam Darnold has gone from the start of this offseason as we came into this year, where when I got to the end of really reviewing a lot of the games from last season with the Vikings, watching the All-22, watching his process, watching where he was as a player, it adjusted my outlook and view of Sam Darnold. And I went, look, this guy's come forward as a player. And I thought that he could be a guy that could come here, put the right roster around him. Maybe you could be that team that can become that Super Bowl contender. Right now, I feel like I have more faith and he has risen up more of his potential ability here to me to where I feel like I know he could be that guy. And now just as a question of, can you build up the right team fully up around him? I mean, for instance, right now you can see that even if this team reaches the top end as far as defense, dominant, special teams, dominant, Darnold playing at a high level, pass catchers making it happen on the outside, that the 2 limiting factors for this team as we go through the rest of this year could be don't have the ability to create enough holes in the run blocking to be consistent in running the ball enough, and pass protection just is kind of always in a state of just quasi kind of holding on for dear life a little bit. And that those could be enough of the 2-1-2 to not hold you back from being a good team or even a playoff team or a team that could even make some noise in the playoffs, but enough to hold you back as a team from being that Super Bowl contending team. And I think the Sam's reached that stage in my mind as well, Daryl. I think he's showing off to you abilities here, execution here, dare I say, a mastery for the position in a lot of ways that should allow him to reach that stage, I think, just as long as you put that right team around him. And this is no small turn of fate here. This is no small little twist. If he is this guy and he can become this guy that's starting to look like he can become, this is maybe the biggest quarterback coup for John Schneider, even above the Russell Wilson, maybe. Maybe. It's at least maybe on the level of that. It's a different situation. You're not drafting the guy, you're signing the guy, but to get him and now get him on a 3-year contract, where relatively inexpensive, middle of the road kind of deal for a QB, how you can build the rest of your roster around that. It's almost like having a lesser version of a rookie quarterback contract in certain respects. It's certainly more expensive than that, but it's also not $53 million like Brock Purdy is with the Niners, and how much that really can hold you back from building out the rest of the roster. Paulie says Carolina Stadium will be mostly empty in late December when I go. It'll be loud as F. Hopefully that we can take that stadium over. That'd be really cool to go into Carolina and have a bunch of Seahawks fans. Are we, Paulie, or do we got some contingents down there in Carolina? Try to outdo the 15 Panther fans. I need more trick plays, says Kevin O'Connell. I want to embrace more of the hook and ladder. I saw the Niners do the hook and ladder this week. It worked. Hook and ladder seems to work every time. I'd love to see some more just general utilization of hook and ladder plays. CD, yeah, I was thinking about ways to attack the edges against the Bucs, and outside of outside zone runs, jet sweep was the second thing that came to mind. Not JSN or Cup's game, though. No, I mean, it's not as much their game for sure. That's where I think there are times where you can go with the 2-man backfield, and you can have you go 2-man backfield to start it out with Walker and Charbonnet. You can even have Charbonnet or Walker starts as fullback. Then you move Walker out to a slot alignment. Then post-snap, we have seen Walker in his career times be able to take that jet sweep and be pretty effective with it. So I think there's a way to come at it with that style of it, CD, to where you can find a guy who can be a little bit better at doing it that way. But that's a great idea too. Yeah, jet sweeps are a way to attack that edges. And it's just good to use to keep defenses honest so they can't collapse the middle. Seahawks game, they had Wagner on Bijan Robinson one-on-one, and Bijan went for a 70-yard catch and run. Yeah, it's the place where if you can isolate these older linebackers, and Levante David was a really quick, fast guy back in his youth, but he's lost a couple of steps. And he used to be a guy that, look, it was locked down as you would get from the middle linebacker position in coverage. But we are far from those days. If I can get him isolated with Walker, if I can get him isolated with a tight end, especially with Arroyo, I don't think he can run with him. And if there's some ways to manipulate that within the scheme of the Buccaneers, if I'm Kubiak this week, I'm working to find some ways to do that. Because I think last week kind of showed you some ways Arroyo could be a bit of a difference maker at times in finding those mismatches based on the opponent you're playing. Oh, I got a smallish safety, attack Arroyo. Oh, I've got a team that wants to drop edges into space and run them 40 yards up the field. Hey, Arroyo's going to smoke that all day long, and he doesn't even have to be open. So I would attack those if I could. Yeah, Thrill House, I agree. Puka's not faster than Horton. Horton's a 4.4 guy. Puka's like a 4.5 guy. He's good, though. Apologies, I think Emanwari is going to be taking reps from Knight, more so than in the nickel, maybe 70-30. Could be. Could be. We shall see with that. I mean, make a lot of sense if you're going to flip him out for the Drake Thomas snaps, to your point, Paulie. I could see that. C-Squawk, he's certainly bigger than Drake. C-Squawker, Cooper Kupp needs a big game pretty soon. If you beat the Bucs in the middle, then that should bode well for what Kupp does best. I think he's going to have a couple big games for us this year. I do. I think the guy that's maybe had to pay the price as much as anybody for the lesser of attempts. And again, just to put this in perspective here, folks, let me show you this. Because I think this does kind of highlight this really well. So look here with Sam Darnold. You see the projection listed right here for the season. Right here, where he's at 38.46 for yards for a full season projection. But notice this number right there, 425 passing attempts for the season. So when I go to his stats for his career, and we look at last year, 545 passing attempts last year for a whole season. And so what happens with that, with why this bends back to Kupp, is that I just think that there's not enough attempts to throw out there to Kupp. You know, when you're only throwing the ball 21 times a game, 23 times a game, there's only so many passing attempts to have, and you're already like working half of your attempts to JSN as it is, and you still have more reps you want to get over here to maybe Horton, and more reps to get over here to Arroyo, and hey, let's get our Barner in. Oh yeah, don't forget the running backs too. Get to a spot where there's just no more left over there for a guy like Kupp on that. And he's getting open at times, and there's times that Darnold's going elsewhere. But I think if you got a game like where you're going to throw 35, 40 times in a game, you'll see Kupp up around 100 yards receiving in that game. Throughout Emenwari taking Knights reps, I mean, it's possible. Most of training camp was him in the slot. So that's why I'm connecting more of Emenwari back to the slot. But certainly the door could be open on this of saying, rather than going and having him replace a position that's a strength for us that we're playing well at, let's have him go and you take advantage of his versatility to have him go work at a spot where we've been maybe a little weaker on. So could that then be maybe the will linebacker position? Maybe. I don't think it will be that case, but I certainly can't throw it out the door that there's no possibility of it. Seahawks Gaming, send Russ to the Jags because Holy Lawrence had me stressing Sunday. I don't think Mr.
Duval.
I don't think he likes Trevor too much. We already had that one moment a couple of weeks ago where he's telling Trevor to throw it into the body of Brian Thomas, and then Trevor just sort of dismissing him with a hand. And there was a couple moments in this game where I felt like he was getting frustrated with Trevor on some of the stuff Trevor was doing, into that second half especially. And then there was a weird kneel down moment, Seahawks Gaming, at the end of the game. So there's 2 minutes to go. The Niners have burned all of their timeouts. The Jaguars have a first down. And rather than Trevor Lawrence do the thing where he snaps it and then just gets down, he snaps the ball, takes 2 steps back, then downs it. And then because Fred Warner is an absolute psychopath, he tries to do that, I'm going to leap over the top and cause a fumble thing. The lineman catches him doing it midair. The lineman catches him, throws him down to the ground to the side. As he's throwing him down to the ground, he throws him on the back leg of a Jaguar offensive lineman. The Jaguar offensive lineman comes up limping post-play, and he's like hurt. And you just see Cohen over there, Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jaguars, just losing his stuff. And I swear I can read his lips saying, "Just snap it and get down." Like he's screaming at Trevor. And then the very next snap, Trevor just gets right down. And it felt like that the whole game. Those guys, oil and water kind of vibes. They do not feel like they're simpatico. Some of it I get, though. There is some stuff with Trevor where you're just like, he's really talented. He's got a good arm. He can move a little bit, good size. But there are some times I can kind of get where Liam's coming at times where it's like, dude. Like even there, he didn't need to like try to take off the extra 2 seconds. They were going to burn the timeout no matter what, whether you quick snap it or not. So what's the point of doing that? Why risk the injury to your lineman at that point? Ryan Ball, Russ needs an Eagle team right now. But that's not going to happen. Yeah. Probably not coming down the line anytime soon unless Hurts gets injured. They would move for him, though, if Hurts got injured. Gibson, our run blocking is really the only thing I want to see make major upgrades on our offensive line. Needs to get better. Yeah, I would love to see it too. If they want to make a priority of 2 picks in the first 3 days of the next draft, go to the offensive line. I got no problem with that. The only issue is that on the early scouting reports I'm reading and learning about so far, and some of the folks that are doing some of the early evaluations on this line, though we had heard that the center class was going to be really good, I think that the guard position especially has been pretty disappointing here, what we're seeing right now leading up to next year's draft. And so we'll see. Maybe there's a tackle convert out there that'll be a better one. It's not looking like the most strongest so far, though I haven't really done the deep dive. So it's just what I'm hearing about in the rumors. Jordan, they spent all this money on the team only for the offense to be bad. Where is this game at? Let me see this game here. 5:42 in the fourth quarter. Broncos up 21-3. Jeez. Browning's been doing okay when he's come in the past there. Don't know what happened in this one. He's been all right. Ramadeep Bara. Would you like to see the team play Milrow and the second team rest the players if we clinch the division? Well, I mean, if we get to the place of, I want the first round bye, Ramadeep. I don't think you want to rest anybody until you've got the first round bye assured, because it's more important than ever before. You used to 10 years ago have 2 first round byes for teams in both conferences. Now there's only 1 in each. So not only is it that you have the home field advantage throughout the playoffs, but you also have that first week to bye. That's to rest your team up in that way. Not to mention you have a week of playoffs you don't have to play. That is such a huge advantage to hand your team going into the playoffs. And it's evidenced by the fact, Ramadeep, that the 3 times that we've made the Super Bowl, we have had the number 1 seed and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. So that's really where I feel greedy looking at it already, because we don't quite feel close to being able to reach that stage of things, but that would be where I'd have my sights set. And then once you get there, maybe then, but chances are you're not going to get to the place, Ramadeep, where you're going to be that comfortable to where you're going to be sitting at 15-1 going into the final week of the season, and you're 2 games up on a team and you can just play Milrow the whole game. I'll do it if that's the case. Yes, would be the answer if that's the case in the way it plays out, but I've got to get all the way down the line to that to then do this. Jordan says Cohen's going to lose the locker room doing that stuff. It reminds me a little bit of why Pete would sometimes be so even keeled, and why so much of what Pete was doing was not just rah-rah, I'm Mr. Positivity, but why Coach Carroll did what he did in the name of, I'm a wizened coach who's learned under a lot of other coaches as to how you carry yourself and how you act. This is a little bit of stuff that I was talking about with the quarterback position, and that you have to be boring, that you have to be buttoned up, that you have to be a company man a little bit. And that there's sometimes these players want to be part of the guys, and they just want to be part of the guys, and I just want to be like another player, and I'm just going to do my thing, and I want to be swaggy, and I just want to be flashy, and I want this to be on me. And it's like you have to kind of adopt certain control functions within your personality a little bit, because it's the requirement of the position, be it a starting quarterback in this league or a head coach. And with Liam Cohen as a first-time head coach, he's got a bit of that emotionality of a first-time head coach. He's got a little bit of a guy that's not in that stoic, even-keeled kind of approach that you have to be, as these players are always looking at you. It's like children looking at you as a parent. You're freaking out and you're emotional. Well, guess what? They're going to take that as an indicator and they're going to run with that. You got to be controlled. You got to be, I got a plan for everything. Even when things are completely breaking down and out of control, I'm under control. I'm ready to be the captain to take control of this wheel and hold the ship steady. And instead, you got Liam over there. And I'm not talking about mad at the officials. I'm talking about like pissed at his own players. Like behind closed doors, don't embarrass your guys, especially your starting quarterback. Try not to make them looking bad on camera. You got problems? Hold it. Just like two parents disagree. Don't have one parent that you embarrass in front of the child. You got to disagree. I don't want you doing that. Hey, I'll bring you behind. We'll go to the bedroom. We'll talk alone when the kid can't hear us. We want them believing we're always in alignment. It's a little bit of that same kind of spirit you want to bring in play. And Cohen's, he's turned up, man. Max mentions the other part with Cohen was he was mad after the game. There's the video of him yelling at Robert Saleh because Saleh had said in a press conference the prior week that they would do a really good job of stealing signs, does Cohen, that's what he's really good at. And that's a hell of a backhanded. That is kind of 5D chess backhanded level compliment by Saleh. I mean, it is kind of, you know what I mean? As a good one, you know, I could see how Leon kind of went, oh. But then Leon shows his ass. Keep my name out your mouth. Keep my wife's name out your mother effing mouth. See, Woods, I'm not judging off what ifs. I'm judging how national media makes up narratives. There was no narratives after Josh's bad first playoff game. Meanwhile, we all know how bad Sam's narratives are. Yeah. I think Sam, to your point, I think where you're coming at on this, I find myself in agreement where those last 2 games with Sam allowed people to have confirmation bias of their predefined narrative of Sam. And when it comes to players in the NFL, people want to have an opinion, stay on that opinion, not be moved off that spot, not have to be kind of wait, I got to go back now and, you know, I thought this about this guy. I'd seen a lot of his tape. I've watched a lot of him play. I've come to my opinion on him. Now I have to rechange my opinion on that guy. And I speak to this as myself. I was slow on Sam. After all, it took me into this offseason with Darnold and us to the point of signing him to really go back and really dive into the tape and watch it with eyes where I'm going, okay, how is he playing the position here? How is he executing this offense? How easy or hard is this offense setting him up for to have that success or not? And as you took it all into account, you went, oh, this is better than I thought this was. Wow, that was a hell of a throw. That was a pretty incredible decision he just made to go over here to that. Oh, another one right there, stacking up one after another, game after game, play after play. And you get to the point where then, okay, now that's got to start to move the outlook. But this is something I'm guilty of as much as anything else too, of just, you have those opinions that get in on a person, on a player, and it just sort of like, it sets and it hardens, and it's hard to go back there and sort of reset your eyes on a given player with that. And then you get that little bit of, oh no, I was right on that. So see, I don't have to think about that anymore. I could just put that thing away. Jordan says, meanwhile, Sean Payton is trying his hardest to make Archie Harvey look good. I'm telling you, he's going to make Archie Harvey a thing. He's going to do it. He doesn't carry. He may have he got one guy averaging 6.3 yards per carry, but Harvey's just getting ready to break through with that 3.5 yard per carry average, man. He's just, it's really should just be an even Steven backfield really at that point, you know? One guy 6.3, one guy 3.5, 50-50. That's just how, that's how a smart backfield is run. See, I think Lamar and Josh are good examples of how differently it can turn out. One is great, one still struggles. Yeah, I think Lamar, both have grown their game with time. I think Josh has kind of done some things to advance his game in certain ways that he's got some more answers to the tests than sometimes Lamar does. Both of them have a lot of answers to the tests, but Josh is probably rounded out to be able to develop a couple of extra answers to where you can't box him in the way that, you know, the Chiefs defensively not only boxed in Lamar in this game, but have boxed in him a couple times with Spagnuolo there. Rampanzi, I think you mean me. You said Brian, but I think you mean Brandon. Brandon, in your opinion, do you think if a trade with Woolen happens, Seattle is hunting for an offensive piece or defensive? It's a great question, Rampanzi. Great question. Well, I think at the head of the priority list here would be from a John Schneider perspective that if he could get a really good center or a really good right guard right now, that I think he would jump on both of those two. And it wouldn't even have to be necessarily that you move Woolen indirect turn for a lineman. We've talked a little bit of Rampanzi about, okay, what if you could take a Woolen in a draft pick and maybe get a Jackson Powers Johnson from the Raiders, who seems to be in a bit of the doghouse with Coach Carroll right now. That feels a little pie in the sky to me. I don't know that, especially for a line that's kind of struggled a little bit, that they're going to be necessarily in any kind of real hurry to look to move a guy that's probably one of their few talented offensive linemen that they have on the team. But that would be probably the number one priority there. I do think, though, that Rampanzi, this might be where you may have a number one priority, but it may be you can only get what you can get. It's the old Rolling Stones. You can't get what you want, but you get what you need. So maybe you want maybe an edge rusher, but maybe what you got to like sustain on is that maybe you can find a quasi difference making edge that you can go out there and pull from a team. Maybe an outside corner that more of a long-term answer for a team that, doesn't fit. Maybe you can find some creative fashion of a trade there to make that happen. I don't have anybody at the forefront of my mind that would jump out to me on that. But those would be the only positions. Like, you're going to sit and stay strong, I think, with where you're at with the running back. You're going to feel good about wide receiver. You're going to feel good about tight end. You don't have any need for tackles right now as it goes. Your inside linebackers are probably pretty solid. I mean, maybe a Will, maybe. But I don't know. I don't even know if I see that one as really being on the board. I think the team may feel okay about what they have there. So safety, you feel good. You're good at 3-tech. Nose tackle, certainly Rampanzi is something that stands out, but is there a nose out there that Seattle would want? Do they feel the need to do it at this point with getting some productivity from, they're both stopping the run as it is right now, and they're also finding a way to get pressure with Byron from the nose tackle position, from the 1-tech. So maybe that draws that away as much of a need as it might look when we walked into the season. Hard to say the Rampanzi. I think offensive line would certainly be the priority, but there just may not be the trade there to happen, where I do think there's always a trade there to be happen for maybe a corner or for another edge. I think you can go find that if you want. That's a position that there's a little bit more there, but hard to say with the line because there just may not be a team offering a really good player that you like. Charlie Unicorn, Burrow end up on the Cardinals. Book it. Ooh. I could see it. Seahawks Squawker, I think we get a 5th rounder as compensation pick if Woolen leaves in free agency. I think it's a 4th rounder, or just keep him for depth this season. Very smartly put on your part. I can't blame you on that aspect of it for looking at the compensatory pick. There are 2 different things that are going to make the compensatory pick for Riq Woolen tough. Number 1, what is the value that Riq Woolen is going to sign as far as a contract out there? His days of looking at the Sauce Gardner contract and thinking that he's going to get an equivalent of that are over with. Maybe he can get up as high as $10 million a year. Okay, so what's $10 million going to get you a year on a 3-year extension, let's say? Probably in the 5th to 6th round contract compensation. So you are correct on that, C-Squawker. The problem comes into play, though, as you take a look at this thing that I brought up, which is over the cap in the 2026 season, where you will see that your Seattle Seahawks have the 7th highest amount most of cap space in the entire NFL. So they're sitting on $57 million of cap space right now. And the way the compensatory system works, what you sign off, what you lose out, those people that go in free agency and sign other teams, that's your loss. Who you sign in free agency is your gain. So the question here is, are you going to sign the equivalency in free agent contracts of a 3-year, $30 million deal that Riq will probably get on the open market to then offset that to where you get no compensatory pick? So what I'm trying to say here, C-Squawker, is that the only way you get that 5th round compensatory pick back for Woolen is if you essentially sign no free agents. And that's highly unlikely to happen when you're sitting on the 7th most amount of cap space walking into next offseason. And that's before you've made any contractual adjustments. We've had for years here the problem with dead money. Take a look at that. Right? Every year it's been an issue for years and years and years and years and years. And it's gotten frustrating at times, huh? But look at that. Not 10, not 20, not 30, not 40, not the $70 million of dead money we're sitting on right now. You have $483,000 of dead money for 2026 in addition to this. Why do I mention that? Because of the fact that means you have a lot of then flexibility on top of then the cap space that you possess to really be at that point more active in how you sign contracts and being able to then go on the free agency. Now, a counter to this might be, well, but we got Witherspoon, we got JSN, we got Charles Cross. All of those deals will be signed and you're still going to be sitting on a ton of cap space. Probably still be sitting on, like, if you're at 50, you're at $57 million right now, maybe down at 35 after you sign those extensions. So I get totally where you're coming from on that, C-Squawker, but we probably are not going to be able to play the compensatory game this particular offseason. We're going to be kind of stuck on that one. 100% I hate Will Smith. Thrillhouse, D-Law didn't sound serious. Sounds like a hammy. Gave him some issues and he wasn't worried about it. That's good to hear. He's going to be a key contributor on this team, and he's been a big part of helping to stop that run. So need him coming back. SZ, I truly believe we are a playoff team, but I'm incredibly nervous how we'll perform, especially like a team like the Rams or Packers. Thoughts? No, I think that those teams are really good teams that are maybe a little bit further along in their process to where we're trying to get. We're not far behind them, SC. We're in their rear view. We're gaining space. Our front hood's coming up on their back bumper, but we're trying to catch up to them. We're trying to catch up to the class of the NFC in general, be it Lions, Eagles. We're trying to reach up into that stage of things. And that's the next step for us. And we're right on the edge. And when we take that step or not, I don't know. I have faith we're going to take the step, SC. I don't know that it happens this year or not. That's the part that I'm still in kind of a monitoring, let's see how this kind of comes together and plays out phase of things, because you have room to catch up to them, not they've got to catch up to you. And I do think it happens, and it might be one more year before it all really clicks and goes, but it's lining up. It's moving in the right direction. Ramadeep, Brandon, do you feel like this year players, and I'm Brandon, by the way, not Brian. We got a few mentions of Brian. Brandon, do you feel like this year players have really bought into the whole ready squad mentality because every one of them has come off the bench or from the PC have played really well? Practice squad. Yes, I think that this was captured a little bit in your offseason participation in the voluntary part of the OTAs. This tends to be one that even on the best of squads, you're going to have 20, 25, maybe sometimes 30 guys that are like, look, it's voluntary. I don't have to be here. And it's a small thing, but a big thing. Because if you have players that are trying to be great, if you got players that understand that this is a league of parity and that there are few places that you can go and grab advantages to be better than the competition across from you, and that you start walking up to those advantages and you say, nah, I don't need that. I can still be great without that. Oh, the hubris involved. So to have a team that had every player participate in that offseason program, including even a Haskins, who hasn't even been here really yet, I think shows a little bit of the commitment level that you have from these players. It also shows the hungry roster that you have created here with John Schneider and Mike McDonald, and that you're buying in players that are all about ball, that want to be great. I mean, there's a feeling I get when I hear a Julian Love or a Leonard Williams or an Ernest Jones talk that to me stands out of guys that are wanting to get to that next level. That these aren't guys that are just simply happy to be pro football players, but they're trying to build something. And it's not easy. And just the intent to want to build it doesn't make it happen either. But it is an absolute important part to have if you're going to get there. And the team is taking care of that as much as they can. There's a certain element of this Ramadeep that comes down to luck, fate, sometimes a bad break here or a good break there. But there are things you can control. And from my outlook on this, to the team standpoint, they are controlling all of the parts they can. The players are controlling it by taking on the responsibility, by showing up and giving you an intense training camp by all accounts, that they were engaged, that they were understood, that they put the work in day by day, that you had these players clocked in that way, that it's connected by your front office and your general manager making smart decisions down the line. Not perfect, but more often than not, decision after decision being smart and rightly aligned into the correct manner. And that you stack enough of these smart decisions up and you have the right buy-in for the players. This is the recipe. This is the mixture. This is that secret sauce. You know? What is that secret recipe from Coca-Cola? What's that secret recipe in the NFL to building a great team? It's this stuff. This is the meat of that stuff. Jordan says, wouldn't you get more for a comp pick if someone signs? Yeah, that's where I just don't think the comp pick is going to come into factor with all the cap space. Unfortunately. Ramadeep, my dad, Brandon, no worries. It's all good. I'll answer to Brian, Brandon, bro. I answer to it all. Jordan says Burrow's going to follow the same career path as Andrew Luck. Bengals refuse to build an O-line. They can't even build a defense. Yeah, Bengals are a mess. A reactionary organization. You know, They kind of lucked into Burrow, and then they made a lot of decisions off the line of that. And it's kind of taken them away from really the identity of what they are really organizationally wise. Not that they have a smart organization identity wise, not that they have a one that's a proven winner that leads you to greatness, but it's just their identity, and they've left it. And it's kind of had them now with a foot in two different directions here, organizationally speaking. And you get a kind of a mixed salad here a little bit, or just sort of a weird team in the way that this has kind of been put together. But the offensive line that they put in front of him has been like that since day one. And this is, again, part of the reason the Bengals team is the organization they are. Like, you draft Burrow. Look, it's a great pick. Burrow's awesome there with your team. You've gotten him broken multiple times over, torn ACL. Now what's going on with the lower leg injury he's got now in addition to this? And it's like, well, why is this happening? Because you don't have an offensive line you can put together that's capable of keeping him protected, and you don't have a defense that doesn't mean that he's not going to throw the ball 24/7 for you to win football games. So, like, before you go get the quarterback, this is that whole thing I've always said about is like, everybody just says, go get the quarterback, go get the quarterback, and I am always saying, well, wait, no, I understand you want to get the talented quarterback, but if you're just throwing him in a position where he's set up to fail, what good is that? What has that gotten you? And to me, not a whole hell of a lot. But they're in a bad state. They're in a tough look for Bengals right now. From Pazzi, yeah, sorry, Brandon, I brain farted. No worries, brother. No worries. I had a couple Brians, so I was just like, we're Brandon here. Brandon. I don't know where the heck Hankins is, Seattlebot. He's MIA, man. Nope, not in the practice squad. I think he's on the roster. I don't know what he's doing. God only knows. Max says, yeah, we have so much cap space. Comp picks are pretty unlikely. That's a good call. We should probably try to trade Reek before the deadline. This is where you come back to why move Reek. If there is no comp pick, then you risk losing Reek for nothing at the end of the year. And if the intention is to take him off of being a starter right now, there may be a little bit of logic and reasoning towards then moving him because of that. And I could get that. As game and Gino Stone. Yeah, I don't think we'll need another safety. I think we're going to be good on the safety side. We're not going to want anybody on the Bengals outside of Chase or Higgins. Amen. Rampanzi, man, I really wanted Kenneth Grant in the draft. He looks rough in that Dolphins primetime game. I don't know if it was a scheme, but he looked great coming out of college. Yeah, I like Grant a lot too, man. How has he done? I kind of wanted to double check on him. Keep in mind with him, he's 21. You know, those 21-year-old kids, sometimes that first year, you got to wait a little bit of time on them. And 7 tackles, 1 assist, pretty low overall grade. Really struggling against the run. Kind of surprising. But canon or sell as well, Rampanzi, a young player, 21 years old, going to an awful team and what's probably a horrible environment right now. Probably makes you look worse than you are. Charlie Unicorn, TJ Slayton with the Bengals might be worth keeping an eye on in trade. 6'4", 340-pound nose tackle, defensive tackle. Oh, nose tackle. All right. Keep an eye on him. Not as well aware of him as a player, but love the suggestion there mentioned there. That's nose tackle is one of those spots to take a look at as a possibility. Glad we got Zabel too. The Rampanzi looking like the right choice here initially, at least. You get a lot more immediacy out of Zabel than you would have out of Grant here. I do think with Grant going there too to that Bengal Dolphin team, it's just Grant's 21 bench reps worried me going to the NFL. I think he had pretty kind of longer arms, didn't he? I don't remember. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate for all the support today from you. Buying or selling B, if the Hawks dominate Tampa and we split with the Rams, we will win at least one playoff game. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So that puts you to 4. That puts you to 5 wins right there, right? You're guaranteed at least you got the 5 victories there. I think you get the Cardinals. I think you get the 49ers by the time you play them on the next point. So that takes you to 7 wins. Are you going to get 3 or 4 more wins through the rest of your schedule at that point? Yeah, you better believe you are. So I would think that. Hard to say at least one playoff win because, Michael, some of that depends on if you win the division or not, or you have the home playoff game or not. We've been road warriors recently. I think 8 straight road playoff wins. So we've definitely done good on the road. But if you have to go into Detroit on the road in the playoffs as a wild card team, that might be kind of tough. If you're going to Tampa Bay on the road, maybe you got more of a win. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, Michael, it sort of depends on who we go, where we go, if we get that one playoff win, because I don't know if I see quite yet the team that's going to go take this division. The Rams just look so good. It does seem to feel like to me that this is a team that's just probably going to take this division when it's all said and done. And we're going to be maybe a game or 2 behind them, even if we split with them. It kind of feels like that right now. A lot of room for change on this one, but it just does generally feel like that. So I'd say you certainly have an opportunity to win a playoff game at that point, but kind of depends on the opponent, the matchup, where you're at health-wise. It's so far down the lines. All that's got to be kind of a part of the measure. But in general terms, you're certainly capable of doing so. And I certainly have this team in the playoffs at this point, kind of still as we stand right now. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the donos. You're awesome, man. Awesome. Mumbles, thank you for the 35 months, almost 3 years here as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that long-time support. Who do you trust winning week 5? Eagles or the Texans? Trust winning week 5. Eagles or the Texans? Are they playing each other? I'm definitely Eagles if they're playing each other in week 5. Who am I trusting more? So you got Denver going into Philly, and you got Houston going into Baltimore. Ooh, that's kind of hard. It's a tough call, Mumbles. I certainly think the Eagles playing at home are going to probably beat Denver. I would take the Eagles in that one. But Baltimore was without Lamar Jackson, but I'd go Houston. No Lamar, he makes so much of that offense go at that point that I would have to give him the nod. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. World's biggest midget will raise the 12th flag.
Now you know the rest of the story.
Deep. Lost it. There we go. Feels like this year teams are double teaming Murphy less than last year because they got to account for Chenna, D-Law, Big Cat, Reed, and a few other guys. I definitely think the word's on the street with Leo Williams that you better get some doubles on him a little bit more consistently. So I think it's drawn to that side a bit more. Yeah. I'm not sure on the edges with that. If the edges are pulling a lot of doubles. Addis, yeah, hopefully Tyreek's okay. Sounds like that's a brutal injury. Max, Brandon, Brian, Brendan, B, Bro, B-Dog, Big, Brandeezy. That's right. It all fits, man. Hey, ho. Hey, ho. Thrill House, Jesse's probably not having the best of days. I'm going to get to hang out with him here on Wednesday and Thursday in person for the first time, so I'll do a pulse check of him at that time. But, he's looking at this realistic. He's a realistic man. He understands what he's facing here with this team and where the Niners are at. And, I think he's kind of embraced this year was going to be a reset already before things started to shift where they've shifted. But hard as a Niner fan right now with where things are at, even at 3-1, to be looking at the future here for the next couple of weeks and going, we're in great shape. Just a couple guys back and we'll be fine. I'm sure that's what Lombardi's saying, but not the Niner realists. Jordan says Purdy got 2 wide receivers injured again with his medicine balls. Yeah, the one on Joanne Jennings, he had to lay up for that 2-point conversion. That thing, I thought he got his rib broken. Like that guy got him right in the right spot or spleen split in half or something. Yeah, where is he? Orange Kitty is deep in sleep right now. She's over across from me right now. She can't be bothered. Thrillhouse, was Cheetah's injury Joe Theismann bad? Don't want to. I haven't seen yet, Thrillhouse, and I'm in the same place you are. People are talking about it like a horror film. I think I'm going to avoid that one. Ramadeep, Brandon, what you just said about getting quarterback and throwing him into the fire, they didn't do well. Look at Sam, how the team's support he had around him compared to his last 2 years. Yeah, I've dealt with it in doing this channel for many years, Ramadeep, and certainly when we were going through the process of moving on from Russell Wilson to the next quarterback, I really had to engage with a lot of the thinking on this. And that's why I'm so kind of well accustomed to it, is that I've had so many fans face me with the fact that it doesn't matter, you just draft the quarterback. Yeah, but where is it? What about where our team's at? Doesn't matter, just draft the quarterback. Yeah, but we're not sure about our head coach. Doesn't matter, draft the quarterback. Yeah, but I don't have an offensive line. Really doesn't matter, draft the quarterback. Yeah, but my defense sucks. He's going to have to score every time, and we're going to start him instantaneously. It's not going to be, yeah, doesn't matter, draft the quarterback. I saw for years on this that the answer at every single turn was not deep thought or putting together a lot of different factors to arriving at a conclusion. It was simply just get quarterback, just get quarterback. And the thing that I've really had that has awoken me this year as much as anything else that I'm starting to get more caught up onto and realizing where I can kind of find bad takes and where you can see things in people's thinking that is broken is when there is a drive to draw to the simplistic. When there's the drive to say, this game that has all these complicated factors is all derived down to this one thing. This guy suck, he bad. And that there's a big pull in NFL fans especially to really fall down to and distill everything down. All this stuff. And you like a car compactor, you start out with this big car and you break it all down to this little hunk of metal if you can just distill it all down. And we all have to fight against that urge of distilling down because football is so very rarely simplistic. But when it comes to the quarterback position, I think there's an epidemic of problematic outlooks when it comes to the quarterback position in the modern era, driven by that simplistic mindset, driven by that inability to see the deep levels of complication which drive success on a football field, not just for a quarterback, but let's say for a running back, because we see the same thing with a running back. Oh, he doesn't pick the wrong holes. Oh, he's got to stop dancing. How about, is it the offensive line not actually opening up any holes? No, it's not. He just can't dance. Yeah, but there's penetration going through the hole he was supposed to go. If he doesn't dance, should he just get tackled? Or what if a running back doesn't have a good passing attack? Or what if a running back doesn't have a defense that can stop the other offense so he gets the opportunities to run the ball? Or if he doesn't have a good scheme that takes best advantage of his talents at the running back position? Good or bad? Is he dancing or not? So there's that drive, again, back to simplicity, but it's never simple. And with Sam, it wasn't simple with him going to the Jets and what happened there. People didn't take into account, myself included on this, that this was a guy that was known coming out, even for as talented as he was, even for as high an upside as he was throwing out to teams as far as a possibility, that this was still a guy that was going to take some time to arrive at his upside. But then he goes to the Jets and they want to start him instantaneous because teams just can't help themselves. Why? Because we come back to the simple. Just get him out there. Let's just see if we got magic. Let's just see if he can be this magic. Just see if he can save us. Save us, Sam. How improper is that to ask? Some kid coming out of college. Save us. How out of pocket is that? No surprise it fails so often. Max Bailey, good point. B, he's crazy young. Grant's got to work out, grow some man strength, then he should be okay. I think he'll be fine long term. More fellas, I think Reek Williams' problems is confidence, similar to Marvin Harrison Jr. for the Cardinals. I think he just needs to make a play like Marvin Harrison did to get back into his thing. I like it, man. Very well could be the case here with him for sure, Horns fellas. Yeah, I'd take the Texans over Baltimore. No Lamar. That's tough. Yeah, Charlie at the unicorn. I think with Hill, that looks like more than a year-long injury return. I don't think he's coming back in a year on that one. And so, does he come back at 32 years of age? it's probably the end on him if it's as bad as this is being talked about. Look at Ayuk trying to come back off the injury he had last year. Like those major ones like that, they take a while. Dak Dong 49ers locker room equals a mass unit. Boy, does it ever. It's every week. It's just like, goodness. Remedy, how important would you say the mini bye week is for us as a team? Do you see any benefits from this mini bye week? Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt there's benefits to it. You take a team like the team you're playing the next week, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were in an absolute dogfight with the Eagles. They got down by multiple touchdowns. They had to fight their ass off on both sides of the ball, claw, scrape, get it right down to the end, and then just come up short. They're beaten up a little bit coming out that game. We were sitting on our couch on Sunday. So, you should be fresher, and then you get to play at home, Ramadeep, on top of the fact that you get the extra rest. You're at home, and they've got to travel all the way across the country to you. So these should provide us, are they defining factors that give you the win or loss? No. But do they provide you a little bit of an extra advantage to this, to giving you a pathway to getting this win? And what was a really tough game on paper coming into this season, when you can use every advantage that you can get, you better believe it. King Bomber, I really like Trey Hendrickson in this defense, but I don't know if he has the run capabilities to be a contributor. Hard to say on that one, King Bomber. See if he's in play as a guy. I mean, he's that one potential kind of maybe difference maker as far as an actual pass rusher out there on the market that you really like versus the other options that might exist for you. So you certainly would think that makes him in play. And I think if you're bringing in Trey, you're bringing in him to probably King Bomber to, allot him as mainly a situational pass rusher, that you're going to try to protect his snaps against the run if you can, as much as you can. Why you mad, bro? Jalen Hurt, the most overrated quarterback, bro, can't throw past 20 yards. Yeah. He's on the other end of that scale a little bit from the standpoint of success being driven by all these other factors helping you get there. And then he has just the right skill set to fit in alignment with the great supporting cast he has to get the most out of his abilities. So it's that combination that can work the other way too, where, so much of the drive fan base is to put it all in the quarterback to be the superhero. And then what happens when you have the quarterback who's the ultimate guy who's had so much taken off of his plate to allow him to be set up for success? And not that Jalen isn't also, done a great job to really, nobody knows his limitations more than Jalen Hurts. No one knows more of what he can do and can't do on a football field than that guy. And he leans into his strengths. So you got to give him credit. He doesn't hurt himself. He doesn't make the horrible mistake, but he's got the great supporting cast around him to help him flourish. And if you took some of that supporting cast away from him, you would get a real clear view really quickly as to Jalen Hurts as a quarterback purely and what he can bring really to the position and what he can't bring. And I think part of the reason, to your point, Jordan, the OC has A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith running really only streaks and slants. It's a very simplified offense. It's around the fact that, look, he can't make every NFL throw. I'm not having him make a 15-yard comeback from the far hash. I'm not trusting A.J. Brown's arm on that. I don't know if I'm going to ask those guys to run a lot of option routes and have him read that on the fly with option routes and adjust to it. Things are kind of simplistic a little bit in that offense, but that allows him to work around, okay, simple one, simple two, use my legs. Simple one, simple to the two, use my legs. To me, there's a little bit of that. It's the equivalent of like a pop song that's got like 3 chords. And look, you can have pop songs that have been the most popular songs in musical history off of just the most simplistic chords. And then you can have those guys, they get in there and they work everything, where it's got complexity and it's got depth. And you can win both ways. Pop songs can go out there and get you gold records. Complexity can go get you gold records. There's not just one way to slay this beast, so to speak. But indeed, the Eagles are definitely operating off of a 3-chord sequence. They are a Tom Petty song. You don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels. No shaded Tom. I like Tom too. But you know what I mean? 'Cause I'm free. Morning. He's not a high chord progression guy, not a real, deep layers. Seahawks Gaming says trade Woolen to the Jags for Foye Oluokun. We have Drake Thomas starting. Maybe you can pull that off. King Bomber, hot take. Drake Thomas has played well. He's played all right. I've liked him. Steve Penor, the Hawks Nest, love watching your content. Let's get that trophy. Go Hawks. Hey, let's get it, Steve. Thank you, man. I appreciate you watching. Very kind of you. I love what I get to do, man. I get the best job on in the planet. Jenny's got crunched so bad I cringed. I did too, man. I thought that's a broken rib, the way he was like flopping on the ground like a fish. I'm like, can't blame him. I'd be doing the same. But Jack Dong, everyone hates Lombardi. Yeah, it's because everyone's aware of the fact that does this, like you have in a guy like Jesse that does this, that, there's always what I would call the dark side to doing content creation. There's the ways of the Sith. And the ways of the Sith are the Lombardi ways, which is I'm going to be positive, never negative, because I understand that that's how I'm always going to get the best return to my channel. People don't like negativity. You lose subscribers when you go negative. You don't get as much watch when you're not being hyper positive at every turn. That's why you guys see so many clickbait videos like Seahawks defense getting ready to destroy, offense ready to just ignite, the oversell stuff, right? And there's an easy draw to go in that lane, but boy, it's soulless. And you lose all of your honesty with your audience. To me, you're kind of almost at that point talking down to your audience because you're sort of insulting their intelligence. You don't know I'm playing the part of a guy that's being unbiased in my outlook of this, and that, I root for the team, but I'm looking at this with just real sober eyes and understand, trying to find the clarity of it. You're misselling that to your audience at that point. You're lying to them. And that's, to me, something that's worth derision. Norton and Parasol had to die for that ball, re-injured the same knee. Yeah, he did. He landed right on it. I was watching that too, Jordan, thinking, these receivers with the lack of the knee pads, thought this with DK Metcalf last year. I know it don't look cool, okay? I know it doesn't look good when you got the big old floppy knee pad on your knee, but when you guys go up and you're jumping and climbing the ladder up there 38, 39 inches in the air, and then you're coming back down and it's all going on your knee and there's no pad there. As a football player, what do you expect is going to happen to your knee at that point? Like, how do you not expect something to snap or break or wear the knee pad? They're not going to do it. But like when DK had this happen with the Atlanta game last year, I'm just like, DK, you're going to wear knee pads, then you don't get to climb the ladder to where you fall down straight to the ground and land on your knee then. You're going to have to adjust your game around that then too. Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation. Mumbles, I really appreciate you for that, man. And thank you for as well being a long-time member of the channel. Very, very kind of you. Thanks. Needed some help with that one before I put money on it. It's tough to tell here, went from easy to hard fast, laughing out loud. I also told Jesse to have Sourdough Sam get a hat if we go 0-2 versus the Niners. Yeah, it's going to be a struggle if we go 0-2 versus the Niners, especially with where we're going to, they may have only 30 guys that they can dress at this rate by the time we get to the end of the year, Mumbles. So they might have Fred Warner playing two ways by the time we get that last game of the season. So hopefully we could find a way. And tough call on that one a little bit, because especially you are playing Baltimore then on the road with Houston, where Houston's got to travel there. But I just end up falling back in line of thinking, okay, with Houston, you just have them coming off the win against the Titans. I know it's the Titans. Maybe you're getting a little bit of like some mojo going in the right direction on that. And it does feel like from a Baltimore standpoint that this loss hit them pretty hard. Harbaugh kind of talking a little bit of trash about the offensive play calling after the game. Fans getting a little bit unsettled. There's a little bit of like, why do we have to let Mike McDonald go thing coming back into play a little bit, which you love to see from a Hawk fan perspective. Them still lamenting his loss. So that was a tough one, Mumbles. That one's a little bit of a tough one for me, but I'm going to lean back on that side of it. And I do feel pretty confident with the Eagles. Man, they're locked in right now. They're not playing perfect, but they're locked in enough of a team that just feel like it comes off that Super Bowl, still rolling along well. Really good mix between the youth to the age. They had guys through some years there with the Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham and Kelsey. It's like, okay, they're getting to the end, and they've been able to kind of refresh things. Jalen Carter, Juergens there at center, Landon Dickerson at left guard. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper. What's the kid's name? Freaking forget his name. The kid that got out of Iowa, a really good player. Can't believe I'm spacing on his name. He played really well again last week too. He's going to be tough for us if we have to play the Eagles. But they just done a good job of restocking the talent and just keeping it refreshed. But that's why Roseman's so good at what he does. Thank you though, Mumbles. Appreciate the tenor, man. We better not go 0-2 versus the Niners. This cannot be a possibility. This cannot happen. Charlie Unicorn, the recyclers shred the cars now, rarely make them into metal cubes. I miss the metal cubes. I miss them. Catalyst says this: people want one thing to scapegoat because they don't want to dive into the complexity of this game. Amen. And this took me 6 years of doing this channel for this, and me being almost well over 40 years into my life of figuring this one out. So I am slow to come around on this one, to have this where it should have been doing this for a couple of years. I should have recognized this. And I have so many battles and debates I've gotten into with people, which I think I could have been able to probably pull back a little bit sooner if I'd recognized this as being the fact it is. And I can't blame people for drawing towards simplicity. It's not a matter of people aren't smart or that it's an inherent human failing for you to want to drive towards simplicity in this sport. Number one, I can go into a lot of other sports and go to simplicity, and it's the right thing. That batter can't hit a curveball. Straight out of like major league style with Serrano, and he's hitting fastballs. Give him a curveball. Give him a curveball, and then he's swinging and missing. Like, you as a fan can look at that and say, hey, that guy's just missing flat out, can't hit a curveball. Basketball. Force him to drive left. He just wants to go right every time. He's got no left hand. Make him go left. Or he's got no jumper. Take away his drive. Make him shoot a jumper. You as a fan can say, oh, he's backing off two steps on defense. He's letting him jump up and hit the jumper. There are sports where things can be very simple in what you're seeing on the field to what's happening. But football, and this is what makes it such a great game, is it is the ultimate team sport. That's not just something people say. It's the truth. Because 22 men are on that field at any one time. And so you've got to take into account a lot of factors into play with not just all those men, but all of the varying responsibilities that they have to do play in and play out. And it's not easy to understand, and it's never simple. And so what it has stood out to me that I'm noticing and just trying to kind of pay attention and to understand it better from a curiosity standpoint. Why is there this drive from people to get to the, oh, okay, I get it. And, we're all busy and we got a lot of things to think about in life. That's a part of this too. You want to think about things, assess it, figure it out, put it up in the box of your mind, move on to the next thing. And football is the same way. Is CJ Stroud a good quarterback or not? Oh, he hasn't been good since that first year. Guess he must suck. Let me put it up in my box in my mind. I don't have to think about it anymore. Sam Darnold. Oh man, he just said he sees ghosts there with the Jets and he looks so bad in this first chance he's had after being drafted number 3 overall pick. He's a bust. Oh, put that in the box of the mind. Don't have to think about that anymore. Now, if anybody ever asks me about Sam Darnold, they just take it off the shelf. I open the box and I'm like, oh, he sees ghosts. He sucks. Back up in the box, up on the top shelf. Football's not that way. It's never one where you can put up in a box on a shelf. You got to constantly be thinking of it. I'm constantly learning. I'm constantly trying to better understand stuff. And I know I come in with a lot of opinions that are very much like, oh, this is that. But it's absolutely in a place that no matter what opinion I get, I can always be moved off of with more data because these varying factors, that there is so much complication involved. Jack Dong, why does Brandon still have a DK jersey? Steeler fans as well. Jack, I got this sent. It's a signed DK Metcalf jersey. I know you can't see that. You can see like right there. I've got the cat tree in front of it, but it's a signed DK Metcalf jersey. It got sent to me by a fan. So I got a free signed DK Metcalf jersey while he was here. He was one of my favorite players when he was with the Seattle Seahawks. Part of what I do in this channel is a reverence for the history of this team, not just merely for the players that are currently on the roster, but a big part of why I do this channel is the appreciation for players that have come in the past and what they've done for this team, whether they are here or they're not here. So I'm going to keep the Metcalf one up. I proudly have it shown, and I'll be adding more onto this. So, eventually we'll have a load of jerseys behind me, hopefully, when it's all said and done. And GK did have a great game. Took that little cross, took that slant to the house, man. Showed you still got some giddy up and go there. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation, Wu-Tang. Appreciate your work as always, B. What's your prediction against the Bucs for us? I think the Bucs are going to be down a little bit too much on the injury standpoint to travel this far on the road, and us having a little bit of the mini bye to get rested up, along with the fact that our health, if you look at it from a just comparison standpoint to where the Bucs are health-wise, we're in a lot better shape walking into this game, playing at home, having that extra rest. I think that this game would come down close if we just took those parameters outside of this. This would come down very close. These are two rosters that are very much, I think, as much as any rosters in the NFC, kind of mirror each other in certain respects. Just from the total talent that you put on the field, maybe as much as anything else. And so when I look at the Bucs team, it's a complete team on both sides of the ball. They're both capable of hanging 40 points up on you and holding you down to less than 10 points. And so that's a challenge there. It really is a challenge there. And so it's a tight game for me on this one just before we walked into this, but the injury side of it enough to me is enough to pull it to where no Cansey, no Mike Evans, no Cody Mock, no Bucky Irving in this game. I mean, if I'm putting together top 10 Tampa Bay Buccaneer players, all 4 of those guys are on that top 10. Could we lose 4 of our top 10 players and still go to Tampa Bay and beat them on the road? I don't know that we could. So the inverse to us feels like enough to push us forward on this one to like a 27-24 win, like a 3-point win at home, something like that. Maybe a touchdown win at home, something like that. I think it's going to be tough for the Bucs because they lose Irving, and Rachaad White is definitely for them a step backwards as far as his playmaking ability and what he can do to be really devastating carrying the rock. What he can be as far as out of the backfield. Like he's very good at catching the ball in the backfield, but just Irving can be like he showed, I think even last week where he had I think he beat Campbell in like a 60, 70 yard pass down the field running a 9 route. So that's a big loss for them to have him bop out like that. And I think that's just enough to give us a bit of the nod on the lead on this one when it's all said and done, because so much of this comes down to being so close together. But I think we're gonna get it done with the passing game in this one. I think the Bucs are gonna load up to stop the run. I think we're gonna anticipate it better than we have the past couple of weeks, and really having a plan to maybe lean more fervently on the passing attack to go into the weakness of the team that they want to open up. And then defensively speaking, you bring 4, you drop 7 like you have throughout the course of this year. Baker just doesn't have any zones to throw into, yet he's facing fairly quick pressure mounting around him otherwise. And that kind of allows you to carry the day. Thank you, Wu-Tang. Appreciate the $5 donation. Lamar's not out, but it's going that way. Throw-outs causation doesn't equal correlation. That's right. Catalyst says there's so much to this game that drives a successful team that pinning it all blame on one person or player is outright disrespectful of the game. It is, and it's wrong, and it doesn't. It's understandable to why to lean there, but it's not going to lead you to the right answer. And ultimately, we're all trying to just get to the right answer. Stephen Penor, Hawks Nest. Sam and JSN are starting to become a lethal weapon, in my opinion. Love the content. Let's get the trophy. Go Hawks. Let's go. Go Hawks. They are indeed, man. And you talk about 2 guys that have never played with each other prior to this year, yet walking in and they've got a connection like they've been, synced up for the last 3 or 4 years. Something I never could quite understand is why we got with Gino and DK after these guys had not only been playing together for 3 years with Gino and DK, but they had been practicing for a couple of years prior to that. How did we get to a place where you had guys are playing that well together who you get to the end of their time and they look so on separate pages that they're just not, you think it'd be like psychic at that point. And with Sam and JSN, he knows how he's going to run the route. He knows where he's going to be. Those guys have been just great from a chemistry standpoint. Great catch on your part. Jack, I had an OJ jersey, got it on sale after Brentwood. I wear it to USC games. Wu-Tang Financial. DK's value was deep routes and commanding double teams. He wasn't worth top dollar for a guy that dropped that many balls and racked up many penalties. Great athlete. Okay player. Yeah, I think it's a fair outlook on it. Are we going to have a different field design to match our jerseys? I don't know. Maybe you do the old school logo, but hard to say. I wish they would. That looked cool. Charlie says, yeah, they're doing the throwback field design for Sunday. Let's go. That's going to look tight. Ramadeep, I can see the benefits to me, but it feels like we have to always lose that momentum we had coming into the game. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I can see the benefits, but to me, it feels like we seem to, we lose the momentum by the mini bye. I think the team, it comes at a good time, Ramadeep. I think it does. Because you are still 5 away. You're 5 weeks away from your pure bye. So you're into that point where you're almost a third of you're a quarter of the way into the season. You've had the long training camp. You have the 1 week there sort of before the start of the season to kind of rest up. Now you get this mini bye week at the quarter of the way in. Then at 10 games in, you get that extra, then that pure bye. Then at that point, these bodies, I think, need it. You get so banged up and stuff. You needed to kind of get everything refreshing back up. So I think the timing of it's working out really well. It's part of why I like the schedule so much, Ramadeep, is you put those rests in at just the right time space, just rightly apart. And I don't think with it being just an extra 3 days, it'll throw off that momentum too much. I think like Mike McDonald said at this press conference, the players could probably really use this. Guys are probably just a little bit tired. Bomber week 1 for Hendrickson. Give it to me, NFL. Hell yeah. Jordan, would you trade Tony Pollard for Trayvon Henderson in fantasy football? Yeah, I probably would, because I don't think that there's any games where really the Titans are going to be able to lean on their running game that much. Whereas there's going to be games with Trayvon Henderson where the Patriots, at least with throwing the ball, will find him manufactured touches. If I'm trying to cobble together a running back room, if I can at least find a running back who will cobble me the touches together where, okay, he's not going to get 15 to 20 carries. Maybe he only gets 11 or 12 carries, but I can count on him getting another 4 or 5 catches out of the backfield on top of that. I think that that's enough of a edge for Trayvon on that side of it versus Tony. I don't think the Titans are going to get better as the year goes along. I don't think they're going to run the ball as the year runs along more. Remedy, they're doing the throwback field too. That's going to be sweet. Yeah, it is, Remedy. I can't wait, man. It's going to look good. Joshua, this is a very good analogy. Thank you, Joshua. He still gets red zone reps over Spears. Yeah, they got to be in the red zone, though. Plus, that's the thing, like Max says, I think Trayvon's going to get better as the year goes along and more acclimated to that Patriot offense. No Tom Petty slander. I wish I was a guitar hero. I wish I could play guitar. I wish I had the patience for a instrument. I never did. Alpha sucks at mock draft. Spook is on pace to beat 2019 Michael Thomas target record by over 40 targets. I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I really don't think he is an elite tier of receivers right now. I mean, you watch him and it sometimes doesn't make sense with him exactly how he is so productive as he is. I mean, I can watch a Justin Jefferson and how smooth he is with his body control and how effortless he can, get in and out of his breaks. Jamar Chase with his explosiveness and just instant acceleration. Mike Evans with the body control and the monstrous catch radius. These things just stand out to you about these particular receivers and their skill set. And you watch a Puka, not great size. He's not a burner. He can change directions really well. And he is as tough as they come as far as football players go. But it sometimes just doesn't make sense. But production's the production, man. What he's doing is just incredible. Incredible. And if he can stay healthy, he probably breaks that target record. Just as the question of whether he can stay healthy. And maybe a big point of this back to McVay might be, I think sometimes with McVay, he's got a little bit of that Kyle Shanahan syndrome where he just can't help himself from just, I got a toy I like. I'm just going to keep using this until it's broken and just a shell of itself. Right? Like, how about you use some of your other toys? How about you use some Devontae? How about you use some Kyron? Yeah, listeners, Ravens organization's gone off the deep end. Terrible trench play, questionable coaching, lost their identity of a great defense. Kind of, yeah. Sort of feels a little bit like that this year. Dogzilla, ZZ Top, and AC/DC are 3-chord bands, but with embellishments. It's true. Like I said, it's no shade to Tom. There's no shade to Tom. So the simple, simple can still be great. Complicated doesn't necessarily equal great. You know, the more chords you play don't make, hell, think about it like this. The greatest guitar players that they ever talk about out there, aren't the guys that probably should be talked about as the greatest guitar players. The guys that are just technically brilliant and fast as you're going to get with the fingers, and just, no, it's instead going to be more of those guys that are more, kind of the popular, more spoken about guys on that side. So, nothing wrong with the 3/4, nothing wrong with them. Teach his own. Max says, Puka's the GOAT. His body and reckless play style won't let him play long enough to be recognized as one of them. But yep, he is him. Can't deny what he's done from day one, man. The kid stepped on the field and been a baller from day one. It was against us. We should know. No, not JT. Appreciate your channel, B. Go Hawks. Thank you, not JT. Go Hawks, brother. Charlie the Unicorn. Ravens defensive tackles out for the year, and now Lamar's unknown for game day. They are 1-3, not looking good. No, they're not. No, they're not. And they need to rebuild that offensive line in a major way, but then they've got the defense they need to address too. And Matabuke out for the year now. Very true. Patrick, what did you think about Cam Ward's comments? Funny as hell. Left my ass off. I hadn't heard anything about Cam Ward. Oh, he says we're ass. If we're keeping it a buck right now, we're ass. We're 0-4. I like he's owning it. Don't dress it up from what it is. It is what it is. We got work to do, but they knew they needed to put work in with him. He knew he needed to put work in. And now you just get to work. You got to go through this rough rookie year like a Luck did, like a Peyton Manning did, like a lot of these quarterbacks, number 1 overall, have been in that position. Weather that storm. Hope you can get better to the other side of it. Tell you what, Cam's for number 1 overall pick, to watch a quarterback like that, they got to start instantaneously. The Titans are at least getting a fun player to watch in how he plays the position. He's going to get wild. He's going to make some mistakes, but he's going to do it in a fun way rather than the boring number 1 quarterback way, like Sam Darnold with the Jets and going down in flames like he did with it. That's kind of the boring way, a number 1 quarterback. Like, you don't have a lot of excitement for the future. You're like, this is just tough to watch. But at least with Cam, you're getting the fun side. Bucky's not out for sure, but he's getting an MRI. So I'm doing a little bit of advanced math on this, King Bomber, Mr. Dog, and that if you're to the point of getting an MRI on Monday, that guy doesn't tend to play that next corresponding week. So I am doing a little bit of the gamble on that. But even if he does play, I would hasten to guess you're not getting him at 15 to 20 touches for the game, more like probably 5 to 10. Jordan, I want a running back with a higher ceiling than Pollard and Dobbins. I was looking at Trayvon Henderson and Benson. Those are good alternatives. Yeah, Bucky 50-50. There's a chance he could play because it's kind of a toughness injury with Irving, but those do tend, if you play it by the letter of how it goes, you tend to see those be a 2 to 4 weeker. Michael Bicknell, thank you for another $5, man. All of your support today. You've been awesome, man. Appreciate you. If you ask the roundtable, would they move Darnold up in the quarterback ranking? If they are, or honestly, they should. Laughing out loud. If we're being honest, they should. Yes, they should, Michael. So you're not wrong about that. Will they? Not likely yet. It took me all of last year with Gino Smith, with those guys, to get them to move by the end. And even then at the end, Michael, I got only really Jake to be the only one to really move off of his initial spot. Remember, all of them started out with Gino being a basically back end bottom third quarterback and closer to the back end of that bottom third than the top end of that bottom third. And so all year long, that took me to get there. There's no way any of the 3 of them are going to move an inch yet so far with Darnold. They're going to say it's 4 weeks. It's going to have to be him getting to the end of the season, holding this throughout the whole year. And then by like week 14, they'll start to seed some of the ground finally at that point. But that's okay, because I know it's coming. And you know, with me, Michael, I'm very quasi-toxic about this, as I was with the Gino thing, to where I don't let them off lightly at that point. And they're gonna get raked a little bit in my quasi-passive aggressive fashion way in there, where I'm like, you know, you guys were wrong on this take for a second time 2 years in a row. So it was bad enough you let this happen once with Gino. Now I got to do this a second time with you. What's funny about this as well is that they're all like very pro Kyler at the same time. They're all like, and Kyler, when we started out last year, by all of their outlook, was a top 10 quarterback in the sport too. So, yeah, some strange quarterback rankings out there in that round table, Michael, but you can be assured of one thing, that I will be definitely, the nice part about the Darnold is whether I get them to move off the spot or not, I get to needle them every week on the Darnold thing. So more than it is making them part of the satisfaction of them never, you know, coming to Jesus and going, yeah, you're right about this. So every week I got to go, how's that take feel? How's that take holding up this week? Is it feeling good? Is it feeling right? That's a satisfaction in itself for me, Michael. That's almost like the champagne right there for me. Thank you for the donos, bro. I really appreciate you. Max says, Twitter doctors are always right. I think Bucky should play it safe and heal up next week. I think so too. You know, take care of your body. You're young. You haven't been paid yet, Bucky. You know, do you want to risk your paycheck here? Where are the cats, Brandon? Cats are chilling. Pumpkin's out. Come here. Come here. Come here. They need you. She's mad at me because I wasn't letting her on my lap. So she's making me be punished. Punishing me. Dragon Flame B. Have you heard any info about the game getting moved? I saw some people saying MLB is deciding. Why would they purposely create a schedule conflict? Don't know too much about the situation. It's the gray area that exists at times. You get the Major League playoff, and it's all kind of open-ended schedules. So when football doesn't, when they're putting their plan together, they don't know when the Major League playoffs are going to be, or if there's going to be a playoff. They don't take that into account. It would make sense why they would want to have both at the same time. It creates, I'm sure, a lot of problems with just traffic alone on that side of it. So I'm hearing some stuff on this Dragon Flame, but I don't know if they would actually change it at this late of an hour. Probably much more likely that the Mariner game gets changed to a different time than the Seahawks game gets changed. But we'll kind of have to see on that. Realize, remember the peanut guy that had the mustache and did behind the back passes at M's games? I do remember that. Legend. Deron, go to sleep, B. You work too hard. Thanks. My pleasure, Deron. I love what I get to do, man. Ramadeep, what are your 3 keys to winning this game against the Bucs? One would be removing the off-script nature that exists in Baker Mayfield, neutralizing some of his off-script stuff, making him play within just the scope of the offense. Running the ball to the edges and having some success to that in this game, I think, is going to be important. And then leaning a little more on the passing attack as a forefront option than they have in recent weeks. A willingness to pass on first and second down a little bit more than you have in recent weeks. Leaning away a little bit from as much of the ardent commitment to running the ball at every turn this particular week. That you go a little bit maybe more to finding balance / maybe this is a week where you pass 53, 54% of the time versus 45% of the time running it. Kind of something like that. Those would be my 3. Joshua says, take it from a career musician. You can always learn. I've got a couple piano students in their 70s, and they are some of my best. You're always learning in life. I'm a blowhard here in doing this channel, and that I talk a lot about with a lot of confidence, as though I'm sure I come off as acting like I may know everything on it, and I certainly do not. And it is always a place, and why I love this sport so much, because I'm a curious mind, and I love the more stuff is kind of complex and it's got some deep layers to it, the more that I like that. It's part of why I've gravitated this game so much, especially as I've aged, where it's like I was more of a baseball guy as a younger guy. I love football at the same time, but baseball was the number one original love, and football really became that as I became an adult because of that complexity that existed within it. But we're always learning. And when it comes to this stuff, that's where the good stuff is. The stuff you don't know, the stuff you don't understand, that's That's the fun stuff to dive into, not the stuff to avoid for sure. Rick the Peanut Man, that's right. R.I.P. Mr. Peanut Man. You are a legend in Seattle still to this day. Round it up says my 3 would be a quick release game, get the run game going early, and then get the tight end involved. Love it, man. Love the tight end aspect of it. Certainly, I think there's a lot of room for you to really attack this Tampa Bay team with the tight ends especially. Make their linebackers cover. Read Trey Flowers Woolen. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that donation. Tom Petty is great and all, but I'd rather have a Steely Dan type offense. Laugh my ass off. Hey, I'm with you on that. If you got to give me the one to the other, I'm going to take the Steely Dan. Give me the studio musicians in there, Joshua. They're masters of their instrument. Kind of put it all together individualistically, right? It's not about some fine magic chemistry, but just give me the best parts and pieces put together to put the best musicianship that I can, pen to paper and all that. I was just starting to watch that a little bit of that doc, and boy, they just dive right in on the doc, Joshua. They have it on the not Netflix, but Amazon right now with the Steely Dan doc. You watch those docs, and they oftentimes start out, and they were young boys, in Chicago, and doing bong hits in their garage, listening to the Doors, or something like that. Like they just dive right into the music with them. Like it's a complete like clinical look at how they put their songs together and the studios. And I liked it though, because it's kind of cool that they took that approach with it versus some of the other docs that you see with the bands out there that happen where it's a lot of pomp. And I'd like to more oftentimes in these docs learn more about your song creation process and how you put the song together and what elements went into the building the song up and whatnot. But I'm with you. I want a Steely Dan offense more than I want a Tom Petty offense. Both can work, but give me the complication. I think within the complication, you're giving yourself more advantages to the players naturally. When you go simplistic, you're leaning more back on the players to just kind of get it done. And if you can build up the super team with the super talent, you can make that happen. But a team that's got the layers to it can maybe get by not always having the most ultimate talent. Thank you, Joshua. Dogzilla says, I want a ZZ Top running game. You guys are a metaphor. Ryan Ball, I feel like Reek has the talent as good as anyone, but does not have a high football IQ and instincts to put him at the top. Yeah, I think that's an accurate outlook of it. I'd wonder too a little bit about desire. How hungry is Reek really to be the best of the best? How much does he really want it? If he had his druthers, if he had his pickings here, would he rather be on the offensive side of the ball? Is he begrudgingly being a cornerback? Because that's where he can go make his money and do that. I wonder that stuff too a little bit. Patrick, kind of far out, but I would either like to get Ruben Bain or Denzel Boston for next year's draft class. A lot of good wide receivers coming out in this next year's draft class. It's looking very strong. Boston's fun. Haven't had a chance to look at Ruben Bain as much. I'm kind of a little bit slow this year, Patrick, on getting to the draft prospects. I'll probably be a little bit late on getting around to him this year, but I'll try to check out Ruben Bain if I can. But Denzel was fun to watch. He's excellent body control, big old catch radius. Reminds me a lot of Michael Thomas. D-Nugget Reek, another premature diva-like decade. He's the humble, less decade, more Baldwin. I want more Baldwin guys too, yeah. King says, Brando, you better push that Darnold narrative from the start to finish. He's quarterback number 2 right now. I'll be hitting him. I'm going to have fun with him throughout the whole telecast on it. I needle away there. I do more needling than you would do on where those dolls that you poke, right? The voodoo dolls. I'll be doing that to all 4 of them on the show, and then countering it a little bit. This is where it's like, I got to catch myself because I start getting a little too toxic because then I start countering it too by just throwing Kyler shade at him over the top. So it's one layer of Darnold, then another layer of Kyler shade at all of them. Just I got to meet up with these guys in a couple days. I can't piss them all off. King Bomber. King Bomber Mike just hates the Seahawks. Gino Smith literally owns his franchise and he couldn't put an ounce of respect on his name. No, he couldn't, King. They held on to those Gino takes. They're not letting him go. Jesse's still not letting it go. I'm sure Jesse's like, see, now these are the Raiders. It's true. Can you imagine having a quarterback make $50 million and playing worse than Sam Darnold is right now? Oh, that's that type of stuff, King. Exactly. Charlie the Unicorn, make the Seahawks game start 2 hours late. I'd like them to do it that way. That'd be the ideal. Be cool too, because then you get a Tampa team that's like playing, and you start at like, 3 or 4, and it's like they're starting in the game at like 6 o'clock on their body clock time. Or was that the Cardinals were calling to sweep us at the start of the year after losing 7 in a row to us? They deserve the pain. If they said they would split with us, I would have had more respect for them. And they didn't like me telling them that I was going to sweep them this year either, Herbicide. But it's what it is, huh? We kind of own the Cardinals right now. And it's not going away anytime soon. Not as long as Kyler Murray's their quarterback. King Bomber, Boston will be a late first or early second round pick in all likelihood? Probably. Yeah. I would slot him off the initial look-see. I haven't done the dive on him yet, but yeah. Kind of as where he's considered is, does the high side draw him into a place of like a Drake London? Another similar kind of guy and how he wins and the way he wins. Is he good enough to be looked at to that era, to that level of things? Maybe. And that's kind of his high side, I'd say, as far as he'd go, is maybe even a top 10-ish guy. But probably where he's at right now is more of the late first. Probably runs like a 4.55 40 kind of guy. He's a ball skill guy, not really the separator guy, which is fine, but maybe just enough to ding him a little bit there. Here's what the Cardinals were calling. Did you remember that one? Sorry. I read that one. Actually, I love playing electric guitars. I have 8 of them. I wish I had gotten good at playing a guitar or the piano. It's a cool skill to have. Be able to sit down and start playing the piano. It's kind of badass. Mr. Dog, even your armpit can be an instrument if you're mature enough like me. I could never do that one either, man. It's all about the airflow in there. You need a little wetness. Charlie the Unicorn, are the rivalry jerseys the Cardinals wore retired forever now? I don't know, but it does look like somebody threw poo at the jersey, doesn't it? It's kind of got the diarrhea launched look to it. I don't know. I don't know if you want your jersey looking like Splat. It's not the best of looks. Catalyst, Denzel Boston is a true X. I mean, speed-wise, do you allow for an X to be a 4.55 guy if he can be 6'3", 6'4", and can have incredible ball skills? Yeah, kind of. Are you going to play a lot of them in the slot the next level too? Yeah, sure. So, does he play X 24/7 like a DK? No, not to that degree. But majority of his snaps will be as an X. And it's kind of like the Drake London thing. Like Drake London doesn't create a lot of separation in his route running either. It's just that the ball skills are so next level that he can compensate for it. Joshua Carlisle, I hope the documentary at least mentions that Chevy Chase was their original drummer. Insane, but true fact. I did not know that. I didn't get through it. It was a little late in the night for me to try to get through a real clinical, rock band documentary. I was like, okay, I got to watch this like daylight hours because, yeah. And then we were writing this Asia. So it's definitely, you got to be a big Steely Dan fan. Get through that thing. Deep. I think Reek's struggling to understand the scheme more than anything, making rookie mistakes at times, which he shouldn't. I don't know. It's not what Mike McDonald's reference with Reek is the problem with Reek. And I think the team's trying to put him in positions to allow him to have the best success in his coverage responsibilities, and he's still kind of failing at those at times, which is the discouraging part from the coaching staff standpoint of it. I mean, last week he gets beat in press man. That's his bread and butter, Ramadip. He's in tight coverage, turning around, finding the ball. That's what he did in his first year. Ball skills, find the ball, in coverage, turn around, make a play on the ball. He's struggling over and over to do those type of things that he had done well as a rookie. I don't see him play in zone, and he's like, has a guy go into a zone, doesn't pick him up, or gets hit with a flood concept and gets walked out of the zone with the lead player and the back wide receiver comes in behind him. It's not the case in what we're seeing from him a little bit. Instead, it's just kind of like he's getting beat on stuff he should be really great at. Addison Shelble, how you doing? Good to see you. First side, I'm calling edge for our first pick. Danny Dennis, Sutton, or TJ Parker. I could see it. But I don't think the timing would be much of an issue for the two games because you got to remember that a lot of the fans would be there, fans of both, finish one, walk over the next. No ticks, go home to watch. It's true. I think they just liked in general not have them at the exact same time, but may just play out where it rolls. King, I knew they were going to beat the Cardinals the moment they didn't release Kyler this year. Yeah. King Odunzie put up 1,600 yards per year the year he declared. Boston's on pace for barely 800. I like Boston, but he's going to have to do way more to get into those combos. I could see that. It's a good point. It doesn't have Dunzie had a couple of years of production too, didn't he? With that, I talked to you guys would be amazed how fun it is to play on even just the bottom E. Guitar has been so much fun since retirement. To beer and guitars and YT. I bet, man. That's the way to do retirement, man. Guitar, put a little band together, just rock out. That's living the dream right there. King, I'm not ready to see us wear Oregon colors either yet. It's going to take some time to make my peace with this one. Seattle Duckhawks are coming. It's true. It's very true. Addison says you'll be at SoFi on Thursday night, Brandon. Who will you be rooting for? I'll be rooting for the Niners because the Rams are looking tough, and I think the Niners are going to lose games in the future with where they're at. So I'll be kind of hoping the 49ers pull it off. But indeed, I'm going to be traveling on Wednesday and be out there Wednesday, Thursday in LA. We're going to be doing the Thursday night football game for Roundtable Sports. So I'll be out there with Mike and Jesse and Jake and the group and the crew, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We got the tickets all sold out, I believe, for the most part out there for the event. So we're going to have a hell of a turnout. I'm going to be wearing a Largent jersey into the LA stadium. So I'm going to be that guy who's going to wear a Largent jersey into a Thursday night game between the Rams and the 49ers, just pissing off both camps when they see my jersey, just pissing everybody off. But guys, how do I not do that, right? I mean, this is kind of like an opportunity. I might get stabbed for it, okay? I might have a knife scar on the other end of this when I come back, but I think I got to do it. I got to do it. I can't help myself. Kyle runs around like a little toddler running from his parents with their phone. Man, he does. Fisk has been quiet this year, Pops. Stay patient with Murphy. And this is the benefit. Amen, man. True talent plays out eventually. And that's just what we're seeing so far this year with those two. Pops, you guys are doing a show tomorrow? Indeed, I've got 3 shows lined up tomorrow, and that's actually probably a good time right now as we're a little over 4 hours today, so we'll probably put a little bit of a button on the show today. But we've got 3 shows coming at you tomorrow. We got 12 o'clock, the B&B show, previewing the upcoming matchup against the Bucs. I've got at 3 o'clock, we're going to be doing the Behind Enemy Line session with Mr. Bucs Nation. Looking forward to doing that. So we got that set up. And then we got the 6 o'clock behind NFC West Roundtable on the whole separate channel over there. So a lot lined up tomorrow, which is part of why we're going to kind of put a button on this here tonight a bit. But have to do those shows a little early on because I'm going to be gone on Wednesday and Thursday this week. So we had to kind of truncate everything down in just kind of one day this week. I hope you guys are okay with that. But it's going to be a lot of fun this week. I'm looking forward to going out there and checking it out. King Bomber Brando, Seahawks Jerry Rice jersey would go crazy. That would be pretty funny. I would trigger some folks with that one, wouldn't I? Spaces, I think Nwosu gets another sack this weekend. I love how you think, Space, and I could see it. He's getting comfy. He's looking good. Charlie says 49ers will get worked over by the Rams. Sadly, I think that's the way it's going to play out. And the Rams, they're rolling right now. They look like a really good team. least we don't have to see Action Green for a while, says Femi. That's true. And that's a good thing. Or is that a Hawks Cup jersey? That's the one. That'd be a good one too, man. Well, Alex Brando, what did you think about Jackson Dart for your San Diego Chargers? He was tough. He gave him a little bit of that, shot in the arm of a rookie coming out there with the energy he provides. The team just seems to be a little, feeling better about it. Got him the win, got him a win in an upset. I think the Chargers were heavily, really hurt by the fact that you already are down Slater and then you're down Joe Alt. That's a team driven by its offensive line play, driven by having difference makers on the offensive line. And you've lost your two best ones in that after Slater's already gone for the year and now Alt's out. They just couldn't sustain that Charger offense after that point. You can maybe make the argument that they should have, but they were just really reduced. And that was as much the story to me as anything else. But he did good enough. Kid was tough, came back from injury in that game, fought through it. Gives him some life, gives him a little life. I don't know if it's sustainable to where he's going to help them go on some run or he's going to light it up now as we go through the year. But they were obviously kind of done with what they had seen with Russ at that point. They wanted to move on. And it speaks to the fact you have Russ throw for 450 yards 2 weeks prior that you move on still at that point, but kind of reached that stage of things, I guess. But it was a solid performance through a house. I wasn't blown away, but it was for a first start is fine. Says Gaku, B&B Go. Thank you for that. Kick Up Roundtable is my favorite show you do. Second is B&B. Well, I appreciate that, Kick Up. I really have a good time on both those two shows. Love working with Brendan through all these years, and Roundtable's just been going awesome. We're kicking butt, by the way. I think we're the number one Roundtable show right now. I think our views are the highest, I believe. Can Bomber add some tape and have it say Rice? Roundtable tomorrow, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So we'll be at 12 o'clock PST, 3 o'clock PST on this channel here, and then we're going to be back on Roundtable at 6. Max Bailey, I really like watching Brandon do play-by-play. I pause it so it lines up with my stream. I really appreciate that, Max. I love doing that. It's one of my favorite things on the channel to do is those live stream play-by-plays. Kick Up Puka is probably the best wide receiver in the NFL this year. Of course, the year JSN is supposed to win Offensive Player of the Year. I know, man. Puka's awesome. And boy, Stafford works him like a mule. So you see if he can keep and hold up with all those targets and touches that he's going to have coming his way. But watching him against the Colts and I still can't understand why the Colts, I know you're worried about Devontae Adams, but like when you get to the point of 15 targets to one player, like maybe start to slide some of the double teams over there, especially when you're not exactly putting the brakes on the offense by the approach of just playing it straight up. So good. Can't wait to talk to some card fans. Remedy, I liked how he kind of put himself in front of the defender on the run pass play that life. Little block to give the running back enough time through the hole. Otherwise was going to get attacked for a loss. Not sure. Remedy, Brandon, this season, I've made it a tradition to watch your live play-by-play stream and the game at the same time since week 2. And I'm keeping it, laughing out loud. Well, I appreciate that. It's we're having such a great turnout on the play-by-play. You guys seem to have really resonated with it. I love doing it. I'm trying to get better at it every year on it. I really want to try to provide a really cool alternative for you guys on that side of it. And I appreciate you watching. We've had a hell of a turnout this year on that side of it. And as I said, I love doing it. It's one of my favorite things to do on this channel, and be able to experience the games with you guys at the same time. There's nothing like it. We go through the ups and downs and all the emotions to kind of together. Carmen, I'm excited to see more Jackson. Me too. Kid's fun. He's a lot of fun how he plays it. And he's not scared in the least. He seems well suited for that New York market. Darnold better start taking notes and feeding ASN. I mean, he's kept pretty good pace so far with him. He's got like half of Darnold's targets, half of his attempts have gone in the direction of JSN. As a Gaku, Puka will be put in jail. Job jail. That's the worst jail you can be put into. That's like a third world prison, Tezakaku, with no running water in a prison that was built in the 1700s. Gaddis will be throwing the ball to JSN 20 times a game. Watch. I can see it. I like it when I'm ahead, like watching the game before everybody else, because I'm a slow-ass typer. Shout out about the only time I don't watch the B play-by-plays, the game at the same time as weekday primetime games, as I'm at work for those. Hell yeah, man. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. And it's been, we've had first game of the year, we had like 30,000 views on the first one. So it's been pretty incredible watching the view counts on those. We just get just crazy turnout, crazy good turnout. Max is laughing out loud. Sadly, I have to avoid the chat in crucial moments because I can't unpause it. Y'all are usually like 35 seconds ahead of me. Ah, I see. Makes sense. Kick up, I saw a bunch of people on Seahawks Twitter using your week 1 Reek reaction as a meme reaction. Funny reaction, but also painful, laughing out loud. I saw it too, yeah. It's, I kind of I really enjoy it. And I'll tell you what, it helps out the channel. You know, that's what makes the channel grow as much as anything else is, not as much as anything else, but it's a contributing factor. Is you get those moments like that might be viral or something that plays out there that people clip and they find funny. And it has been weird to watch and doing the roundtable, and especially with sometimes as toxic as I can get on the roundtable with some of my takes, that, the Rams and the Niners and the Cardinal fans have all been, very incredibly generous and really kind. And even online when they're referencing me online with those memes and stuff, that they're doing it with a respectful tone, So I can't hate on it. It was funny. And that's what you guys do get with me on this. And people mention it's like, the emotions you get with me with the play-by-play, it's like, that's me toned down. That's me of like, oh, there's some eyes on me. Don't lose your stuff. You know what I mean? Don't like reel it in, Brandon. People are like, wow, over the top, like that's me toned down at that point because I'm that intense on game days and watching the game. And you guys kind of keep me even keeled on that. But I thought it was funny. I laughed. I was like, I was a little frustrated with one. On that one, little bit frustrated. Ross, Richard Sherman, Wilson interception is our Reek face at least once a game. Kind of, yeah. Addison, my Raiders friend, tried to tell me that Pete would have more wins than us this season. So much for that. Can't even beat the Bears. Yeah, and there was a lot of people out here that was ready. I had a few people that come into my chat throughout the summer who would be like, going to learn what you lost in Pete when he's with the Raiders this year. And look, and I think Pete's got a chance to turn that thing eventually into a winning organization there with the Raiders. But that team needs a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of time. Pete's not a miracle worker. And, a lot of people are bitter too about Pete being moved on from here. But part of what we talked about at the top of the show, there's a lot that John Schneider's done in recent years. A lot this organization has done in recent years that it's been the right decision. Whether it was in the moment or not, in retrospect, has been proven to be the right decision. Dogzilla, I watch and contribute to several hot content creators. You are the best, Brandon. Oh, thank you, Dogzilla. I appreciate everything you do for the channel, man. And it's very kind of you to say. We got some great content creators out here in this hemisphere from the Seahawks fandom of things. Guys that really put in hard work and grind and do what you want them to do to me to put out the great content and stuff that people should enjoy. I got a lot of respect for everybody in this hemisphere, whether I work with them or not, that put in the work and the time because I know what they've got to put in. I know the hours they're putting in, and nobody's in this fandom who's doing the content creation stuff's doing the shortcuts. Everybody's kind of putting that time in and stuff. But that's very kind of you to say, man. I love what I get to do, Dogzilla. I'm really blessed in that I got to do something here that's like a dream for me. And I savor it every day in that respect. Pops B, any publicity is good publicity, shrug. That's what I think. You know what I mean, Pops? If we're talking about you, it's all good. You know what I mean? Laughing with me, not at me. That's what I tell myself, at least. King Bomber, oh yeah, the Rams draft pick reaction turned heads too. It did. My largest video upload of the year is over on the Clips channel, and it's the Rams. It's kind of crazy you mentioned that, King Bomber. That's my biggest reaction. That's the biggest view count we have off a non-live stream video, is me reacting to the Rams first round pick on my Clips channel. It's got like 23,000 views or something like that. And it's mostly Rams fans looking at it as well, by the way. But also, if you look at the comments in the video, they're all being really kind. They're like laughing, and they're just kind of like, it's kind of cool. The energy is really cool from the folks out there in a way that I wouldn't have expected in doing that round table where I'm like, oh, we're going to be dealing with some We're going to get the a-holes leaking over the other side of the ship here, from your side of the ship to my side. I don't know if I like that, but it's not been that way at all. I got to give those guys a lot of props, and that they've been really, really cool. Very, very cool. Brian E. Hawksnest, and I have no way to sync the two. Oh, I got to watch your games over the air, and that's typically about 40 seconds ahead of your stream. I have no way of sync the two. That's understandable. Sometimes there's not the pause button on, maybe you have a given, stream thing that you're watching through where there's not the pause thing. I understand how that goes. Maybe eventually, the nice thing, Brian, is they're running out this pilot program. They just did it with Grossi, and they may be upping it in more, commiserate years, which is eventually allowing guys like me to actually live stream the games directly from the channel itself. I hope YouTube continues to expand that, because that would be very cool. Bomber laughed my ass off. The Raider fans are tweaking. They're already hating on Gino and Pete. That's the thing. And what did you expect, Raider fans? That the guys are just going to come over and clean up all of this crap? Come on. They're walking into a hoarder's house, and they've just barely gotten all of the junk cleaned out of the house. They haven't even done the deep clean yet. It's going to take time. You can't expect anybody to walk in there and get that thing right instantaneously. NFC West Media, HawksNest, I Show Speed was at Disneyland with Disneyland security and his own bodyguards today. He missed all the fun. Oh, there we go. There you go. That guy probably just about got enough money to rent it out for the whole day himself. Catalyst, it's one to trash Seattle for moving on from DK and Gino, but reality is showing that Seattle is a top-tier organization. It's really where it's at, man. The retrospect of these moves have been made to seem that Seattle is smarter than even a lot of people were thinking they were in the moment when you made them, where people were lambasting you and roasting you. And, you only got this for this guy. You only got that for that guy. And how can you move off of a number one wide receiver? How can you move off of a franchise quarterback? And they said it about Russell too, right? But so many of these decisions have the organization gotten right. And I think the important part to understand about this is that these were major organizational decisions. Who is your quarterback? Are you going to make this guy the highest paid quarterback in the sport? Big decision. Been here for 10 years. Super Bowl winner. Super Bowl winning head coach. Do you want to maintain and keep that guy, or is it about the time to move on? Man, that's a tough decision. Geno Smith, another quarterback coming in who taken over, who had been successful, who's up for a contract extension. Do you want to give him the extension? A wide receiver who's had the best start for a wide receiver for you in your history through 6 years, better than even the guy behind me on the right, and you had a GOAT. You had a GOAT wide receiver on your books. All these decisions are not easy ones. And there was a way to pivot in the other direction, which would have satiated fans more in the moment. But instead of satiating fans in the moment, the organization instead said, you know what? Let's do what's best long term. Let's do what's just bottom line best for this organization, period. And that meant making those moves, making that change. Bomber should have brought in Ben Johnson and drafted Armand Mebo. Oh, about the Raiders, you're saying. That would have been interesting. The Raiders subreddit right now is ready to bench Gino for Kenny Pickett. It ain't going to get better with Kenny Pickett. I got news for them on that. Remedy, I'd put it all on Pete. Could be a coaching issue from other coaches. You never know. So can't be quick to blame Pete. And didn't one game Tom call or something. Yeah, he's got to fix the house, the environment. He's got to change out players. Remember all the churn we went through in like 12 and 13, and that was with Pete here for a couple of years. You just got to kind of roll through with it. Herbicide, how's Shamar Stewart doing? I've seen some cut-ups of him where he was looking okay. .6 grade, 1 tackle coming in. So it doesn't look like he's playing a lot. We're getting a lot done, but he was well graded, pretty well graded for a rookie. SC Koken, thank you for the $2 donation, SC. You can shout out my boy Eden. What's up, Eden? How's it going? Shout out to you. Thank your guy SC for showing so much support to the channel. I do appreciate it. Hope all is well with you out there, Eden. Didn't Shamar Stewart hold out for money? No, the Bengals just were weird about some sort of rider that they wanted in the contract that was unusual and that they had never asked to have any prospects signed before. It was a Bengal issue, not a Stewart issue. As Herbicide says, the Bengals were acting funny on that deal. King Bomber drafting Genty as a rebuilding franchise should have been a fireable offense. Definitely a strange one. You could see it coming from a mile away that Pete was going to push for that as much as anybody because of the success he's had with having guys like Marshawn Lynch here and what a difference making running back from his standpoint can do for his offense. But maybe not the right decision for where the Raider organization exactly was at either. Brian E says, ironic the Raiders are crapping the bed at a time when Vegas tour and gambling revenue is in the tank. Yeah, it's city struggling. Palmer, I think it was the Geno Smith hype all offseason where he suddenly became a top 10 quarterback when he left Seattle. That's true. His rep really raised the second he left Seattle. Emmanuel, don't know why I drafted Bowers in fantasy. I'm getting flashbacks to Carroll using Graham as an inline tight end. Hey, we tried to warn you, Emmanuel. I said to you this offseason, I said, we're changing his name. It's Block Bowers. It's now Block Bowers, no more Brock Bowers. And we were making the funny, but we were also making we know where this train's going. And it's not with Bowers at 100 catches this year. Even if the Raiders are behind in every game, which is kind of ironic. Gaddles, I give the credit to the Saints for actually rebuilding and drafting a cornerstone tackle in Kelvin Banks instead of a quarterback. Yeah, to your point, I think that's the place that you can really look at Mickey Loomis is what he does best, which is the understanding of offensive line talent and what that can do to help your team out in so many other aspects of things. He's known it since day one of walking in there. He stayed to it. He has rebuilt that line many different times over. Banks is just another example of that. Cesar Ruiz, even a Trevor Penning that I haven't loved, and maybe he can work at guard, but it's a sign of investment. Ryan Ramczyk was a former first rounder, and once he retired, they put the assets in there. Pops Piece saw a bunch of Raider fans wondering why they got Jets Gino and not Seahawks Gino. I think Gino's arm wore out since 35 is 35, no matter what. Age is a factor, man. And what we've done is it's that Brady Manning model, a little bit of that, or Rodgers model a little bit, that every quarterback's going to be able to play until their early 40s. And no doubt about it. There'll be no drop and play at all. They could just keep going, not miss a beat. Just fly along, keep rolling. But look, age adds up. And as much as we like to say with Gino through many of the years that the wear and tear was not there because he was sitting on the bench, he got beat up the last couple of years. That body got haggard. He was injured both times the last 2 seasons. He basically was ending the year in an injured state. So maybe some of that's kind of added up a little bit. Some of the tread ripped off the tires, maybe. Thrillus, I'm not saying Genty will be great for years to come. He's got 3 touchdowns. Yeah, Genty's fine, King Bomber, and he'll be a good player for them. It's just it's less to do with Genty and more about conceptually team building and where you were at from a Raider standpoint and what you really needed to probably do. More invest in the foundation before you get to the fun position, so to speak. Yeah, so they played the Bears run defense who can't stop a nosebleed on the ground. That's true. Remedy, JS never misses on the draft last few years. He's a beast of picking guys and knowing value. Amen. Another place that he's gotten right and very right in recent years. Very right in recent years. Pops P, Tyreek Hill, injury shuts down any trade for him from the Cards. Poor Mike. I know, that's brutal. That was one of my worries for them, was that they could go maybe make a move like that. And I thought that could really change the outlook and nature of that Cards team and what it could do for them. So Cardinals are in a bit of a pickle now as to far as like wide receiver options and going out there and making a move at the deadline if that was what they were seeking to do. Who are you going to get? Who's really going to be available? They might just be stuck with what they got, and what they got is not enough. Giants did the same thing with Saquon. Yeah, exactly. Same kind of situation. It's not about the player not being a good player. It's just about the right timing to maximize that player to the ultimate if you're going to take him that high. Where's the rest of your team at? Back again to that concept that if you just think simply like, well, player good, me like player, me want to draft player. You got to remove that caveman aspect of it and go, well, wait, what about these other aspects of the team? What about where we're at? Is it the right, bring it all to bear in the decision making. And like fans, I think organizations can sometimes be simplistic in their outlook of things where they just go player good, me like player, me want player. Not the best driver of success for you organizationally wise. That's not exactly a vision in place at that point. You kind of falling in love with a player. Ramadeep, I don't think LJ Collier ever got to versus the Seahawks, hasn't been injured every time. I know this game he was hurt. Since signing with them, he's been hurt. He's been hurt a good amount. I think he played one game last year against us. Didn't do anything. He might have had a sack in the game against us. Now I think about it. Good Bomber got to feel bad for the Raiders. Probably set them back a few years again. It might. It might. I could see it. King Bomber Alex Kappa was the Triple Crown loser of sacks, pressures, and penalties, or quarterback hits or something. Who's their right mind would sign someone like that and start him? I don't know, King. I kind of felt the same way about Cam Robinson. I mean, I just learned today, I didn't realize that the Texans gave Cam Robinson a 1-year, $13.5 million deal. The Texans saw what Cam Robinson did filling in for Darisaw with the Vikings last year, and they said, let's give that guy $13.5 million and make him the starter. And now today the Texans are trading Cam Robinson for a bag of peanuts just to get his money off the books. These teams' approach to the offensive line is wild. Defies explanation, I would offer. All right. Let's go ahead and put a bit of a button on this one at that point. It's a good time right now to do one more thanking of the sponsor of this show. So I want to thank, if I may, I want to thank Sleeper. Sleeper is a new app here coming out to you guys from Washington State. In the next day or so, it's going to be coming out to you. So keep on the lookout here. Think you know football? Think you know football? Then try to turn your football knowledge into real money with the Sleeper app, the ultimate fantasy sports app that can turn your game day into payday. Just download the Sleeper app and pick 2 or more or less of your favorite players. With more stats than any other daily fantasy app, just choose 2 or more of your favorite players from pregame or live. Pick more or less from the predicted stats, and you can win up to 100 times your money if you pick to win. Use promo code NEST, and you'll get up to $100 match on your first deposit. Terms and conditions do apply. See Sleeper's terms and use for details. As you can see here, we put down our picks last week. Don't have the new picks yet up for the Tampa Bay game this upcoming week quite yet. But you can see here, we just missed it. We had the pick on sale that they gave us, the 0.5 yards more passing with Wentz. Got the Barner pick right, got the Harrison pick right, got the Myers pick right, just missed the Walker on the anytime touchdown, which got vultured by Zach Charbonnet, but that will happen, the vulturing, the great vulturing. But really happy with my partnership here set up with Sleeper for this upcoming year. This app has been restricted in the state of Washington. Some of these apps have been restricted in the state of Washington prior, but I'm being told October 1st, this thing is supposed to open up fast, loose, and free so that you can use my code and be able to run this thing in full. And yes, you could use my code right now and have it all prepped up so that when October 1st comes along, bing, bang, boom, you're ready to go on that side of it. But use my code today, get 100% match up to $100 from me to you, and you show some love and support back to the channel at the same time. You know what we call that in my world? A win-win-win. But thank you to Sleeper for showing the love here to the channel, getting us hooked up here with the sponsorship. Really, really proud of that. I thank you guys for watching today. If everybody can for me, hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. It helps the channel grow. I know it's something I ask a lot, but it's a big major thing by you doing it. Makes me show up on the algorithm for other channels out there looking for good content and looking for Seahawks stuff. This shows it up. This points YouTube in the direction of saying, hey, show this content to these folks when they search for Seahawks stuff. So I really do appreciate it if you get that like button. Sub on up as we are now on the road to 30,000 subscribers. We are moving fast past that 20,000 mark. We're already rounded 20,100. So we are moving and motoring along. Really appreciate all the folks that have jumped aboard here, this train here this week We got 3 shows coming for you tomorrow. So we're going to be doing 12 o'clock, the B&B show, 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. 3 o'clock, we got Behind Enemy Lines. And then 6 o'clock, we're coming back at you with Roundtable. And we're going to be doing a lot of cock of the walking, right? A lot of peacock in there on the Roundtable tomorrow. So you're going to want to watch Brandon because I'm going to be a little toxic. Okay? Just a little bit. I'm going to be feeling myself a little bit at 3-1. Okay? So tune into that. We got the 3 shows lined up. Take a little bit of a break here this week because I got to go to LA for the remote on that side of it. If you're not as well, do please get subbed up to the Clips channel. We run a Clips channel that's going to be clipped off the basis of a lot of the live stream stuff. I put some just basic clip channels over there on that side of it. But you do want to be subbed up over there. It's the Hawks Nest Clips channel. It's where I just pump a lot of the stuff here from the live stream over to that side of it. As a lot of people go, look, I don't have 5 hours to do a live stream. Do you have something a little bit more easily digestible? Go over to the Clips channel. A lot of easily digestible stuff. I think we got well over about 500-600 videos over there, something like that on that side of it. So a lot to turn through over on that end of it. But do please get subbed up over there. I thank you guys for watching today. I do appreciate it. And I do hope everyone is having a great day. We will see where this goes here as we move forward. How old do you have to be to use Leaper? I believe it's 18 or over to use the app on that side of it. So got to be on the 18 over. Not getting paid for Sleepers. I don't gamble. No worries on that. Understandable. Yeah, the gambling laws have been restricted in the state of Washington, but I'm told October 1st, this should be opening up a little bit. Ratledge is killing it in Detroit. That's tough to hear. Well, what would this line look like right now if you had Bull Zabel and Rattler at the same time, Ratledge at the same time? Yeah. What would it look like? Probably better. Jared Wilson has been great. Jalen Sundell's been better, so I was right on that. There we go, King. There we go, King. You know what I mean? 18. 18's the state. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching today. I really appreciate you. I want to thank all of the support. SJ Koken a couple times over, Josh Carlisle, Michael Bicknell was super kind with so many donations. Wu-Tang Financial, Mumbles Dogs, Zilla, Don't At Me, Catalyst, Sanchez, Jordan, Mr. Relevant, Dr. Zilla, Washington Visquest, Space. Absolutely tremendous support. You guys are just unbelievable with this channel in every way. From the support, the kindness, just the encouragement. I really thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, as well as, again, going 5 hours today. Had talked about a lot of different subjects, a lot of stuff that's not necessarily all agreed upon, but everything's always respectful here in that way. Thank you for that so very much as you guys make this community what it is with that respect, with that willingness to be able to have just open discussion that can go in every different direction wherever we take it. I love that about this place. I love that you guys roll in that way, in that direction of things. It's not every place online that you can have the kind of open discussion like that without it kind of drive into toxicity. It never seems to here. And I really appreciate you guys kind of knowing that's what we're trying to do here. You know, and ultimately about who's the most right. It's about us trying to get it right, trying to understand things better, just trying to turn things over and understand the great depths that exist in this beautiful, beautiful sport. We will be back here in less than 24 hours with the B&B show with you guys and a loaded hilt for you on Tuesday. So I hope you are ready for that. We got Tampa Bay rolling into town with a little bit of a limp. A little bit of a gimpy limp to their step here coming into town. Is it going to be enough to give us that advantage to take them up over the top? Well, we shall see. Me and Brendan will be breaking this game down tomorrow. I'll be getting the behind enemy lines perspective as well at 3 o'clock to understand where they're at, the Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans, and how their look is of the team, where they're currently at. So we'll get an update from them on that side of it. Looking forward to that bigly. Thank you guys for watching here today. Back soon. Until next time, I hope you guys are getting ready here. You got a 3-1 team rolling along. I know many of you are still looking at the Mariners saying, hey, what about a World Series? Why can't we have a World Series and a Super Bowl at once? Why do we got to pick one or the other? And this team at 3-1 is making some noise. 3 games in a row. The plan is starting to come together. So many decisions that you're looking like you're on the right side of here through 3-year process, from coaches to players to coordinators. You're getting it right, and it feels like it's only a matter of the time on so many right decisions that you ultimately get to success, that you ultimately get back to being an elite team, that you're up there dancing with the best of the bunch at the end of the year, and then it's anybody's game. So you better be locked in. You better not be forgetting. You better be remembering. So keep it at the forefront of your mind. Don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.